Introduction to Nana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rascoe. Introduction. In any appreciation of Émile Zola, it is well to admit, first of all, that he was lacking in taste, discrimination, selection, vision, a sense of form, indeed in almost everything we have come to deem requisite in an artist. But having admitted so much, we must also be prepared to acknowledge that he was a man of a kind of genius, a conspicuous and in many ways a great novelist, and that he exerted a profound and lasting influence upon the development of literature. Thus it comes about that even while execrating him, critics have paid tribute, if only by the heat of their disparagement, to the peculiar and particular genius that was his. Their protests have been like the expressions of horror on the part of the righteous, but knowing at the thought of what a spectacle a respectable woman slightly intoxicated might make of herself with one more heady cocktail in her system. Zola was a boorish and heavy-handed seducer who urged upon the novel a very raw and potent drink. The result was not pretty or decorous. It was often shocking, pitiable, and disgusting. Grace, modesty, and restraint were, for the moment, in abeyance. Skirts crawled in careless, unkept angles past the knees under the relaxed, indifferent posture, and unpleasant things came from half-articulate babblings from loose lips and a freed subconscious. But the episode showed that life, even in fiction, might be of the earthy, and that beneath the enameled exterior of cultural standards and refinements, there exists a heritage of animality that cannot die so long as life lasts, for it is, in the ultimate, the motivating force of even the highest aspirations of life itself. It is true, of course, that in art as in life we make every effort to forget this. We try to become gods by the naive and splendid process of denying that we are mortal flesh and blood. And in this effort we achieve what is, or what we agree to be, the divine and ineffable quality of life. That beauty which is but a mirror of our aspirations and of the fine high seriousness of our discontent with the galling truth of living. But by a too insistent employment of this process of denial, while we have, perhaps, laid up treasures for ourselves in heaven, yet at the same time we have made much trouble for ourselves on earth. Out of a frequency of repetition we come to believe our fictions, and with the facts denying them in our own case we come to suspect that each of us is damned and others saved, that somehow we are endowed less plentifully with the divine essence which enhalos certain of our neighbors, and that we are clods while they have wings. And this is not good for our souls. The greatest thing in the world, probably, is reassurance, for it alone enables us to fight against the odds of life, to follow a vanishing hope, and to dislodge the stars now and then with our uplifted heads. We cannot be reassured by abasing ourselves with the false impression that we are denied a spiritual quality others possess. It was Zola's talent to reassure us by showing us phases of life which, we flatter ourselves, is less beautiful, more earthy, more wretched than our own. He is a great disillusionist, a sort of scourge, an Attila or a chief of the Visigoths terribly laying waste fictions grown soft and decadent through an excess of culture. He goes about his radical prophylaxis in a brutal and peremptory fashion. He uses coarse and vulgar words. He is not gentle or pitying or sympathetic. He does not undress men and women, he tears and strips their clothing from them. He violates what we are pleased to call the sanctity of privacy. He shows us hidden sores and infections, malformations, blights, bruises, and corruption. He washes away the rouge and mascara. He obliterates the pleasing surfaces of the elaborate toilette and vain primpings of life. He is one of the first great diagnosticians to pronounce upon the nature of the maladies which corrupt the social body. It is possible that he made mistakes, that he exaggerated, that, like all specialists in pathology, he had an obsession with certain odious diseases, and that he often found them where they did not actually exist. But he did not err on the side of optimism or on the side of a fatuous denial of the presence of wasting and degenerating forces. It takes a poet often to crystallize in cameo the sum of an achievement. Edwin Arlington Robinson has done this in regard to Zola. He has written a sonnet addressed to the novelist, and is at the same time a sharp and just invective against Zola's enemies. Quote, "Because he puts the compromising chart of hell before your eyes, you are afraid. Because he counts the price that you have paid for innocence, and counts it from the start, you loathe him. But he sees the human heart of God meanwhile, and in his hand was weighed your squeamish and emasculate crusade against the grim dominion of his art. Never, until we conquer the uncouth connivings of our shamed indifference, we call it Christian faith, are we to scan the racked and shrieking hideousness of truth, to find in hate's polluted self-defense throbbing the pulse, the divine heart of man." End quote. This sonnet gives completely and superbly the real and final justification for Zola. He was a great human event. He was a moralist in his strange uncouth fashion. He saw life realistically, perhaps a little astigmatically, but without illusions. He helped vastly to make it possible for literature to entertain a more virile attitude toward the less romantic aspects of life, and to take cognizance of vice, crime, and the plagues of the underworld as material for sincere and truthful treatment. That is why many who were first repelled were later attracted by him. That is why George Moore came to denounce and remained to imitate him. That is why the wise and gentle Anatole France was able to revise his first impressions and to seem to change from disgust to admiration. When La Terre was published, France wrote of Zola, "His work is evil, and he is one of those unhappy beings of whom one can say that it would be better had he never been born. I will not certainly deny his detestable fame. No one before him has raised so lofty a pile of ordure. That is his monument, and its greatness cannot be disputed. Never has man made a similar effort to debase humanity, to insult all images of beauty and love, to deny all that is good and all that is worthy." Nothing could well be more harsh than these words. Yet some time later, we discover that while France loathed, he loved. He wrote, "I confided to you in a whisper, L'Assommoir delighted me. I have read 10 times, and with unmixed joy, the Marriage of Coupeau, the Feast of the Goose, and Nana's First Communion. They are admirable pictures, full of color, movement, and life." Yes, there are in Zola's novels admirable pictures, full of color, movement, and life. The explanation is simple. He remained faithful to his formula of recording with exactitude that which met his eye. "Art," he said, "is nature seen through a temperament." That is as good a definition as any. In Zola's case, we must confess, it was nature seen through a very ordinary and prosaic temperament. But then that fact too gave to his work a hint of uniqueness. The point is that hitherto the temperaments of novelists had been special and precious, volatile and poetic, imaginative and idealistic. Zola's temperament lacked these attributes. It is the temperament of common sense, of bourgeois solidity, matter-of-factness, and patient industry. You have but to imagine your corner butcher as going in suddenly for novel writing to realize the temperament, the tone, the vision that Zola brought to the business of literature. You need not concede that your butcher must be more than literate, for Zola prided himself upon his literary ignorance. He had read practically nothing when he took up the profession of writing, and throughout his life he was in desperate fear lest he encounter a work of literature which would alter his point of view or influence his style. To this end he avoided in his productive years reading anything except the daily newspapers and books of reference and information. The result was that Zola was Zola, an unscholarly and unpoetic middle-class man of vast energy and set opinions, who wrote elaborately and minutely documented novels which stand beside Balzac's in their historic veracity as revelations of the life of the French race and the generality of mankind. Possessing the average man's vision, writing in the average man's idiom, presenting what the average man sees just as he sees it, Zola became and remained the most popular novelist in France, and one of the most widely read novelists the world has produced. Even the way in which he went at his work is in character and revelatory. He was without inspiration beyond that inspiration that comes to a journalist. He depended almost not at all on plot. He was only faintly interested in the delicate interplay of character, the clash of wills in their less melodramatic aspect, or the irony of fate. He did not patiently await the right word. Every morning he sat down to his desk and wrote a definite number of pages toward a new novel. He permitted himself to rest on Sundays and holidays, and he had hours in the late afternoon for interviewers and guests. The remainder of his time, not taken up in eating and sleeping, he devoted to the accumulation and ordering of data which he was to put into his novels in his mania for exactitude. He sought to give his readers a precise idea of the milieu of the theatre by exact descriptions of an existing theatre, a faithful record of language employed by stage hands, managers, rich backers, and actresses. He plowed through trade journals and catalogues, slang dictionaries and advertisements, for words associated with the particular thing he wished to present. This passion for photographic certitude has made streets and landmarks the very geography of Paris, known to thousands of readers in America, Russia, Sweden, and elsewhere, who have never seen and will possibly never see the city. His patient descriptions of people, his lengthy and repetitious insistence upon their peculiarities and characteristics, made the more impressive to the memory by the frankness of his vocabulary and the frequent indelicacy of his observations, have made the figures of his novels as well and as generally known as Balzac's. Necessity drove Zola into the profession of novel writing. At the age of 25 he was earning only 40 cents a day, and living with his mother and Paul Cézanne, the painter, in the Rue Saint-Victor. Abject poverty made it necessary for him to part with his mother, who found work as a seamstress. He lived on bread, cheese, fruit, and water, deprived himself of tobacco and all luxuries. One after another of his pawnable possessions went to the usurer for bare necessities. Finally, he found work with the publishing firm of Hachette as a packer at 100 francs a month. This connection with the firm gave him a tentative confidence in himself as a writer. He had talked of life, art, and literature with Cézanne on long evenings when they were both young and full of hope and ambition. Possibly Cézanne's influence upon him has never been duly emphasized, or, for that matter, Zola's influence upon Cézanne. One day Zola showed his employer a collection of poems he had written. The elder Hachette did not think well enough of them to bring them out, but was impressed enough to increase Zola's salary to 200 francs a month and to give him work as a reader. It was in this employ that he made up his mind to become a novelist. He dedicated to the profession an indomitable and businesslike enthusiasm. Nana stands third in popularity among the Zola novels. It is a study of the prostitute type, and it gives a memorable picture of the life of the tinsel underworld of the Paris theatres, night life and its parasites. Perhaps Zola pursues Nana a bit too relentlessly. Certainly his putting a period to her career by showing her as a putrefying corpse is more symbolic than is wholly necessary. But it remains a novel of truth and beauty, even if a beauty of a drab and often terrible sort. Burton Rascoe, New York City, August 14, 1922. End of introduction. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Part 1. At 9 o'clock the Variety Theatre was still almost empty. In the balcony and orchestra stalls a few persons waited, lost amidst the garnet-colored velvet seats in the faint light of the half-extinguished gaselier. The huge crimson curtain was enveloped in shadow, and not a sound came from the stage behind. The footlights were not yet lit up, and the seats of the musicians were unoccupied. High up, however, in the third gallery, close to the roof, displaying figures of naked women and children floating among the clouds, to which the gas imparted a greenish tinge, were heard the sounds of shouts and laughter above a continual hum of conversation, and a crowd of men and women, all wearing the caps of the working classes, were seated in rows reaching almost to the gilded festoons of the ceiling. Now and again an attendant would appear, fussily conducting a lady and gentleman to their seats, the gentleman in evening dress, and the lady slim and slightly stooping and glancing slowly over the house. 2 young men suddenly appeared in the stalls close to the orchestra. They remained standing, looking round about them. "What did I tell you, Hector?" exclaimed the elder, a tall fellow with a slight black moustache. "We have come too early. You might just as well have allowed me to finish my cigar." An attendant passed by at this moment. "Oh, Monsieur Fauchery," she said familiarly, "it will not begin for half an hour." Then why on earth did they say 9 o'clock on the bills?" asked Hector, whose long thin face assumed an expression of intense annoyance. "This very morning Clarice, who is in the piece, assured me that the curtain would go up at 9 precisely." For a minute they relapsed into silence, as they raised their heads and gazed into the shadows of the boxes. But the green paper with which the latter were lined made them obscurer still. Below, the small boxes under the balcony disappeared in total darkness. In the balcony boxes only a very stout lady, leaning heavily on the velvet-coloured balustrade, was to be seen. To the right and the left, between high columns, the stage boxes, hung with drapery deeply fringed, remained empty. The body of the house, decorated in white and gold, relieved by pale green, seemed to disappear, filled as it was with a misty haze arising from the subdued light emanating from the huge crystal gaselier. "Did you succeed in securing a stage box for Lucy?" asked Hector. "Yes," replied the other, "but not without a deal of trouble." "Oh, there is no danger of Lucy's coming too early. Not she." He stifled a yawn, and then, after a brief silence, resumed. "You are lucky you have never yet been present at a first night. The Blonde Venus will be the success of the year. Every one has been speaking of the piece for 6 months past. Ah, my boy, such music, such go! Bordenave, who knows what's what, kept it purposely for the time of the exhibition." Hector listened religiously. At length he hazarded a question. "And Nana, the new star who is to play Venus, do you know her?" "Oh, hang it, are you going to begin that too?" exclaimed Fauchery, gesticulating wildly. "Ever since this morning I have heard of nothing but Nana. I have met more than 20 fellows I know, and it has been Nana here and Nana there. Do you suppose I know every petticoat in Paris? Nana is one of Bordenave's inventions. She must be something choice." After this explosion he calmed down a little. But the emptiness of the house, the dim light that pervaded the whole, the opening and shutting of doors, and the hushed voices suggestive of a church, irritated him. "Confound it," he said suddenly. "I can't stand this, you know. I must go out. Perhaps we shall meet Bordenave below. He will give us some details." In the marble-paved vestibule where the box office was situated they found the public beginning to arrive. Through the 3 open doors all the busy throng on the boulevards could be seen enjoying the beautiful April evening. Carriages dashed up to the theatre, and the doors were slammed noisily. People entered by 2s and 3s, and, after stopping at the box office, ascended the double staircase in the rear; the women walking slowly with a swinging gait. In the glare of the gas were pasted on the naked walls of this hall, whose meagre decorations in the style of the Empire suggested the peristyle of a cardboard temple, some enormous yellow posters, in which Nana's name appeared in huge black letters. Men were loitering in front of these bills as they read them, while others were standing about talking among themselves and blocking up the doorways; whilst near the box office a thick-set man with a big clean-shaved face was roughly replying to some people who were in vain endeavouring to obtain seats. "There's Bordenave," said Fauchery, as he and Hector descended the stairs. But the manager had caught sight of him. "You are a nice fellow," he called out. "That is the way you write me a notice, is it? I opened the Figaro this morning. Not a word." "Wait a bit," replied Fauchery. "I must see your Nana before I can write about her. Besides, I made no promise." Then, to prevent further discussion, he presented his cousin, Hector de la Falloise, a young man who had come to complete his education in Paris. The manager weighed the young man at a glance, but Hector surveyed the manager with some little emotion. This, then, was Bordenave, the exhibitor of women, whom he treated in the style of a prison warder, and whose brain was ever hatching some fresh money-making scheme; a perfect cynic, always shouting, or spitting, or smacking his thighs, and possessing the coarse mind of a trooper. Hector was anxious to make a good impression on him. "Your theatre," he began in clear musical tones. Bordenave interrupted him quietly, and said, with the coolness of a man who prefers to call things by their right names, "Say my brothel, rather." Fauchery laughed approvingly, but La Falloise was shocked to a degree, and his meditated compliment stuck in his throat, as he endeavoured to look as though he appreciated the joke. The manager had rushed off to shake hands with a dramatic critic whose criticisms had great influence, and when he returned La Falloise had almost recovered himself. He feared lest he should be regarded as a provincial if he appeared too much disconcerted. "I have been told," he began, wishing at any rate to say something, "that Nana has a delicious voice." "She!" cried the manager, shrugging his shoulders. "She has no more voice than a squirt." The young man hastened to add, "Besides, she is an excellent actress." "She! A regular lump. She never knows where to put her hands or her feet." La Valoise coloured slightly. He was at a loss what to understand. He managed to stammer out, "On no account would I have missed this first night. I know that your theatre " "Say my brothel," interrupted Bordenave again, with the cool obstinacy of a man thoroughly convinced. Meanwhile Fauchery had been calmly examining the women as they entered. He now came to his cousin's assistance when he saw him doubtful whether to laugh or be angry. "Gratify Bordenave, call his theatre just what he desires, as it amuses him. And as for you, my dear fellow, you need not try to fool us. If your Nana can't sing and can't play, you will make a regular fiasco of it to night; and that is just what I am expecting." "A fiasco! A fiasco!" exclaimed the manager, whose face became purple with rage. "Is it necessary for a woman to know how to sing and act? Ah, my boy, you are much too stupid. Nana has something else, damn her, and something that will make up for anything she may lack. I scented it, and she has plenty of it, or I have only the nose of a fool. You will see, you will see. She has only to appear, and all the spectators will at once smack their lips." He raised his big hands, which trembled with enthusiasm, and then, lowering his voice, murmured to himself, "Yes, she will go far. Ah, damn her! Yes, she will go far. A skin! Oh, such a skin!" Then, in answer to Fauchery's questions, he condescended to give certain details, making use of such offensive language that he quite shocked Hector. He had become acquainted with Nana, and wished to bring her out; and it so happened that he was in want of a Venus. He never allowed a woman to hang on to him very long; he preferred to let the public have its share of her at once. But he had had a damnable time in his shop. The arrival of this great hulking girl had revolutionized everything. Rose Mignon, his star, a fine actress and an adorable singer, threatened daily to leave him in the lurch. Divining a rival in Nana, she was furious. And the playbills — deuce take it, what a row they had caused! However, he had decided to print the names of the two actresses in letters of equal size. They had better not badger him too much. When one of his little women, as he called them, Clarisse or Simone, did not do as she was told, he just kicked her behind. If he treated them differently they would never leave him any peace. He dealt in them, and he knew what they were worth, the hussies. "Ah!" he exclaimed, interrupting himself. "There come Mignon and Steiner. They are always together. You know that Steiner begins to have had enough of Rose, so the husband sticks to him like a plaster, lest he should escape." The flaring gas jets running along the cornice of the theatre threw a sheet of vivid light over the footpath. Two small trees stood out clearly with their fresh green foliage, and a pillar was so brilliantly illuminated by the blaze of light that the bills posted upon it could be read at a distance as clearly as at midday; whilst afar off, the dense darkness of the boulevards was studded with multitudinous lights, revealing the surging of an ever-moving crowd. Many of the men did not enter the theatre at once, but loitered outside to finish their cigars and chat under the gaslight, which gave a livid pallor to their faces, and threw their shadows, short and black, upon the asphalt beneath. Mignon, a tall, stout fellow with the square head of the Hercules of a travelling show, shouldered his way through the crowd, dragging on his arm the banker Steiner, a short man with a big stomach and a round face fringed with a greyish beard. "Well," said Bordenave to the banker, "you saw her yesterday in my office." "Oh, that was her, was it?" exclaimed Steiner. "I thought as much. Only I was going out as she entered. I scarcely saw her." Mignon listened with downcast eyes, all the time nervously twisting a large diamond ring on his little finger. He knew at once that they were talking of Nana. Then, as Bordenave proceeded to give a description of his new star, which caused the banker's eyes to sparkle, he decided to interfere. "That'll do, my dear fellow. She's not worth looking at. The public will soon send her to the right about. Steiner, my boy, You know that my wife is expecting you in her dressing room." He tried to lead him away, but Steiner refused to leave Bordenave. The crowd at the box office became more compact, the buzz of voices grew louder, and the name of Nana was repeated over and over again with a sing-song enunciation of its 2 syllables. The men standing in front of the posters read it aloud, others as they passed uttered it interrogatively, while the women, smiling and uneasy, repeated it softly with an air of surprise. No one knew Nana. Where on earth had Nana come from? And little jokes were passed about from ear to ear, and little tales told. The very name sounded like a caress, and fell familiarly from the lips of everyone. Its constant repetition amused the crowd, and kept it in good humour. A fever of curiosity took possession of everybody, that Parisian curiosity which is sometimes as violent as an attack of brain fever. All were eager to see Nana. One lady had the train of her dress torn, and a gentleman lost his hat. "Ah, you ask me too much," cried Bordenave, whom 20 men were besieging with questions. "You will see her presently. I must be off. They are waiting for me." He disappeared, radiant at having inflamed his public. Mignon shrugged his shoulders, and reminded Steiner that Rose was expecting him to show him her costume for the first act. "Hallo! There's Lucy over there, getting out of her carriage," said Lavalloise to Fauchery. It was, in fact, Lucy Stuart, a little ugly woman of about 40, with a neck too long, a thin drawn face, and thick lips, but so lively, so graceful that she charmed everyone. She was accompanied by Caroline Equet and her mother. Caroline with her frigid beauty, the mother very stately and looking as if she were stuffed. "You are coming with us, of course," she said to Fauchery. "I have kept a place for you." "So that I shall see nothing, not if I know it," he answered. "I have an orchestra stall. I prefer to be there." Lucy fired up at once. Was he afraid to be seen with her? Then, suddenly calming down, she jumped to another subject. "Why did you never tell me that you knew Nana?" "Nana? I never saw her." "Is that really true? I have been assured that you once slept with her." But Mignon, who was in front, put his finger to his lips to signal them to be silent. And when Lucy asked why, he pointed to a young man who had just passed, murmuring, "Nana's sweetheart." They all stared after him. He was certainly very good looking. Fauchery recognized him. His name was Daguenet, and he had squandered a fortune of 300,000 francs on women, and now dabbled in stocks in order to make a little money with which he could treat them to an occasional bouquet and dinner. Lucy thought he had very handsome eyes. "Ah, there's Blanche!" she exclaimed. "It was she who told me that you had slept with Nana." Blanche de Sivry, a heavy blonde whose pretty face was getting too fat, arrived accompanied by a slender, well-dressed man, with a most distinguished air. "Count Xavier de Vandœuvre," whispered Fauchery to Lavalloise. The count shook hands with the journalist, whilst a lively discussion took place between Lucy and Blanche. They quite blocked up the entry with their skirts covered with flounces, one in pink and the other in blue, and Nana's name fell from their lips so frequently that the crowd lingered to listen. The count at length led Blanche away, but Nana's name did not cease to resound from the 4 corners of the vestibule in louder and more eager tones. Would they never begin? The men pulled out their watches, late-comers leaped from their carriages before they really drew up, and the groups left the pavement whilst the passers-by, as they slowly crossed the stream of light, stretched their necks to see what was going on in the theatre. A street urchin who came up whistling stood for a moment before one of the posters at the door, then in a drunken voice shouted out, "Oh, my Nana!" and reeled on his way, dragging his old shoes along the asphalt. People laughed, and several well-dressed gentlemen repeated, "Nana! Oh, my Nana!" The crush was tremendous. A quarrel broke out at the box office, the cries for Nana increased. One of those stupid fits of brutal excitement common to crowds had taken possession of this mass of people. Suddenly, above this uproar, the sound of a bell was heard. The rumour extended to the boulevards that the curtain was about to rise, and there was more pushing and struggling. Everyone wished to get in. The employees of the theatre were at their wits' end. Mignon, looking uneasy, seized hold of Steiner, who had not been to inspect the dress Rose was to wear. At the first tinkle of the bell, La Falloise pushed through the crowd, dragging Fauchery with him, fearing lest he should miss the overture. Lucy Stuart was irritated by all these demonstrations of eagerness. What vulgar persons to push ladies about! She remained to the last with Caroline Equet and her mother. At length the vestibule was empty. Outside, the boulevards maintained their prolonged rumble. "As if their pieces were always funny," Lucy kept repeating as she ascended the stairs. Fauchery and La Falloise stood in their places, examining the house, which was now very brilliant. The crystal gaselier blazed with prismatic hues, and the light was reflected from the ceiling on to the pit, like a shower of gold. The garnet-coloured velvet of the seats appeared as though shot with lake, whilst the glitter of the gilding was softened by the decorations of pale green beneath the coarse paintings of the ceiling. The footlights blazed upon the crimson curtain, the richness of which suggested the most fabulous of palaces, and offered a melancholy contrast to the poverty of the frame, the crevices in which showed the plaster beneath the gilding. It was already excessively warm. In the orchestra the musicians were tuning their instruments, and the light trills of the flute, the stifled sighs of the horn, the singing notes of the violin were drowned by the increasing hum of voices. All the spectators were talking together, pushing and squeezing each other in their endeavours to reach their seats; and the crush in the corridors was so great that it was with difficulty the doors gave ingress to the never-ceasing flow of people. Friends nodded to each other from a distance, and with the rustling of clothes came a procession of gay costumes and headdresses, broken now and again by a black dress suit or a dark overcoat. However, the seats were gradually filling. Here and there appeared a bright-coloured robe, and a head with a delicate profile displayed a chignon on which sparkled some valuable jewel. In one of the boxes a glimpse was caught of a woman's naked shoulder, seemingly as white as ivory. Other women, calmly waiting, fanned themselves languidly as they watched the surging crowd; while a group of young dandies standing in the orchestra stalls, all shirt front and wearing gardenias in their buttonholes, gazed through their opera glasses, which they held with the tips of their daintily gloved fingers. Then the two cousins looked round in search of acquaintances. Mignon and Steiner sat side by side in a box, with their arms resting on the velvet balustrade. Blanche de Sivry appeared to be alone in one of the stage boxes. But La Falloise watched more especially Daguenet, who had an orchestra stall 2 rows in front of his. Next to him was seated a youngster, some 17 years old, just fresh from college, who opened his cherub-like eyes wide with delight. Fauchery smiled as he caught sight of him. "Who is that lady in the balcony?" asked La Falloise suddenly. "I mean the one who has a young girl in blue next her." He directed his companion's glance to a woman whose stout figure was tightly laced, and whose once blonde hair, now grey, was dyed yellow, whilst her round puffed face, coloured with rouge, almost disappeared beneath a shower of little baby curls. "That's Gaga," replied Fauchery simply; and as the name seemed to convey no information to his cousin, he added, "Haven't you heard of Gaga? She was one of the beauties of the first years of Louis Philippe's reign. Now she is never seen anywhere without her daughter." La Falloise had no eyes for the young girl. Gaga, however, affected him strangely. He could not cease looking at her. He thought her still very handsome, though he dared not say so. At length the conductor of the orchestra gave the signal, and the musicians struck the first note of the overture. People were still coming in, and the noise and bustle increased. On special occasions like this there were different parts of the house where friends met with a smile, whilst the regular frequenters, thoroughly at their ease, exchanged bows right and left. All Paris was there, the Paris of letters, of finance, and of pleasure, many journalists, some few authors, and several speculators, more kept girls than respectable women. A company, in short, that was a most singular mixture, composed of every kind of genius, tainted with every description of vice, where the same weariness and the same fever seemed inscribed on every face. Fauchery, questioned by his cousin, pointed out to him the boxes of the various newspapers and clubs, and then the dramatic critics, one skinny and dried up, with thin and wicked-looking lips, but more especially a stout, good-natured-looking man, who leaned on the shoulder of his companion, an artless young person, over whom he watched with a kind, paternal eye. But he suddenly cut his description short on seeing La Falloise bow to some people who occupied one of the centre boxes. He seemed surprised. "What! You know Count Muffat de Beuville?" he asked. "Oh, yes. I have known him for a long time," replied Hector. "The Muffats had an estate near ours. I very often call on them. The count is with his wife and her father, the Marquis de Choix." Delighted at his cousin's astonishment, and spurred on by vanity, La Falloise went into further details. The Marquis was a state councillor, and the count had just been appointed chamberlain to the Empress. Fauchery raised his opera glass and examined the countess, a dark plump woman with a lovely white skin and beautiful black eyes. "You must present me between the acts," he said at last. "I have already met the count, but I should like to go to their Tuesdays at home." An energetic "Hush!" was heard from the upper gallery. The overture had commenced, but people were still coming in. Whole rows of persons were compelled to rise to allow late comers to get to their seats, the doors of the boxes banged, and loud voices were heard quarrelling in the corridors. Still the buzz of conversation, similar to the noisy chattering of sparrows at sunset, never ceased. Everything was in the greatest confusion. It was a medley of moving heads and arms, the owners of which were either sitting down and seeking the most comfortable positions, or persisting in standing up to take a last look around. The cry, "Sit down! Sit down!" came from obscure corners of the pit. Every one trembled with eagerness, for at last the famous Nana, of whom people had been talking for a week, was about to be seen. By degrees, however, the noise subsided, with an occasional swell from time to time. And in the midst of this faint murmur, of these expiring whispers, the orchestra burst forth in the gay little notes of a waltz, the saucy rhythm of which suggested the laugh raised by some over-free piece of buffoonery. The audience, fairly tickled, already began to smile; but the claque, seated in the front row of the pit, commenced to applaud vociferously. The curtain rose. "Hallo!" said La Falloise, whose tongue still wagged. "There is a gentleman with Lucy!" And he looked at the stage box to the right of the first tier, in the front of which sat Lucy and Caroline, while in the rear the dignified face of Caroline's mother was to be discerned, and also the profile of a tall, light-haired young man, most irreproachably dressed. "Look!" repeated La Falloise with persistence. "There's a gentleman!" Fauchery slowly brought his opera glass to bear on the box indicated, but he turned away immediately. "Oh, it's only La Bordette," he murmured in a careless tone of voice, as if the presence of that gentleman was the most natural as well as the most unimportant thing in the world. Behind them some one cried, "Hush!" and they were driven to silence. Everybody was now perfectly still, and a regular sea of heads, upright and attentive, filled the house from the stalls to the amphitheatre. The first act of the Blonde Venus was laid in Olympus, a cardboard Olympus, with clouds at the sides, and Jupiter's throne on the right. Iris and Ganymede first appeared, surrounded by a crowd of celestial assistants, who sang a chorus as they arranged the seats for the gods in council. Again the applause of the paid claque was heard, but the audience as yet was not inclined to respond. La Falloise, however, had applauded Clarice Besness, one of Bordenave*s little women, who played the part of Iris in pale blue, with a broad scarf of the 7 colours fastened round her waist. "You know she takes off her chemise to get into that costume," he said to Fauchery in a loud whisper. "We tried it on this morning, and the chemise showed under the arms and on the back." But a slight tremor took possession of the audience on the appearance of Rose Mignon as Diana. Although she had neither the face nor the figure for the part, as she was thin and dark, with the adorable ugliness of a Parisian urchin, she seemed charming, intended as she might have been as a mockery of the character she personated. Her entrance song, consisting of words stupid enough to send you to sleep, and in which she complained of Mars, who was neglecting her for Venus, was sung in a bashful manner, but so full of smutty innuendoes that the audience warmed up. Her husband and Steiner laughed aloud as they sat side by side. And the whole house burst into applause when Bruyère, that especial favourite, appeared as Mars in the uniform of a general, adorned with a monstrous plume and dragging a sword that reached to his shoulder. He had had enough of Diana. She expected too much. So she swore to watch him and be revenged. Their duo wound up with a ludicrous tyrolienne, which Bruyère sang in his funniest style, and in the voice of an angry tabby. He possessed the amusing conceit of a young actor in high favour, and swaggered about as he rolled his eyes in a way that elicited the shrill laughter of the women in the boxes. After that, however, the audience became as cool as before. The scenes which followed were dull in the extreme. Old Bosc, as an imbecile Jupiter, his head crushed under an enormous crown, succeeded only in raising a smile, as he quarrelled with Juno on account of their cook's wages. The procession of the gods, Neptune, Pluto, Minerva, and all the others, almost spoilt everything. The spectators were becoming very impatient, an ominous murmur slowly arose, everyone began to lose all interest in the piece, and looked about the house rather than upon the stage. Lucy laughed with Labordette. The Count de Vendeuvre emerged a little from behind Blanche's broad shoulders, while Fauchery watched the Muffaz from out of the corner of his eyes. The Count looked very grave, as if he had not understood anything, and the Countess, smiling vaguely, seemed wrapped in reverie. But suddenly the applause of the claque burst forth with the regularity of a discharge of musketry, and every eye became riveted on the stage once more. Was it Nana at last? That Nana who had kept them waiting so long? It was a deputation of mortals introduced by Ganymede and Iris, respectable citizens, all deceived husbands, come to lay before Jupiter a complaint against Venus, who inspired their wives with a great deal too much ardor. The chorus which they sang in a simple and doleful manner was now and again interrupted by the most significant pauses, and amused the audience immensely. A whisper went round the house, "The Cuckold's Chorus! The Cuckold's Chorus!" The name stuck to it, and it was encored. The get-up of the singers was very comic, their faces were in accordance with the part they played. There was one especially, a stout fellow with a face as round as a moon. Vulcan, however, appeared on the scene in a state of furious indignation, seeking his wife, who had disappeared from home 3 days before. The chorus struck up again, imploring Vulcan, the god of cuckolds, to help them. The part of Vulcan was played by Fontan, a comic actor gifted with a talent as spicy as it was original, who waddled about in the most ludicrous manner imaginable, in the costume of a village blacksmith, with a flaring red wig on his head and his arms bare and tattooed all over with hearts pierced by arrows. A woman's voice exclaimed aloud, "Oh, isn't he ugly?" and everyone laughed as they applauded. The next scene seemed interminable. Would Jupiter never get all the gods together that he might submit to them the deceived husband's petition? And still no Nana. Did they mean to keep back Nana until the curtain fell? This long suspense ended by irritating the spectators, and they recommenced their murmurs. "It's going from bad to worse," said Mignon, delighted, to Steiner. "A regular fiasco. See if it isn't." At this moment the clouds parted at the back of the stage, and Venus appeared. Nana, very tall and very plump for her 18 years, in the white tunic of a goddess, and with her beautiful golden hair floating over her shoulders, walked towards the footlights with a calm self-possession, smiling at the crowd before her. Her lips parted, and she commenced her great song, "When Venus takes an evening stroll." At the second line people exchanged glances of wonder. Was this a jest on the part of Bordenave, or a wager? Never had so false a voice and so poor a method been heard. The manager had spoken truly when he said that she had no more voice than a squirt. Nor did she know how to stand or move on the stage. She threw her arms forward and wriggled her body about in a manner that was considered scarcely proper and very ungraceful. The pit was beginning to murmur. In fact, a few hisses were heard, when suddenly from the orchestra stalls a voice, resembling that of a young cock moulting, exclaimed aloud in a tone of intense conviction, "She is stunning!" The whole house looked to see who had uttered these words. It was the cherub, the youngster fresh from college, his lovely eyes strained wide open, his childish face all aglow with admiration of Nana. When he saw every one looking at him, he turned scarlet with shame at having unintentionally spoken so loud. Deguenet, who sat next him, looked at him with a smile, and the audience laughed aloud and thought no more of hissing, while the young gentleman with white kid gloves, also carried away by Nana's curves, applauded with vehemence. "So she is!" they cried. "Bravo!" Nana, seeing everyone laughing, laughed also, and this redoubled the gaiety. She was funny all the same, this beautiful girl, and as she laughed a love of a dimple appeared on her chin. She waited, not in the least embarrassed, but on the contrary quite at her ease and thoroughly at home with the audience, looking as though she herself were saying with a wink of her eye that she didn't possess a halfporth of talent, but it didn't matter, she had something better than that. And after making a sign to the conductor which meant, "Off you go, old boy," she commenced her second verse, "At midnight Venus passes by." It was still the same grating voice, but this time it tickled the hearers in the right place, and succeeded now and again in eliciting an approving murmur. Nana's smile was still on her red lips and shone in her large light blue eyes. At certain lines, which were a trifle broad in meaning, her pink nostrils dilated and the colour rose to her cheeks. She continued to wriggle her body about, not knowing what else to do. But it was no longer considered unbecoming. On the contrary, every opera glass was turned upon her. As she finished the verse, her voice failed her entirely, and she saw that she could not go on. Without being in the least disturbed, she jerked her hip in a manner which indicated its plumpness beneath her scanty tunic, and with her body bent forward, displaying her bare breast, she extended her arms. Applause burst forth from all parts of the house. She at once turned round, showing as she retired to the back of the stage the nape of a neck, the red hair on which looked like the fleece of an animal, and the applause became deafening. The end of the act elicited less enthusiasm. Vulcan wished to slap his wife's face. The gods took counsel, and decided that they had best investigate matters on the earth before deciding in favour of the deceived husbands. Diana, overhearing some tender passages between Venus and Mars, swore that she would not once let them out of her sight during the journey. There was also a scene in which Cupid, acted by a little girl of 12, answered to every question, "Yes, mamma," "No, mamma," in tearful tones and with her fingers in her nose. Then Jupiter, with all the severity of an angry master, shut Cupid in a dark closet, and bade him conjugate 20 times the verb "to love." The finale, a chorus very brilliantly rendered, met with more success. But after the curtain had fallen, the claque in vain tried to obtain an encore. Everybody rose and moved towards the doors. As the audience pushed their way through the rows of seats, they exchanged their impressions. One phrase was constantly heard: "It is simply idiotic." A critic observed that the piece wanted a great deal of cutting down. But the piece, after all, mattered little. Nana was the chief topic of conversation. Fauchery and La Falloise, who were among the first to leave their seats, met Steiner and Mignon in the passage leading to the stalls. The atmosphere was stifling in this hole, which was low and narrow like some gallery in a mine, and was lighted here and there by flaring gas jets. They stood for a moment at the foot of the staircase on the right, protected by the railing. The spectators from the upper part of the house tramped down with a great noise of heavy shoes. The procession of men in evening dress seemed as though it would never cease, and a box opener endeavoured to prevent a chair on which she had piled coats and shawls from being swept away by the crowd. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1, Part 2. "But I know her," cried Steiner as soon as he saw Fauchery. "I have certainly seen her somewhere. At the casino, I think. And she was so drunk that she got locked up." "Well, I'm not quite sure," said the journalist. "I'm like you, I have certainly met her somewhere." He lowered his voice, and added with a laugh, "At old Tricon's, I dare say." "Of course, in some vile place," exclaimed Mignon, who seemed exasperated. "It is disgusting to see the public welcome in such a way the first filthy wench that offers. Soon there will not be a respectable woman left on the stage. Yes, I shall have to forbid Rose playing any more." Fauchery could not repress a smile. Meanwhile the heavily shod crowd continued to pour down the stairs, and a little man in a cap said in a drawling voice, "Oh my, she is plump. You could eat her." In the lobby 2 young men, with their hair exquisitely curled, and looking very stylish, with their stuck-up collars turned slightly down in front, were quarrelling. One kept saying, "Vile, vile," without giving any reason, whilst the other retaliated with, "Stunning, stunning," equally disdaining to explain. La Falloise liked her immensely. He, however, only ventured to observe that she would be much better if she cultivated her voice. Then Steiner, who had left off listening, seemed to wake up with a start. They must wait, though. Perhaps in the next acts everything would come to grief. The audience, though very lenient so far, was not yet smitten with the piece. Mignon swore no one would sit it through; and as Fauchery and Lavalloise left them to go into the saloon, he took hold of Steiner's arm, and pressing close up to his shoulder, whispered in his ear, "Old boy, come and see my wife's costume for the second act. It is the limit." Upstairs the foyer was brilliantly illuminated by 3 crystal gaseliers. The 2 cousins paused for a moment. The glass doors, standing wide open, showed them a wave of heads, which 2 contending currents whirled about in a continual eddy. They entered. 5 or 6 groups of men, talking and gesticulating earnestly, stood their ground in spite of the crush, while others were walking up and down in rows, now and again turning sharply on their heels, which resounded on the waxed boards. To the right and left, women, occupying the red velvet seats placed between the jasper columns, watched the crowd as it passed with a weary air, as if exhausted by the intense heat; and behind them could be seen their chignons in the tall glasses decorating the walls. At the end of the saloon a man with a very big belly was standing at the bar drinking a glass of syrup. Fauchery had gone out on the balcony to get a breath of fresh air. Lavalloise, who had been studying some photographs of actresses placed in frames, which alternated with the looking-glasses between the columns, ended by following him. The row of gas jets in front of the theatre had just been extinguished. It was dark and cool on the balcony, which appeared to be vacant, with the exception of one solitary figure, that of a young man who, enveloped in shadow, leant against the stone balustrade in the recess on the right, smoking a cigarette. Fauchery recognized Daguenet. They shook hands. "Whatever are you doing here, old fellow?" asked the journalist. "Hiding in odd corners? You who, as a rule, never leave the stalls during a first night's performance." "But I am smoking, as you see," answered Daguenet. Then Fauchery, so as to embarrass him, said, "And the new star, what do you think of her? The remarks I have heard made about the house are rather disparaging." "Oh," murmured Daguenet, "by men with whom she would not have anything to do." This was all the criticism he offered on Nana's talent. Lavalloise, leaning forward, looked up and down the boulevard. The windows of a hotel and a club opposite were brilliantly lighted, while on the pavement a compact mass of customers occupied the tables of the Café de Madrid. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, the crowd was immense. Everyone had to walk slowly. A stream of people continually flowed from the Passage Jouffroy, and persons were obliged to wait 5 minutes sometimes before they could cross from one side of the road to the other, so great was the throng of vehicles. "What animation! What noise!" Lavalloise, who had not yet ceased to be astonished at Paris, kept repeating. A bell rang, and the saloon rapidly emptied. Everyone hurried along the passages. The curtain had risen, but a crowd still streamed in, much to the disgust of those of the audience who were already seated. The late comers hastened to their places with animated and attentive looks. Lavalloise's first glance was for Gaga; but he was astonished to notice by her side the tall fellow with light hair, who during the first act had been in Lucy's stage box. "What did you say was the name of that gentleman?" he asked. Fauchery did not see the person meant at once. "Ah, yes, Labordette," he said at last, in the same careless tone of voice as before. The scenery of the second act was a surprise. It represented a low dancing establishment of the suburbs called the Boule Noire, on a Shrove Tuesday. Some masqueraders, dressed in grotesque costumes, sang a lively strain, the chorus of which they accompanied by stamping their heels. The words and gestures, being not over decorous and quite unexpected, amused the audience immensely, and secured the honours of an encore. And it was into this place that the troop of gods, led astray by Iris, who falsely claimed to know the earth, had come to pursue their investigations. They were disguised so as to preserve their incognito. Jupiter appeared as King Dagobert, with his breeches turned wrong side out, and a huge tin crown on his head. Phoebus masqueraded as the postilion of Longjumeau, and Minerva as a Norman wet nurse. Shouts of laughter greeted Mars, who wore a preposterous costume as a Swiss admiral; but the mirth became scandalous when Neptune, dressed in a blouse and tall cap, with little curls glued to his temples, dragged after him his slip-shod shoes, and said in an unctuous tone of voice, "Well, what next? When a fellow's handsome, he must allow himself to be adored." This elicited a few "Oh! Ohs!" while the ladies slightly raised their fans. Lucy, in her stage box, laughed so noisily that Caroline Equet entreated her to be quiet. From this moment the piece was saved, and was even a great success. This carnival of the gods, Olympus dragged through the mud, religion and poetry alike scoffed at, struck the public as extremely witty. A fever of irreverence took possession of this intellectual first night audience. Ancient legends were trodden under foot and antique images were broken. Jupiter had a fine head, Mars was highly successful, royalty became a farce, and the army a jest. When Jupiter, desperately smitten all of a sudden by the charms of a little laundress, broke into a wild can-can, and Simone, who played the part of the laundress, raised her foot on a level with the nose of the master of the gods, calling him, in such a funny manner, "My fat old boy," a peal of mad laughter shook the house. While the others danced, Phoebus treated Minerva to some hot wine, and Neptune sat surrounded by some 7 or 8 women who stuffed him with cakes. The audience snatched at the faintest allusions, obscenities were discovered where none were intended, and the most inoffensive words were invested with a totally different meaning by the exclamations of the occupants of the stalls. It was long since the theatre-going public had wallowed in such disgusting foolery, and it took its fill. The action of the piece, however, advanced in spite of all this by-play. Vulcan, dressed in the latest style, only all in yellow, and with yellow gloves and a glass in his eye, was there in pursuit of Venus, who at last arrived, dressed as a fish woman, a handkerchief thrown over her head, her breasts protruding, and covered with huge gold ornaments. Nana was so white and so plump, and so natural in this part of a person strong in the hips and the gift of the gab, that she at once gained the entire audience. Rose Mignon, a delicious baby, with a baby bonnet on her head and in short muslin skirts, was quite forgotten, although she had just sung Diana's Woes in a charming voice. The other, the big girl with her arms akimbo, who clucked like a hen, was so full of life and the power of woman, that the audience became fairly intoxicated. After this, no exception was taken at anything that Nana did. She was allowed to pose badly, to move badly, to sing every note false and forget her part. She had only to turn to the audience and smile to be treated with wild applause. Each time she gave her peculiar movement of the hips the occupants of the stalls brightened up, and the enthusiasm rose from gallery to gallery up to the very roof, so that when she led the dance her triumph was complete. She was in her element as, with arms akimbo, she dragged Venus through the mire. The music, too, seemed written for her voice of the gutter, a music of reed pipes, a sort of reminiscence of a return from the fair of St. Cloud, with the sneezes of the clarinets and the gambols of the flutes. 2 concerted pieces were again encored. The waltz of the overture, that waltz with the saucy rhythm, returned and whirled the gods round and round. Juno, as a farmer's wife, caught Jupiter flirting with a washerwoman and spanked him. Diana, surprising Venus in the act of arranging a meeting with Mars, hastened to inform Vulcan of the time and place, when the latter exclaimed, "I have my plan." The remainder of the act did not seem very clear. The god's inquiry terminated in a final gallopade, after which Jupiter, in a great perspiration, all out of breath, and having lost his crown, proclaimed that the little women of the earth were delicious, and that the men alone were in the wrong. The curtain fell, and above the applause rose some voices shouting loudly, "All! All!" Then the curtain rose again, and the actors and actresses reappeared hand in hand. In their midst were Nana and Rose Mignon, bowing side by side. The applause was repeated, the claques surpassed their former efforts, and then the house slowly became half empty. "I must go and pay my respects to Countess Miffa," said La Falloise. "Very well," replied Fauchery, "and you can introduce me. We can go outside afterwards." But it was not such an easy matter to reach the balcony boxes, as the crowd in the passages was almost impenetrable. To pass through the different groups it was necessary to use one's elbows rather freely. Leaning against the wall beneath a brass gas bracket, the stout critic was giving his opinion of the piece to an attentive circle. People, as they passed, lingered and told their friends in a low voice who he was. It was rumoured that he had laughed during the whole act. However, he now showed himself very severe, and talked of good taste and morality. Farther on, the critic with the thin lips was most favourable, but his remarks had an unpleasant aftertaste, like milk turned sour. Fauchery searched the different boxes with a glance through the small round windows and the doors. But the Count de Vendeuvre stopped him to ask him some questions. When he learnt that the two cousins intended paying their respects to the Muffats, he directed them to their box No. 7, which he had just left. Then he whispered in the journalist's ear, "I say, old fellow, this Nana is surely the girl we met one night at the corner of the Rue de Provence?" "Why, of course, you are right," exclaimed Fauchery. "I was sure I had met her somewhere." La Falloise introduced his cousin to Count Muffat de Beuville, whose manner was cool in the extreme. But on hearing Fauchery's name, the countess looked up quickly, and complimented him on his articles in the Figaro in a well-turned phrase. Leaning against the velvet-coloured balustrade, she half turned towards him with a graceful movement of her shoulders. They talked for a few minutes, and the conversation fell upon the exhibition. "It will certainly be very fine," said the count, whose square face and regular features preserved a certain official gravity. "I visited the Champ de Mars to day, and I returned filled with wonder." "I am told, however, that it will not be ready in time," observed La Falloise. "Something has gone wrong." "It will be ready. The Emperor insists upon it," interrupted the count in his stern voice. Fauchery told gaily how he had been almost lost in the aquarium during its building one day when he had gone there in search of materials for an article. The countess smiled. She looked from time to time about the house, raising an arm with its long white glove reaching to the elbow, and fanning herself slowly. The seats were now mostly unoccupied. A few gentlemen who had remained in the stalls were reading the evening papers, and several women were receiving their friends much as if they were at home. There was now no sound above a well-bred whisper beneath the crystal gaselier, the brightness of which was dimmed by the fine dust raised by the stir at the end of the act. About the doors some men lingered to inspect the few women who remained seated, and for a minute they stood quite motionless, stretching their necks and displaying their white shirt-fronts. "We shall expect to see you next Tuesday," said the countess to La Falloise. And she extended her invitation to Fauchery, who thanked her with a low bow. The play was not alluded to, nor was the name of Nana pronounced. The count's manner was so icy and dignified that one might have supposed him to be at a meeting of the Corps Législatif. He took occasion to say, as if to explain their presence, that his father-in-law had an especial fondness for the theatre. The door of the box had remained opened, and the Marquis de Chouart, who had gone out to leave room for the visitors, now stood tall and erect in the doorway, his pale, flabby face shaded by his broad-brimmed hat, as he followed with his dim eyes the women who passed. As soon as the countess had given her invitation, Fauchery retired, feeling that under the circumstances it would not be in good taste to discuss the play. La Falloise left the box last. He had just noticed in the Count de Vendreuve's stage box the fair-haired Labordette, quite at his ease and conversing intimately with Blanche de Sivry. "I say," said he as he joined his cousin, "this Labordette appears to know all the women. He's with Blanche now." "Know them all? Of course he does," answered Fauchery coolly. "Why, wherever have you sprung from, young man?" The passage was not nearly so crowded now. Fauchery was on the point of going down the stairs when Lucy Stuart called him. She was standing just outside the door of her box. The heat, she said, was intolerable inside. So, in company of Caroline Equet and her mother, she blocked up the whole width of the passage, crunching burnt almonds. One of the box openers was conversing with them in a maternal manner. Lucy began at once to pick a quarrel with the journalist. He was a nice fellow. He was in a precious hurry to go and see the other women, but he couldn't even come and ask them to have a drink. Then suddenly dropping the subject, she said lightly, "I say, old fellow, I think Nana a big hit." She wanted him to be in her box for the last act, but he escaped, promising to see them at the end of the piece. Outside, in front of the theatre, Fauchery and La Falloise lit their cigarettes. A small crowd blocked the pavement, formed of a part of the male portion of the audience, who had come down the steps to breathe the fresh night air amidst the growing stillness of the boulevard. In the meanwhile, Mignon had dragged Steiner to the Café des Variétés. Seeing Nana's success, he spoke of her enthusiastically, all the time watching the banker from out of the corner of his eye. He knew him. Twice had he assisted him in deceiving Rose, and when the caprice was over, had brought him back to her faithful and penitent. Inside the café the too numerous customers were squeezing round the marble tables, and some men standing up were drinking hastily. The large mirrors reflected this mass of heads ad infinitum, and increased inordinately the size of the narrow saloon with its 3 gasoliers, its moleskin-covered seats, and its winding staircase draped with red. Steiner seated himself at a table in the outer room, which was quite open on to the boulevard, the frontage having been removed a little too early for the season. As Fauchery and his cousin passed, the banker stopped them. "Come and take a glass of beer with us," he said. He himself, however, was absorbed with an idea which had just occurred to him. He wanted to have a bouquet thrown to Nana. At length he called one of the waiters, whom he familiarly named Augustus. Mignon, who was listening to all he said, looked at him so straight in the eyes that he became quite disconcerted as he faltered, "2 bouquets, Augustus, and give them to one of the attendants. 1 for each of the ladies at the right moment, you understand." At the other end of the room, with her head supported against the frame of a mirror, a girl, who could not have been more than 18, sat motionless before an empty glass, as though benumbed by a long and useless waiting. Beneath the natural curls of her beautiful hair appeared the face of a virgin, with a pair of velvety eyes looking so gentle and honest. She wore a dress of faded green silk, with a round hat which had been knocked in by sundry blows. The chilly evening air made her look quite white. "Hello! Why, there's Satin," murmured Fauchery, as he caught sight of her. Lafelloise questioned him. Oh, she was nobody, only a wretched street walker, but she was so foul-mouthed it was rare fun to make her talk. And the journalist raised his voice. "Whatever are you doing there, Satin?" "Wearing my guts out," she quietly replied, without moving. The 4 men, highly delighted, burst out laughing. Mignon assured the others that there was no need to hurry; it would take at least 20 minutes to set up the scenery of the 3rd act. But the 2 cousins, who had finished their beer, wished to return to the theatre. They felt cold. Then Mignon, left alone with Steiner, leaned both elbows on the table, and looking him full in the face, said, "Well, then, it's quite understood. We will call on her, and I will introduce you. You know it's quite between ourselves. My wife need not know anything about it." Back in their places, Fauchery and Lafelloise noticed in the 2nd tier of boxes a very pretty woman, very quietly dressed. She was accompanied by a solemn-looking gentleman, the head of a department at the Ministry of the Interior, whom Lafelloise knew from having met him at the Muffats. As for Fauchery, he said he believed she was called Madame Robert, a worthy woman who had a lover, but never more than one, and he was always a highly respectable person. As they turned round, Daguenet smiled at them. Now that Nana had proved a success, he no longer kept himself in the background. He had just returned from wandering about the house and enjoying her triumph. The youngster, fresh from college, beside him had not once quitted his seat, so overpowering was the state of admiration into which the sight of Nana had plunged him. So that, then, was woman, and he blushed deeply, and kept taking off and putting on his gloves mechanically. At last, as his neighbor had talked about Nana, he ventured to question him. "Excuse me, sir," he said, "but this lady, who is playing, do you happen to know her?" "Yes, a little," murmured Daguenet in surprise, and with some hesitation. "Then you know her address?" The question came so abruptly and so strangely as addressed to him that Daguenet felt like slapping the lad's face. "I do not," he answered coldly, and turned his back. The youngster understood that he had been guilty of some impropriety. He blushed all the more, and was mortified beyond expression. The 3 knocks resounded throughout the house, and some of the attendants, their arms full of opera cloaks and overcoats, were obstinately endeavouring to restore the various garments to their owners, who were hastening back to their seats. The claque applauded the scenery, which represented a grotto in Mount Etna, hollowed out of a silver mine, with sides that glittered like newly coined crown pieces. At the back was Vulcan's forge, with all the tints of a sunset. In the 2nd scene Diana arranged everything with the god, who was to pretend to go on a journey so as to leave the coast clear for Venus and Mars. Then scarcely was Diana left alone than Venus arrived. A thrill ran through the audience. Nana was next to naked. She appeared in her nakedness with a calm audacity, confident in the all-powerfulness of her flesh. A slight gauze enveloped her. Her round shoulders, her Amazonian breasts, the rosy tips of which stood out straight and firm as lances, her broad hips swayed by the most voluptuous movements, her plump thighs, in fact, her whole body could be divined, nay, seen, white as the foam, beneath the transparent covering. It was Venus rising from the sea with no other veil than her locks. And when Nana raised her arms, the glare of the footlights displayed to every gaze the golden hairs of her armpits. There was no applause. No one laughed now. The grave faces of the men were bent forward, their nostrils contracted, their mouths parched and irritated. A gentle breath, laden with an unknown menace, seemed to have passed over all. Out of this laughing girl there had suddenly emerged a woman, appalling all who beheld her, crowning all the follies of her sex, displaying to the world the hidden secrets of inordinate desire. Nana still preserved her smile, but it was the mocking one of a destroyer of men. "The devil!" said Fauchery to Lavalloise. Mars, in the meantime, hurrying to the meeting with his big hat and plume, found himself caught between the two goddesses. Then there ensued a scene in which Bruyere played very ingeniously. Fondled by Diana, who wished to make a last attempt to bring him back into the right path before delivering him up to Vulcan's vengeance, cajoled by Venus, whom the presence of her rival stimulated, he abandoned himself to all these endearments with the happy expression of a donkey in a field of clover. The scene ended with a grand trio, and it was at this moment that an attendant entered Lucy Stuart's box and threw 2 enormous bouquets of white lilac onto the stage. Every one applauded, and Nana and Rose Mignon curtsied their acknowledgments, whilst Bruyere picked up the flowers. Some of the occupants of the stalls turned smilingly in the direction of the box occupied by Steiner and Mignon. The banker, all inflamed, moved his chin convulsively, as though something had stuck in his throat. The acting which followed quite took the house by storm. Diana having gone off furious, Venus, seated on a bed of moss, at once called Mars to her side. Never before had so warm a scene of seduction been risked upon the stage. Nana, her arms around Bruliere's neck, was slowly drawing him to her, when Fontan, grotesquely imitating the most awful fury, exaggerating the looks of an outraged husband who surprises his wife in the very act, appeared at the back of the grotto. In his hands he held his famous iron net. For a moment he poised it like a fisherman about to throw, then, by some ingenious device, Venus and Mars were ensnared, the net covered them and held them fast in their guilty posture. Then arose a murmur resembling one huge sigh. A few hands clapped, and every opera glass was fixed on Venus. Little by little, Nana had gained possession of the audience, and now every man succumbed to her. The lust she inspired, similar to an animal in heat, had grown more and more till it filled the house. Now her slightest movements fanned the desire. The raising of her little finger caused all the flesh beholding her to quiver. Backs were arched, vibrating as though the muscles, like so many fiddle strings, were being played on by some invisible hand. On the napes of the outstretched necks the down fluttered beneath the warm and errant breath escaped from some women's lips. Fauchery beheld in front of him the youngster fresh from college start from his seat in his agitation. He had the curiosity to look at the Count de Vandeuve, who was very pale, with tightly pressed lips. The stout Steiner, whose apoplectic face seemed bursting. Labordette examining through his eyeglass with the astonished look of a jockey admiring a thoroughbred mare. Daguenet, whose ears were flaming red and trembling with enjoyment. Then, for an instant, he turned round and was amazed at what he saw in the Muffats box. Behind the countess, who was looking pale and serious, the count had raised himself up, his mouth wide open, and his face blurred with red blotches, whilst beside him in the shadow, the troubled eyes of the Marquis de Choix had become cat-like in appearance, full of phosphorescence and flecked with gold. The heat was suffocating. Even the hair weighed heavily on the perspiring heads. During the 3 hours that the piece had lasted, the foul breath had given the atmosphere an odour of human flesh. In the blaze of light the dust now appeared thicker, and seemed suspended, motionless, beneath the big crystal gaselier. The audience, tired and excited, seized with those drowsy midnight desires which murmur their wishes in the depths of alcoves, vacillated and was gradually becoming dazed. And Nana, facing this half-swooning crowd, these 1,500 persons packed one above the other, and sinking with emotion and the nervous excitement of an approaching finale, remained victorious with her marble flesh, her sex alone strong enough to conquer them all and remain scatheless. The play was rapidly drawing to an end. In answer to Vulcan's triumphant calls, all Olympus defiled before the lovers, uttering cries of stupefaction or indulging in broad remarks. Jupiter said, "My son, I consider you are very foolish to call us to see this." Then there was a sudden change of feeling in favour of Venus. The deputation of cuckolds again introduced by Iris beseeched the master of the gods not to give heed to their petition, for, since their wives passed their evenings at home, they made their lives unbearable, so they preferred to be deceived and happy, which was the moral of the piece. Venus, therefore, was set free. Vulcan obtained a judicial separation. Mars made it up again with Diana. Jupiter, for the sake of peace and quietness at home, sent the little washerwoman into a constellation. And Cupid was at last released from his prison, where he had been making paper fowls instead of conjugating the verb to love. The curtain fell on an apotheosis, the deputation of cuckolds kneeling and singing a hymn of gratitude to Venus, smiling and exalted in her sovereign nudity. The spectators had already risen from their seats and were hastily making for the doors. The authors were named, and there was a double call in the midst of a thunder of applause. The cry, "Nana! Nana!" re-echoed again and again. Then, before the house was fairly empty, it became quite dark. The footlights were turned out, the lights of the gaselier were lowered, and long grey coverings were drawn over the gilding of the balconies, and the heat and the noise suddenly gave place to a death-like stillness, and an odour of dust and mildew. At the door of her box stood the Countess Muffat, wrapped in her furs and gazing into the darkness, as she waited for the crowd to pass away. In the passages, the jostled attendants were fast losing their senses among the piles of cloaks and other garments. Fauchery and Lavalloise had hurried to see the people come out. In the vestibule several gentlemen were waiting in a row, while down the double staircase descended two interminable and compact processions. Steiner, led away by Mignon, was one of the first to leave. The Count de Vandeuvres went off with Blanche de Sivry on his arm. For a moment Gaga and her daughter seemed embarrassed, but Labordette hastened to secure them a cab and gallantly saw them into it. No one noticed Dagonet leave. As the youngster fresh from college, with his cheeks all aglow, bent upon waiting at the stage door, hastened to the Passage des Panoramas, the gate of which he found closed, Satin, loitering on the pavement, came and grazed him lightly with her skirts; but he, quite broken-hearted, roughly declined her advances and disappeared in the crowd, with tears of powerless longing in his eyes. Some of the spectators lighting cigars went off humming the song, "When Venus Takes an Evening Stroll." Satin had returned to the Café des Variétés, where Augustus was allowing her to eat the lumps of sugar left by the customers. A stout man, who was greatly excited, having just quitted the theatre, at length took her off into the darkness of the now gradually hushed boulevard. The crowd still continued to pour down the double staircase. La Falloise was waiting for Clarisse, and Fauchery had promised to escort Lucy Stuart with Caroline Equet and her mother. They now arrived, monopolizing a whole corner of the vestibule to themselves, and laughing loudly, just as the Muffats passed, looking very frigid. At that moment Bordenave, opening a little door, appeared, and obtained from Fauchery a distinct promise of a notice. He was covered with perspiration, his face as red as though he had had a sunstroke, and looking intoxicated with success. "Your piece will run for 200 nights at least," said La Falloise obligingly. "All Paris will visit your theatre." But Bordenave, his rage getting the better of him, indicated, with a rapid movement of his chin, the crowd that filled the vestibule, that mob of men with parched mouths and sparkling eyes, still inflamed with their passionate longing for Nana, and violently exclaimed, "Say my brothel, can't you? You pig-headed animal!" Chapter 1 Chapter 2, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2, Part 1. The next morning at 10 o'clock Nana was still sleeping. She occupied in the Boulevard Haussmann the second story of a large new house, the owner of which was content to let to single ladies in order to get his plaster dried. A rich merchant from Moscow, who had come to spend a winter in Paris, had installed her there, paying 2 quarters rent in advance. The rooms, too large for her, had never been completely furnished, and a gaudy luxury, gilded chairs and sideboards, contrasted with the rubbish of second-hand dealers, mahogany tables and zinc candelabra imitating Florentine bronze. Everything betokened the damsel abandoned too quickly by her first genuine protector, and fallen back into the clutches of unscrupulous lovers. A most difficult debut miscarried, and trammelled with a loss of credit and threats of eviction. Nana was sleeping lying on her stomach, her bare arms entwining the pillow in which she buried her face, all pale with fatigue. The bedroom and dressing-room were the only 2 rooms to which a neighbouring upholsterer had really given his attention. By the aid of the faint streak of light gleaming between the curtains, one could distinguish the violet ebony furniture, the blue and grey hangings and chair coverings. In the warm, drowsy atmosphere of this bedchamber, Nana suddenly awoke with a start, as though surprised to find the place beside her vacant. She looked at the other pillow placed next to her own, and which still showed the warm impression of a head in the midst of its frilling. Then, feeling with her hand, she pressed the knob of an electric bell placed at the head of her bed. "Has he gone, then?" she asked of the maid who appeared. "Yes, madame. Monsieur Paul left about 10 minutes ago. As madame was tired, he would not wake her. But he requested me to tell madame that he would come to-morrow." Whilst speaking, Zoe, the maid, had thrown open the shutters. The bright daylight inundated the room. Zoe was very dark, and wore a little frilled cap. Her face, long and pointed like a dog's, was livid and scarred, with a flat nose, thick lips, and restless black eyes. "To-morrow, to-morrow," repeated Nana, still only half awake. "Is to-morrow his day, then?" "Yes, madame. Monsieur Paul always comes on Wednesdays." "Ah, now I recollect," exclaimed the young woman, sitting up in bed. "Everything is altered. I meant to tell him so this morning. He would meet the blackamoor, and then there would be no end of a row." "Madame did not warn me. How was I to know?" murmured Zoe. "Next time madame alters her days she will do well to tell me, so that I may act accordingly. So the old miser will no longer come on Tuesdays?" It was thus between themselves, and without a smile, that they termed old miser and blackamoor the 2 paying gentlemen of the establishment, a tradesman of the Faubourg St. Denis, of a rather economical temperament, and a Wallachian, a pretended count, whose money, always long in coming, had a most singular odour. Daguenet had secured for himself the morrows of the old miser. As the tradesman had to be at his shop by 8 in the morning, the young man watched in Zoe's kitchen until he took his departure, and then jumped into the warm place he had just vacated, where he remained until 10 o'clock, when he also went off to his business. Nana and he thought this arrangement very convenient. "Never mind," said she. "I will write to him this afternoon; and if by chance he doesn't receive my letter, you must not let him in when he calls to-morrow." Zoe walked softly about the room. She talked of the great success of the previous evening. Madame had shown such talent, she sang so well. Ah, madame need not bother herself now about the future. Nana, her elbow buried in the pillow, only answered by nodding her head. Her chemise had slipped from her shoulders, over which fell her unkempt hair. "No doubt," she murmured musingly. "But how can we manage to wait? I shall have all sorts of annoyances to-day. By the way, has the landlord sent yet this morning?" Then they both began to discuss ways and means. There were 3 quarters rent owing, and the landlord threatened to put in an execution. Besides him, there was a host of other creditors, a job master, a linen draper, a dressmaker, a coal merchant, and several others, who came every day and installed themselves on a bench in the anteroom. The coal merchant especially made himself most obnoxious, he shouted on the stairs. But Nana's greatest worry was her little Louis, a child she had had when only 16, and whom she had placed out to nurse in a village near Rambouillet. The nurse demanded 300 francs owing to her before she would give up Louis. Nana's maternal love had been aroused ever since her last visit to the child, and she was in despair at not being able to realize what had now become her most ardent wish, which was to pay the nurse and place the child at Batignolles with her aunt Madame Lerat, so that she could see him whenever she wished. The maid at this point hinted that she ought to have confided her troubles to the old miser. "I know," exclaimed Nana, "and I did tell him everything, but he replied that he had some very heavy bills to meet. He won't part with more than his 1,000 francs a month. As for the blackamoor, he's quite stumped just now. I think he's been losing at cards. And poor Mimi is really in want of money himself. A fall in stocks has cleared him out completely. He can't even bring me any flowers now." She was speaking of Daguenet. On awaking in the morning she always felt in a confidential mood, and told Zoe everything. The maid, accustomed to such outpourings, listened with respectful sympathy. As Madame deigned to talk to her of her affairs, she would take the liberty of giving her opinion. First of all, though she could not help saying that she loved Madame very much, it was for that reason that she had left Madame Blanche, and God knew that Madame Blanche was doing all she could to get her to return to her. She was well known, and would never have any difficulty in obtaining a situation; but she would remain with Madame, even though things were not very brilliant, because she believed Madame had a great future before her. And she ended by giving her advice. When one was young one did very foolish things. Now it was necessary to be very careful, for men only thought of amusing themselves. And there would be no end of them. If Madame liked, she would only have a word to say to quiet her creditors and procure the money she was in want of. "All that does not give me 300 francs," Nana kept repeating as she passed her fingers through her hair. "I want 300 francs to day, at once. How stupid it is not knowing some one who would give me 300 francs." And she tried to think of some means of obtaining the money. She was expecting Madame Lerat that very morning, and she would have liked so much to have sent her off at once to Rambouillet. Her inability to gratify her whim quite spoiled her triumph of the preceding night. To think that among all those men who had greeted her with such applause there was not one who would bring her 15 louis. Besides, she could not accept money in that way. Oh, how miserable she was! And then she thought of her baby. His blue eyes were like an angel's. He could just lisp "Mamma" in such a funny tone of voice that it almost made her die with laughing. Just then the electric bell of the outer door sounded with its rapid and trembling vibration. After going to see who was there, Zoe returned, and whispered confidentially, "It is a woman." She had already seen this woman at least 20 times, only she pretended never to recognize her, and to ignore the nature of her dealings with ladies down in their luck. "She told me her name, Madame Tricon." "Old Tricon!" exclaimed Nana. "Why, I forgot all about her. I will see her." Zoe ushered in a tall old lady wearing long curls and looking like a countess, frequently visiting her solicitor. Then she retired, disappeared without noise, with the snake-like movement with which she left a room when a gentleman called. She might just as well, however, have remained where she was. Old Madame Tricot did not even sit down. She only uttered a few short words. "I have somebody for you to day. Are you willing?" "Yes." "How much?" 20 louis." "And at what time?" "At 3 o'clock." "Then that's settled?" "Yes, that's settled." Madame Tricot immediately began to talk of the weather. It was very dry, and good for walking. She had still to call on 4 or 5 persons, and off she went, after consulting a little notebook. Nana, left alone, felt a weight lifted off her mind. A slight shiver passed across her back. She slowly drew the warm clothes over her with the indolence of a chilly cat. Little by little her eyes closed. She smiled at the idea of prettily dressing little Louis on the morrow. Then, in the sleep which at length overtook her, her feverish dream of the night, a prolonged thunder of applause, returned like a thorough bass and lulled her weariness. At 12 o'clock, when Zoe showed Madame Lerat into the room, Nana was still sleeping. But the noise awoke her, and she at once said, "Ah, it's you! You will go to Rambouillet to day." "I came for that," replied the aunt. "There is a train at 12:20. I have time to catch it. No, I shall only have the money this afternoon," said the young woman, stretching herself, her breasts rising as she did so. "You will have some lunch, and then we will see." Zoe whispered as she brought her a dressing gown. "Madame, the hairdresser is there." But Nana would not retire into her dressing room. She called out, "Come in, Francis." A gentleman, very stylishly dressed, pushed open the door. He bowed. Just at that moment Nana was getting out of bed, her legs quite bare. Without hurrying herself, she held out her arms so that Zoe could pass the sleeves of the dressing gown on to them; and Francis, quite at his ease, waited in a dignified manner and without looking away. Then, when she had seated herself and he had passed the comb through her hair, he spoke. "Madame has, perhaps, not yet read the papers. There is a very good article in the Figaro." As he had the paper with him, Madame Lerat put on her spectacles and read the article out loud, standing in front of the window. She drew up to her full trooper-like stature, her nostrils contracted each time she came to an adjective exceptionally gallant. It was a notice of Fauchery's, written directly after leaving the theatre, 2 very warm columns, full of witty but unkind remarks so far as regarded the actress, and of a brutish admiration for the woman. "Excellent, excellent!" kept repeating Francis. Nana didn't care a button for the chaff about her voice. He was a nice fellow, that Fauchery. All the same, she'd pay him out for his pleasant little ways. After reading the article a second time, Madame Lerat abruptly declared that all the men had the devil in the calves of their legs; and she refused to explain further, satisfied with having made this racy allusion, which she alone was able to understand. Meanwhile, Francis had finished fastening up Nana's hair. He bowed and said, "I shall have my eye on the evening papers. The same time as usual, I suppose, at 5:30. "Bring me a pot of pomatum and a pound of burnt almonds from Boissier's," Nana called after him across the drawing room just as he was shutting the door. Then the 2 women, left alone, remembered that they had not kissed each other, so they cordially embraced one another on the cheek. The article had rather excited them. Nana, until then only half awake, again felt all the fever of her triumph. Ah! Rose Mignon must have spent a very pleasant morning. As her aunt had not been to the theatre because, as she said, all emotion upset her stomach, she began to relate the events of the evening, the recital intoxicating her as though Paris itself had crumbled beneath the applause. Then, suddenly interrupting herself, she asked with a laugh, if any one would ever have expected as much in the days when she dragged her blackguard little person about the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Madame Lerat shook her head. No, no, no one could ever have foreseen it. She spoke in her turn in a grave tone of voice, and calling her her daughter. For wasn't she her second mother, now that the real one had gone to join the papa and the grandma? Nana, greatly affected, was on the point of shedding tears. But Madame Lerat said that bygones were bygones, and very filthy bygones too, things that should not be touched upon every day in the week. For a long while she had given up seeing her niece, for the other members of the family accused her of going to the bad in her company. As if, great heavens, such a thing were possible! She did not want to know her niece's secrets. She was sure that the latter had always led a respectable life. And now she was satisfied with finding her in a good position, and seeing that she entertained a motherly feeling for her son. In this world, after all, there was nothing to beat honesty and work. "Who is the father of your baby?" she asked, suddenly interrupting her sermon, her eyes lighted up with intense curiosity. Nana, surprised, hesitated for a second. "A gentleman," she replied. "Ah!" resumed the aunt. "I was told it was a mason who used to beat you. Well, you can tell me all about it some other day. You know that I can be trusted. Be easy. I will take as great care of him as though he was the son of a prince." She had given up her artificial flower making business, and retired on her savings, 600 francs a year, hoarded up sou by sou. Nana promised to take some nice rooms for her, besides which she would allow her 100 francs a month. When she heard this, the aunt quite forgot herself in her delight, and impressed upon her niece that she should squeeze them whilst she had the chance. She was alluding to the men. Then they kissed each other again. But Nana, in the midst of her joy, and just as she had once more begun to talk of little Louis, seemed to get sad at some sudden recollection. "What a nuisance it is! I have to go out at 3:00, she murmured. "It's an awful bore." At that moment Zoe came to say that the lunch was ready. They went into the dining room, where they found an elderly lady already seated at the table. She had not taken her bonnet off, and was dressed in a dark gown of no precise colour, but something between puce and goose droppings. Nana did not seem surprised at seeing her there. She merely asked her why she had not gone into the bedroom. "I heard voices," answered the old lady. "I thought you were engaged." Madame Maloire, who had a respectable appearance and distinguished ways, acted as Nana's old lady friend. She entertained her and accompanied her about. At first Madame Lerat's presence seemed to make her uneasy; but when she learned that the stranger was only the aunt, she looked at her in quite a pleasant sort of way, and smiled faintly. However, Nana, who said her stomach had gone right down into her heels, started on some radishes, which she devoured without any bread. Madame Lerat, becoming very ceremonious, declined the radishes, saying they produced wind. Then, when Zoe brought in some cutlets, Nana played with the meat, and ended by merely sucking the bone. Now and again she cast a glance in the direction of her old friend's bonnet. "Is that the new bonnet I gave you?" she eventually asked. "Yes, I have altered it to suit me," murmured Madame Maloire, with her mouth full. The bonnet looked frightful with the big feather she had stuck in it. Madame Maloire had a mania for remaking up all her bonnets. She alone knew what suited her, and in a minute she would utterly spoil the most elegant article. Nana, who had bought her the bonnet so as not to feel ashamed every time she went out with her, began to get angry. "Well, you might at least take it off," she cried. "No, thank you," the old lady replied most politely. "It does not trouble me. I can eat very well with it on." After the cutlets came some cauliflower and the remains of a cold chicken. But Nana turned up her nose at each dish put upon the table, and left her food untouched in her plate. After smelling everything and hesitating what to take, she finished her lunch with some jam. The dessert lasted some time, and Zoe did not remove the cloth before serving the coffee. The ladies merely pushed away their plates. They talked of the great success achieved at the theatre the previous evening. Nana was making cigarettes, which she smoked as she leant back in her chair, and Zoe, having remained in the room, standing up against the sideboard, swinging her arms about, at length began relating the story of her life. She said that she was the daughter of a midwife who had got into trouble. First of all she obtained a situation at a dentist's, then with an agent for an insurance company, but she did not like it; and then she mentioned, with a touch of pride in her voice, the names of the different ladies with whom she had lived as a lady's maid. Zoe spoke of these ladies as though they owed her everything. For certain more than one of them would have got into a nice mess had it not been for her. For instance, one day that Madame Blanche was with Monsieur Octave, the old gentleman unexpectedly arrived. What did Zoe do? She pretended to fall down as she passed through the drawing room. The old gentleman hastened to help her, and then rushed off to the kitchen to get her a glass of water, while Monsieur Octave got clear away. "Ah, that was capital!" exclaimed Nana, who had listened with a tender interest and a sort of obsequious admiration. "As for me, I have met with many misfortunes," commenced Madame Lerat; and drawing her chair close to Madame Maloire, she related to her various incidents of her private life. They were both sucking lumps of sugar which they had previously dipped in their coffee. But Madame Maloire listened to the secrets of others without ever letting out a word about herself. It was said that she lived on a mysterious pension, in a room into which she never allowed any one to enter. All of a sudden Nana flew into a passion. "Aunt," she cried, "don't play with the knives. You know that it always upsets me." Without thinking of what she was doing, Madame Lerat had crossed 2 of the knives on the table. All the same, the young woman pretended she was not superstitious. For instance, spilling salt never affected her, neither did anything happening on a Friday. But crossed knives was more than she could stand, they had never misled her. For certain something disagreeable would happen to her. She yawned, and in a tone of vexation said, "Already 2:00. I shall have to go out. What a nuisance!" The 2 old women exchanged a glance. Then all 3 shook their heads without speaking. True, it was not always amusing to have to go out. Nana was again leaning back in her chair and smoking another cigarette, whilst the others discreetly kept their lips tight, and put on their most philosophical looks. While you are gone we will have a game at Bézique," said Madame Maloire, after a short silence. Does Madame know the game?" Of course Madame Lerat did, and played it better than any one. It was not necessary to disturb Zoe, who had left the room. A corner of the table was all they wanted, so they turned the cloth up over the dirty plates. But, just as Madame Maloire had got the cards out of a drawer of the sideboard, Nana said she would be very good if, before commencing the game, she would write a letter for her. It bothered her to write, and besides she was not very sure of her spelling, whilst her old friend wrote letters so well. She ran and fetched from her bedroom some beautiful note paper. A common 3-sou ink bottle was lying about, with a rusty old pen. The letter was for Daguenet. Madame Maloire commenced in her beautiful round hand, "My darling little man," and then she proceeded to tell him not to come on the morrow, because "it could not be," but far or near, every moment in the day she was thinking of him. "And I will end it with 1,000 kisses," murmured Madame Maloire. Madame Lerat had approved each phrase with a nod of her head. Her eyes sparkled. She had a weakness for being mixed up in love affairs. She could not resist adding something of her own. 1,000 kisses on your beautiful eyes," she cooed with a tender look. "Yes, that's it. 1,000 kisses on your beautiful eyes," repeated Nana, whilst a sanctimonious expression overspread the features of the two old women. They rang for Zoe, for her to give the letter to a commissionaire. She was just then talking with a messenger from the theatre, who had brought Madame a communication from the stage manager, which should have been sent to her in the morning. Nana had the man in, and asked him to leave the letter at Daguenet's on his way back. Then she began to question him. Oh, M. Bordenave was very pleased. All the seats were booked for a week at least. Madame had no idea of the number of persons who had inquired for her address since the morning. When the messenger had left, Nana said that she would not be away more than half an hour at the most. If any visitors called, Zoe was to ask them to wait. As she spoke, the electric bell of the outer door sounded. It was one of the creditors, the job master. He had taken a seat on the bench of the anteroom. Oh, he might wait and twirl his thumbs until night time. They were not going to disturb themselves for him. "I must pull myself together," said Nana lazily, again stretching herself and yawning. "I ought to be there by now." All the same, she did not move. She watched the game in which her aunt had just scored 100 aces. Her chin in her hand, she was becoming interested, but she suddenly started on hearing 3 o'clock strike. "Damn it!" she roughly exclaimed. Then Madame Maloire, who was counting the tens, said to her in a gentle, encouraging voice, "My child, you would do better to get your business over at once." "Yes, be quick over it," added Madame Lerat, as she shuffled the cards. "I shall be able to leave by the 4:30 train, if you are here with the money by 4 o'clock." "Oh, it won't take long," she muttered in reply. In 10 minutes Zoe had helped her to put on a dress and bonnet. She didn't care if she looked untidy. Just as she was about to go off, there was another ring at the bell. This time it was the coal merchant. Well, he could keep the job master company. They might entertain each other. To avoid a row, however, she passed through the kitchen and went out by the servants' staircase. She often went that way. All she had to do was to keep her skirts from touching the ground. "When one is a good mother, the rest is of no consequence," sententiously observed Madame Maloire, now left alone with Madame Lerat. "I mark 80 kings," replied the latter, who had a great weakness for cards. And they both became more and more wrapped up in the game. The table had not been cleared. A mixed odour pervaded the room, the fumes of the lunch and the smoke of the cigarettes. The two ladies returned to their lumps of sugar soaked in coffee. For 20 minutes they played as they sipped, when, the bell having rung a 3rd time, Zoe bounced into the room, and jostled them in a most familiar manner. "I say," she exclaimed, "there's another ring. You won't be able to remain in here. If many more people are coming, I shall want every room in the place. Now then, up you get, up you get." Madame Maloire wanted to finish the game, but Zoe having made a feint of gathering up the cards, she decided to remove them carefully, without disturbing anything, whilst Madame Lerat secured the brandy bottle, some glasses, and the sugar, and they both hastened into the kitchen, where they placed their things on an end of the table between some dirty cloths that were drying in a large bowl full of greasy water. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2, Part 2. I'm 340. It's your play. I lead hearts. When Zoe returned, she found them once more deep in the game. After a short silence, and as Madame Lerat gathered up the cards and shuffled them, Madame Maloire asked, "Who was it?" "Oh, no one," answered the maid carelessly. "Only a youngster. I ought to have sent him about his business, but he is so pretty, without a hair on his face, and with blue eyes and such a girlish figure, that I told him he could wait. He has an enormous bouquet in his hand, and he won't leave go of it. He deserves to be whipped, a brat who ought still to be at college." Madame Lerat got up to fetch hot water to concoct some grog. The sugar and coffee had made her thirsty. Zoe murmured that, all the same, she could manage some as well. Her mouth had a bitter taste like gall. "Well, and where have you put him?" resumed Madame Maloire. "Why, in the little spare room that isn't furnished. It just holds one of Madame's trunks and a table. That's where I put such youngsters." And she was sweetening her grog with several lumps of sugar when another ring at the bell made her jump. Hang it all! Wasn't she to be allowed to have a drink in peace now? If what they had already had was only the beginning of it, it promised to be lively. However, she hastened to see who was there. Then, when she returned, seeing Madame Maloire's questioning look, "Only a bouquet," she observed. They all three drank, after nodding to each other. The bell rang again twice as Zoe at last cleared the table, carrying the dirty plates to the sink one by one. But all this ringing was for nothing of any consequence. She kept the occupants of the kitchen well informed. Twice she came and repeated her disdainful phrase, "Only a bouquet." However, the ladies had a good laugh between two of the deals as she told them of the looks of the creditors in the ante-room when the flowers were brought. Madame would find her bouquets on her dressing-table. What a pity it was that they cost so much, and that one couldn't even raise 10 sous on them. Well, there was a good deal of money wasted in the world. "For myself," said Madame Maloire, "I should be satisfied if I had every day what the men spend on the flowers they give the women in Paris." "I dare say you are not at all hard to please," murmured Madame Lerat, "if I had only the money spent on the wire alone. My dear, 60 queens." It was 10 minutes to 4. Zoe was surprised, could not understand at all how Madame could remain out so long. Generally, when Madame found herself obliged to go out in the afternoon, she got it over in less than no time. But Madame Maloire observed that one was not always able to do as one would wish. One certainly met with many obstacles in life, declared Madame Lerat. The best thing to do was to wait. If her niece was late, it was because she had been detained, was it not? Besides, they had nothing to complain of. It was very comfortable in the kitchen. And as she had no more hearts in her hand, Madame Lerat played diamonds. The electric bell was again set in motion. When Zoe reappeared, her face was quite radiant. "Fatty Steiner girls," said she in a whisper, as soon as she got her head in at the door. "I put him in the parlor." Then Madame Maloire talked of the banker to Madame Lerat, who did not know any of that class of gentlemen. Was he going to check up Rose Mignon? Zoe wagged her head. She knew many things. But she was again obliged to go and answer the bell. "Well, this beats everything," she murmured on returning. "It's the blackamoor. It was no use, though I told him again and again that Madame was out. He has gone and made himself comfortable in the bedroom. We did not expect him till this evening." At 4:15, Nana was still absent. What could she be doing? It was most absurd of her. Then 2 more bouquets were brought. Zoe, not knowing what to do with herself, looked to see if there was any more coffee. Yes, the ladies would willingly finish the coffee, it would wake them up again. They were falling asleep settled in their chairs, and continuously drawing cards from the pack with the same movement of their arms. The 1/2 struck. Something surely must have happened to Madame, they whispered to each other. All of a sudden, Madame Maloire, forgetting herself, exclaimed in a loud voice, "Double Bézique! 500! Hold your row, will you?" cried Zoe, angrily. "What will all those gentlemen think?" And in the silence which reigned, with the exception of a slight murmur, caused by the disputes of the two old women, was heard the sound of hastily approaching footsteps on the servants' staircase. It was Nana at last. Before she opened the door one could hear her panting. She entered, looking very red and very abrupt in manner. Her skirt, the strings of which had probably broken, had dragged over the stairs, and the flounces had soaked in a regular pool, some filth that had flowed from the first floor, where the cook was a perfect slut. "Here you are at last! Well, it's fortunate," said Madame Lerat, with a nasty look about her mouth, and still put out by Madame Maloire's double bézique. "You can flatter yourself that you know how to keep people waiting." "Madame is really very foolish," added Zoe. Nana, already out of temper, became exasperated by these reproaches. Was that the way to receive her after all the unpleasantness she had gone through? "Mind your own business, can't you?" she cried. "Hush, Madame, there are some people here," said the maid. So, lowering her voice, the young woman faltered, all out of breath, "Do you think I've been amusing myself? I thought I should never have been able to get away. I should have liked to have seen you in my place. I was boiling. I was on the point of using my fists. And then, not a cab to be got to come back in. Fortunately it's close by. All the same, I ran as fast as I could." "Have you the money?" asked the aunt. "What a question!" replied Nana. She had seated herself in a chair close to the grate, her legs almost too tired to bear her, and before she had even recovered her breath, she felt inside the body of her dress and drew forth an envelope, in which were 4 bank notes of 100 francs each. One could see the notes by a large tear she had made in the envelope with her finger, so as to make sure of what it contained. The 3 women around her looked fixedly at the envelope of common paper, all crumpled and dirtied, in her little gloved hands. It was too late. Madame Lerat should not go to Rambouillet till the next day. Nana began to give her various instructions. "Madame, there are some people waiting," repeated the maid. But she again flew into a passion. The people could wait. She would attend to them by and by, when she had settled what she was about. Then, as her aunt put out her hand to take the money, "Oh, no, not all," said she. 300 francs for the nurse, 50 francs for your journey and expenses. That makes 350. I shall keep 50 francs. The great difficulty was to get change. There were not 10 francs in the place. They did not ask Madame Maloire, who was listening with an uninterested look, for she never had with her more than the 6 sous necessary for an omnibus. At length Zoe left them, saying that she would go and look in her trunk, and she shortly returned with 100 francs, all in 5-franc pieces. They counted them on the corner of the table. Madame Lerat went off at once, promising to fetch little Louis on the morrow. "You say there are some people waiting?" resumed Nana, still sitting down resting. "Yes, madame, 3 persons." And Zoe named the banker first. Nana pouted her lip. Did that Steiner think she was going to stand any of his nonsense, just because he had had a bouquet thrown to her on the previous evening? "Besides," she declared, "I've had enough for to day. I shall not receive any one. Go and say that you no longer expect me." "Madame will reflect. Madame will receive Monsieur Steiner," murmured Zoe, without stirring, looking very grave and annoyed to find her mistress on the point of behaving very foolishly. Then she spoke of the Wallachian, who must be beginning to find time hang very heavily on his hands all alone in the bedroom. But Nana got into a rage and became more obstinate. No, she would see no one. Why was she ever bothered with a fellow who would stick to her to that extent? "Kick 'em all out. I'm going to have a game at bézique with Madame Maloire. I like that much better." The ringing of the bell interrupted her. This was too much. How many more of them would come to bother her? She forbade Zoe to open the door. The latter, without listening to what she said, left the kitchen. When she returned, she stated in a peremptory tone of voice, as she handed 2 cards to her mistress, "I told the gentlemen that Madame would see them. They are in the drawing room." Nana jumped up from her seat in a regular fury, But the names of the Marquis de Chouart and Count Muffat de Beuville on the cards calmed her. She remained an instant wrapped in thought. "Who are they?" she asked at length. "Do you know them?" "I know the old one," replied Zoe, discreetly; and as her mistress continued to question her with her eyes, she quietly added, "I have seen him at a certain place." This statement seemed to determine the young woman. She reluctantly left the kitchen, that warm refuge where one could gossip and take one's ease, with the smell of the coffee warming on the embers of the charcoal. She left behind her Madame Maloire, who was now cutting the cards and telling her own fortune. She had continued to keep her bonnet on, only, to be more at her ease, she had untied the strings and thrown the ends back over her shoulders. In the dressing room, where Zoe rapidly helped her to change her things, Nana avenged herself for the worries she had to put up with by uttering in a low voice the most abominable oaths against men in general. These foul expressions grieved the maid, for she saw with regret that her mistress was a long time in getting free of the evil effects of her early surroundings. She even ventured to beg of her to be calm. "Oh, pooh!" replied Nana, coarsely. "They are a set of pigs, and they like it." Nevertheless, she put on what she styled her princess look, and was moving towards the drawing room, when Zoe stopped her, and of her own accord hastened to usher into the dressing room the Marquis de Chouart and Count Muffat. It would be much better that way. "Gentlemen," said the young woman, with studied politeness, "I regret that you have had to wait." The two men bowed and sat down. An embroidered blind subdued the light admitted into the room, which was the most elegantly furnished one of the set. It was hung with light drapery, and contained a handsome marble dressing table, a large cheval glass with an inlaid frame, a reclining chair, and several easy chairs covered in blue satin. On the dressing table were placed the bouquets of roses, lilac, and hyacinths, quite a pyramid of flowers, emitting a strong and penetrating perfume; whilst in the moist atmosphere, with the insipid smell rising from the dirty water, an odour more pronounced could now and again be discerned, emanating from a few sprigs of dry patchouli broken up into small pieces at the bottom of a cup. And cuddling herself up, drawing round her the unfastened dressing gown she had slipped on, Nana appeared as though she had been surprised at her toilette, her skin scarcely dried, looking smiling though startled in the midst of her laces. "Madame," gravely said Count Muffat, "excuse our taking you thus by storm. We have called respecting a collection. This gentleman and myself are members of the Poor Relief Committee for this district." The Marquis de Chouart gallantly hastened to add, "When we heard that a great actress lived in this house, we at once determined to call and personally plead the cause of our poor. Talent is ever allied to a generous heart." Nana made a great show of modesty. She acknowledged their remarks by slightly nodding her head, reflecting furiously, however, all the time. It must have been the old one who had brought the other; his eyes looked so wicked. Yet the other one, too, was to be mistrusted, his temples seemed curiously swollen; he might have managed to come alone. No doubt they had heard about her from the concierge, and each had called on his own account. "Certainly, gentlemen, you were quite right to come," said she, most pleasantly. But the sound of the bell made her start. What, another visitor, and that Zoe who would persist in letting them in? "I am only too happy to be able to give," she continued. In reality she felt extremely flattered. "Ah, madame," resumed the marquis, "if you but knew the extent of the misery! Our district contains more than 3,000 poor, and yet it is one of the richest. You can have no idea of the amount of distress prevailing; children without food, women lying ill, deprived of all necessities, dying of cold." "Poor people!" cried Nana, deeply affected. Her pity was so great that tears filled her beautiful eyes. In an impulsive moment she leant forward, forgetting any longer to study her movements, and her open dressing gown displayed all her neck, whilst her bended knees indicated, beneath the flimsy material, the roundness of her form. A slight tinge of colour illumined the ghastly pallor of the marquis's cheeks, and Count Muffat, who was on the point of speaking, lowered his eyes. It was decidedly too warm in that small room, it was heavy and close like a hothouse. The roses were drooping, and the smell of the patchouli in the cup was intoxicating. "One would like to be very rich on such occasions," added Nana. However, one does what one can. Believe me, gentlemen, had I only known " She was on the point of saying something foolish under the influence of her emotion; but she recovered herself, and left the phrase unfinished. For a moment she remained perplexed, not recollecting where she had put the 50 francs when she took her dress off. But at length she recollected. They must be on a corner of her dressing table, under a pomatum pot turned upside down. As she rose from her seat the bell sounded again, violently this time. Good! Another one! Would it never cease? The Count and the Marquis had also risen, and the ears of the latter seemed to turn in the direction of the door. No doubt he knew what the frequent rings at the bell meant. Muffat glanced at him, then each looked on the ground. No doubt they were in each other's way. But they soon regained their composure, the one looking proud and strong, his head well covered with his dark brown hair, the other straightening his bony shoulders over which fell his meagre crown of rare white hairs. "Really, gentlemen," said Nana, laughing, as she brought the 10 big silver coins, "I am afraid I shall burden you. Remember, it is for the poor." And an adorable little dimple appeared in her chin. She had assumed her "hail fellow well met" air, and stood in an easy posture, holding out her hand full of silver, offering it to the 2 men as though saying, "Come, who'll take?" The Count was the more active, he took the money; but 1 coin remained in the young woman's hand, and to remove it his fingers were obliged to come in contact with her skin. A skin so warm and soft that touching it sent a thrill through his frame. Nana, greatly amused, continued laughing. "There, gentlemen," she resumed. "Next time I hope to give more." Having no pretext for remaining longer, they bowed and moved towards the door. But, as they were about to leave the room, the bell sounded again. The Marquis could not repress a faint smile, whilst a shadow passed over the Count's grave face. Nana detained them a few seconds to allow Zoe time to find some out-of-the-way corner for the newcomer. She did not like people to meet one another when calling on her. This time the place must be quite full. She was agreeably surprised, however, to find the drawing-room empty. Had Zoe, then, put them into the cupboards? "Good day, gentlemen," she said, as she stood in the open doorway. She enveloped them in her smile and her clear glance. Count Muffat bowed low, disconcerted in spite of his great experience of the world, longing for a breath of fresh air, dizzy from his contact with that room, and carrying away with him an odour of woman and flowers which nearly stifled him. And behind him, the Marquis de Choir, certain of not being observed, dared to wink at Nana, his face for the moment all distorted, and his tongue between his lips. When the young woman re-entered the dressing-room, where Zoe awaited her with some letters and visiting cards, she laughed louder than ever, and exclaimed, "Well, there go a couple of sharks! They wheedled my 50 francs out of me." But she was not annoyed. It amused her to think that men should ask her for money. All the same, they were a couple of pigs. She hadn't a sou left. The sight of the cards and the letters brought back her bad temper. The letters might be tolerated. They came from gentlemen who, after applauding her at the theatre, now hastened to make their declarations. As for the visitors, they might go to the devil. Zoe had put some everywhere, and she remarked that the suite of rooms was very convenient, for each one opened on to the passage. It was not the same at Madame Blanche's, where you always had to pass through the drawing-room; and Madame Blanche had had a great deal of unpleasantness on that account. "You must send them all to the right about," resumed Nana, following her original idea. "Begin with the blackamoor." "I sent him off a long time ago, madame," said Zoe, with a smile. "He merely wished to tell madame that he couldn't come to night." What great joy! Nana clapped her hands. He wasn't coming! What luck! Then she would be free. She sighed with relief, as though she had been pardoned when about to endure the most abominable of punishments. Her first thought was for Daguenet, that poor duck whom she had just put off till the Thursday. Quick! Madame Maloire must write another letter. But Zoe said that, as usual, Madame Maloire had gone off without letting any one know. Then Nana, after speaking of sending some one, began to hesitate. She was very tired. A whole night for sleep! It would be so nice. The idea of such a treat at length proved irresistible. She might, just for once, stand herself that. I shall go to bed at once on returning from the theatre," she murmured in a greedy sort of way, "and you must let me sleep till 12 o'clock." Then, raising her voice, she added, "Now then, look alive, shove 'em all on to the staircase." Zoe didn't stir. She would never permit herself openly to give advice to Madame, only she arranged matters in such a way as to enable Madame to profit by her vast experience, when she saw that Madame was about to do something foolish. "Monsieur Steiner also?" she briefly asked. "Certainly," replied Nana. "He before the others." The maid still waited, to give Madame time to reflect. Wouldn't Madame be proud to do her rival Rose Mignon out of such a rich gentleman? One so well known in all the theatres? "Look sharp, my dear," resumed Nana, who understood perfectly, "and tell him that he plagues me." But she suddenly altered her mind. On the morrow she might want him; so, winking her eye, she laughingly added, "After all, if I want to hook him, the best thing is to chuck him out." Zoe seemed very much struck with the remark. She gazed on her mistress with a look of admiration, then went and sent Steiner about his business without hesitation. Nana waited a few minutes to give her time to sweep the place, as she termed it. One had never before heard of such an assault. She looked into the drawing room. It was empty, the dining room also; but as she continued her inspection, quite reassured, and certain she would not come across any one, she suddenly found herself in the company of a very little fellow, on opening the door of a spare room. He was seated on the top of a trunk, very quiet and looking very good, with an enormous bouquet on his knees. "Oh, heavens!" she exclaimed, "there is still one in here!" On seeing her, the little fellow jumped to the floor, his face as red as a poppy, and he did not seem to know what to do with his bouquet, which he passed from one hand to the other, almost strangled by emotion. His youth, his embarrassment, the comical figure he cut with his flowers, touched Nana, who burst out laughing. What! Children as well? Now men came to her when they had scarcely left off their swaddling clothes. She became quite easy, familiar, maternal even in her way; and, slapping her thighs, asked him, for a bit of fun, "Have you then come to be whipped, baby?" "Yes," replied the youngster, in low and entreating accents. This reply amused her all the more. He was 17 years old, his name was Georges Hugon. He was at the Variety Theatre on the previous evening, and he had come to see her. "Are those flowers for me?" "Yes." "Give them to me then, you little booby." But as she took the bouquet, he seized her hands with the gluttony of his happy age. She had to strike him to make him leave go. There was a young monkey who went it hot. She quite blushed and smiled as she scolded him. Then she sent him away, giving him permission to come again. He staggered; he could scarcely find the door. Nana returned to her dressing room, where Francis appeared almost immediately to do her hair for the evening. She never dressed before then. Seated before the looking glass, lowering her head beneath the skilful fingers of the hairdresser, she remained silent and pensive, when Zoe entered, saying, "Madame, there is one who will not go away." "Very well, then, let him stop," she calmly replied. "Besides, as fast as some go, others come." "Never mind, tell them to wait. When they get very hungry they will go off." She had again altered her mind. It now delighted her to keep the men waiting. A sudden idea perfected her amusement. She escaped from Francis's hands, and ran and bolted the door. Now they could come and fill the other rooms as much as they liked, they wouldn't be able to pierce the walls, she supposed. Zoe could go in and out by the little door that led into the kitchen. However, the electric bell kept on as lively as ever. Every 5 minutes the sound came again, sharp and clear with the regularity of a well-oiled machine; and Nana counted the tinklings by way of distraction. But a sudden recollection burst upon her. "And my burnt almonds, what about them?" she cried. Francis also was forgetting the burnt almonds. He withdrew a packet from the pocket of his frock coat, with the discreet manner of a man of the world offering a present to a lady friend. However, each time his account was settled, he did not forget to include the burnt almonds in the bill. Nana put the bag between her knees and commenced to munch, moving her head now and again, according to the gentle pushes of the hairdresser. "The deuce!" she murmured after a short silence. "There's a regular band of them." 3 times successively had the bell sounded. It scarcely ceased ringing. Some of the rings were very modest ones, they seemed to falter with the nervousness of a first avowal; others were very bold, vibrating beneath the touch of some rough hand; whilst others still were very hurried, and passed away in a moment. They produced an incessant peal, as Zoe said, sufficient to disturb the whole neighbourhood, all this crowd of men pushing in turn the ivory knob of the electric bell. It was too bad of that joker Bordenave. He had really given the address to too many persons. Nearly all the previous night's audience seemed to be calling. "By the way, Francis," said Nana, "have you 5 louis?" He took a step backward, scrutinizing the headdress, then quietly replied, "5 louis? Well, that depends." "Oh, you know," she returned, "if you want securities." And, without finishing the sentence, she nodded in the direction of the adjoining rooms. Francis lent the 5 louis. Zoe, in her moments of respite, came and prepared everything for her mistress's toilette. Soon she had to come and dress her, whilst the hairdresser waited, wishing to give a few finishing touches to his work. But the sound of the bell constantly called away the maid, who left her mistress with her stays half unlaced, or with only one stocking on. She got quite bewildered in spite of her experience. After having put men everywhere, even in the smallest corners, she was at length obliged to put 3 or 4 together, a proceeding which was altogether against her principles. Well, so much the worse if they ate each other, it would give more room. And Nana, safely bolted in, laughed at them, saying that she could hear them puffing and blowing. They must have a very queer look, all with their tongues hanging out, like a lot of puppies sitting on their haunches in a ring. It was the success of the previous evening continuing. This pack of men had followed on her trail. "I hope they won't break anything," she murmured. She was commencing to get uneasy, under the influence of the hot breaths which percolated through the cracks. But Zoe ushered in La Bordette, and the young woman uttered a cry of relief. He had called to tell her of an account he had settled for her at the office of the Justice of the Peace. She didn't listen to him, but kept repeating, "I shall take you with me. We will dine together. Then you shall see me to the Variety Theatre. I don't go on till 9:30. That dear La Bordette! He had just dropped in at the right time. He never asked for anything. He was merely the ladies' friend, and interested himself in their little affairs. For instance, on coming in he had sent all the creditors to the right about. Those worthy people, however, had not wished to be paid. On the contrary, if they persisted in waiting, it was merely to compliment Madame, and personally to offer her their services after her great success. "Let's be off," said Nana, who was now dressed. Just then Zoe hastened into the room, crying, "I cannot answer the bell again, Madame. There's a regular crowd coming up the stairs." A crowd on the stairs! Even Francis laughed, in spite of the coolness he affected as he gathered up his combs. Nana, seizing hold of La Bordette's arm, dragged him into the kitchen; and, free at length of the men, she hurried away thoroughly happy, knowing that she could be alone with him no matter where, without any fear of his making a fool of himself. "You must bring me home again," she said, as they went down the back stairs. "Then I shall be safe. Only fancy, I intend to sleep a whole night all to myself. Just a whim of mine, old fellow." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3, Part 1. Countess Sabine, as Madame Muffat de Beuville was called, to distinguish her from the Count's mother, who had died the year before, received every Tuesday at her house in the Rue de Miromesnil, at the corner of the Rue de Penthièvre. It was a large square building, and had been occupied by the Muffat family for more than 100 years past. The frontage overlooking the street was high and dark, and as quiet and melancholy looking as a convent, with immense shutters which were nearly always closed. At the rear, in a little damp garden, some trees had grown up in their search for sunshine, so tall and lank that their branches could be seen overtopping the roof. On this particular Tuesday evening, towards 10 o'clock, there were scarcely a dozen persons assembled in the drawing room. When she was only expecting intimate friends, the countess never threw open either the parlor or dining room. One was more comfortable and could gather round the fire and chat. The drawing room, moreover, was very large and very high. 4 windows looked on to the garden, the dampness of which could be more especially felt on this showery April evening, in spite of the substantial logs burning in the fireplace. The sun never shone there. In the daytime a greenish light only very imperfectly illuminated the apartment, but at night, when the lamps and the chandelier were lit, it merely looked solemn, with the massive mahogany furniture in the style of the First Empire, and the hangings and chair coverings in yellow velvet ornamented with satin-like designs. On entering the room one found oneself in an atmosphere of cold dignity, of ancient customs, and of a past age exhaling an odour of godliness. However, on the side of the fireplace facing the armchair in which the Count's mother died, a square chair with stiff straight woodwork and hard cushions, the Countess Sabine was reclining in a low easy chair covered with crimson silk, the padding of which had the softness of eiderdown. It was the only modern article of furniture in the room, the gratification of a fancy which seemed like a blasphemy amidst the surrounding austerity. "So," the young woman was saying, "we are to have the Shah of Persia." They were talking of the great personages who were coming to Paris on account of the Exhibition. Several ladies were seated in a semicircle round the fire. Madame du Joncois, whose brother, a diplomatist, had fulfilled a mission in the East, was giving some details respecting the court of that potentate. "Are you unwell, my dear?" asked Madame Chantereau, the wife of an iron founder, seeing the countess shudder slightly and turn pale. "Oh, no, not at all," replied the latter with a smile. "I felt rather cold. This room takes such a long time to get warm," and she looked along the walls and up to the ceiling. Her daughter Estelle, a young girl of 16, skinny and insignificant looking, got up from the stool on which she was sitting, and came and silently replaced on the top of the fire one of the logs which had rolled off. Madame de Chezelle, one of Sabine's convent friends, but 5 years younger than she, exclaimed, "Well, I should like to have a drawing room like yours. You, at least, are able to receive. In modern houses the rooms are no bigger than boxes. If I was in your place—" She spoke thoughtlessly with animated gestures, explaining that she would change the hangings, the seats, everything. Then she would give balls to which all Paris would long be invited. Behind her, her husband, a judge, listened with a grave face. It was said that she deceived him, and openly too, but every one forgave her and received her all the same because, so the report ran, she was mad. "Oh, Leonide!" Countess Sabine, with her faint smile, contented herself with murmuring. A slight shrug of the shoulders completed her thought. It was not after having lived in it 17 years that she would think of altering her drawing room. Now it would remain the same as her mother-in-law had wished it should be during her lifetime. Then, resuming the conversation, she observed, "I have been told that we shall also have the King of Prussia and the Emperor of Russia." "Yes, it is announced that there will be great festivities," said Madame du Joncois. The banker Steiner, recently introduced into the house by Leonide de Chezelle, who knew every one, was conversing seated on a sofa, between 2 windows. He was questioning a deputy, from whom he was cunningly trying to extract some news relative to a stock exchange affair of which he had an inkling; whilst Count Muffat, standing in front of them, was listening in silence, looking blacker than ever. 4 or 5 young men formed another group near the door, surrounding Count Xavier de Vandeuvres, who, in a hushed voice, was relating to them some adventure, rather improper no doubt, for they were all making great efforts to smother their laughter. All alone in the middle of the room a stout man, the head of a department at the Ministry of the Interior, was ponderously seated in an armchair, asleep with his eyes open. But one of the young men having seemed to throw doubt on Vandeuvres' story, the latter raised his voice and exclaimed, "You are too skeptical, Fauquarmont. You will spoil all your pleasures." And with a laugh he moved towards the ladies. The last of a great race, effeminate and intelligent, he was then devouring a fortune with the rage of an appetite that nothing could appease. His racing stable, one of the most celebrated of Paris, cost him an enormous sum. His losings at the Imperial Club amounted each month to a most unpleasant number of louis. His mistresses every year, good or bad, relieved him of a farm and several acres of meadow or forest land, making quite a hole in his vast estates in Picardy. "You do well to call others skeptical, you who believe in nothing," said Leonide, making room for him beside her. "It is you who spoil your pleasures." "Exactly." he replied. I want others to profit by my experience. But he was made to stop. He was scandalizing Monsieur Venot. Then some of the ladies moving disclosed to view on a sort of sofa chair a little man of 60, with bad teeth and a cunning smile. He was installed there just as though he were at home, listening to every one, and never uttering a word. With a gesture he notified that he was not scandalized. Vandeuvre assumed his most dignified look, and gravely added, Monsieur Venot knows very well that I believe that which I ought to believe. It was an act of religious faith. Léonide herself appeared satisfied. The young men at the end of the room no longer laughed. It was a straight-laced place, and they did not amuse themselves much there. A coldness had passed over all. In the midst of the silence arose the sound of Steiner's snuffling voice, the deputy's discretion having ended by putting the banker in a rage. For a few minutes Countess Sabine looked into the fire, then she renewed the conversation. I saw the King of Prussia last year at Baden. He is still full of vigour for his years. Count Bismarck will accompany him, said Madame du Joncourt. Do you know the Count? I lunched with him at my brother's, a long time ago, when he was representing Prussia at Paris. I cannot understand such a man achieving the great success he has. Why? asked Madame Chantereau. Well, I scarcely know how to tell you. He does not please me. He has a brutish look, and is ill-mannered. Besides, for myself, I think him stupid. Then everyone talked about Count Bismarck. The opinions were very divided. Vandeuvre knew him, and asserted that he was a hard drinker and a good player. But at the height of the discussion the door opened, and Hector de la Falloise appeared. Fauchery, who accompanied him, approached the countess, and bowing, said, Madame, I did not forget your gracious invitation. She greeted him with a smile and a kind word. The journalist, after shaking hands with the count, stood for a moment like a fish out of water, in the midst of the company of whom he only recognized Steiner. Vandeuvre, having turned round, came and greeted him; and, happy at the meeting and seized with a desire to be communicative, Fauchery at once drew him aside, saying in a low voice, It's for to-morrow. Are you going? Of course. At midnight, at her place. I know. I'm going with Blanche. He wished to escape to rejoin the ladies and give another argument in Count Bismarck's favor. But Fauchery detained him. You will never guess what invitation she has asked me to deliver. And he slightly nodded his head in the direction of Count Muffat, who at that moment was discussing the budget with the deputy and Steiner. It can't be, said Vandeuvre, amazed, but at the same time highly amused. On my honor, I had to swear I would bring him. I have called partly on that account. They both had a quiet laugh, and then Vandeuvre, hastening to rejoin the ladies, exclaimed, I assure you, on the contrary, that Count Bismarck is very witty. For instance, he made one night, in my hearing, a most delightful pun. La Falloise, however, having overheard the few rapid words exchanged in a low voice between the two friends, looked at Fauchery, hoping for an explanation, which came not. Whom were they talking of? What was going to take place the next day at midnight? He stuck to his cousin wherever he went. The latter had gone and sat down. Countess Sabine especially interested him. She had often been talked about in his presence. He knew that, married when she was only 17, she would then be 34, and that ever since her marriage she had led a sort of cloistered existence between her husband and her mother-in-law. In society some said she was as cold as a devotee, but others pitied her as they recalled her merry laughter, her big sparkling eyes, in the days before she was shut up in that old house. Fauchery examined her, and hesitated. One of his friends, a captain who had been recently killed in Mexico, had imparted to him after dinner, on the eve of his departure, one of those brutal secrets which the most discreet men let out at certain moments. But Fauchery's recollection of the matter was very vague. They had both dined well that evening, and he had his doubts as he watched the countess, dressed in black, with her quiet smile, in the middle of that old-fashioned drawing-room. A lamp placed behind her detached her sharp profile, that of a plump brunette, of which the lips alone, slightly thick, had a sort of imperious sensuality. "What's the matter with them and their Bismarck?" murmured La Falloise, who always pretended to be very much bored when in society. "It's awfully slow here. It was a queer idea of yours to want to come." All at once Fauchery questioned him. "I say, the countess, has she got any lover?" "Oh, no, my dear fellow! Oh, no!" he stammered, visibly upset, and quite forgetting his off-hand style. "Wherever do you think you are?" Then he became aware that his indignation was not quite the thing for a man of the world like himself, so, leaning back on the sofa, he added, "Well, I say no; but really I'm not sure of anything. There's a fellow over there, that Foucarmont, who's always to be found about the place. One has seen stranger things than that, that's certain. For myself, I don't care a hang. Anyhow, if the countess does amuse herself in that way, she must be very cunning, for no one has ever found it out. She is never talked about." Then, without Fauchery taking the trouble to question him further, he related all he knew respecting the Mifas. He spoke in a very low voice in the midst of the tittle-tattle of the ladies gathered round the fire; and one would have thought, seeing them in their white ties and gloves, that they were discussing some serious matter in the most select words. Mamma Muffat, whom La Falloise had known intimately, was an insupportable old woman always mixed up with priests. As for Muffat, the tardy son of a general made count by Napoleon I, he naturally found himself in favour after December 2nd. He also was not very gay; but he was considered to be a very worthy and honest man. With that he possessed opinions belonging to another world, and had such a high idea of his post at court, of his dignities and of his virtues, that he carried his head like the Holy Sacrament. It was Mamma Muffat who had given him that beautiful education, confession every day, no youth, no sprees of any kind. He was most religious. He had frequent fits of faith of great violence, similar to attacks of brain fever. Then, to finish his portrait with a last detail, La Falloise whispered a word in his cousin's ear. "It's not possible," said the latter. "On my honour, I was assured of it. He had it still when he married." Fauchery laughed as he glanced at the count, whose face, surrounded with whiskers and without a moustache, looked squarer and harder than ever as he quoted figures and totals to Steiner, who disputed them. "Well, he looks like one of that sort," he murmured. "A fine present he made to his wife. Ah, poor little thing, how he must have bored her! I bet she doesn't know anything at all." Just then Countess Sabine spoke to him, but he was so interested and amused with what he had been told about the count that he did not hear her. She repeated her question. "Monsieur Fauchery, have you not written an article on Count Bismarck? You have spoken to him, have you not?" He rose from his seat quickly and joined the ladies, trying to compose his features, at the same time, however, finding a reply with ease. "Really, madame, I must at once own that I wrote that article by the aid of some of his biographies published in Germany. I have never seen Count Bismarck." He remained next to the countess, and whilst talking with her he continued his reflections. She did not look her age; one would have thought her 28 years old at most. Her eyes, with their long lashes shaded with a blue shadow, especially retained a sparkle of youth. Brought up by parents living apart, spending 1 month with the Marquis de Chouart and the next with the Marchioness, she married when very young, shortly after her mother's death, incited thereto no doubt by her father, in whose way she was. He was a terrible man, the Marquis, and strange stories were beginning to circulate about him, in spite of his great show of piety. Fauchery asked if he would have the honour of seeing him. Certainly her father would come, though very late, he had so much work to attend to. The journalist, who thought he knew where the old man spent his evenings, preserved his gravity; but a mark he noticed on the countess's left cheek, near her mouth, surprised him greatly. Nana had the same, exactly. It was funny. On the mark were some little curly hairs, only the hairs on Nana were light, whilst those on the other were as black as jet. But no matter, this woman hadn't a lover. "I always had a wish to know Queen Augusta," said she. "I have heard that she is so good and so pious. Do you think that she will accompany the King?" "It is said that she will not, madame," he replied. She had no lover; that was evident to all. It was sufficient to see her there beside her daughter, so inert and so unnatural on her stool. The sepulchral drawing room, with its church-like odour, told sufficiently under what an iron hand, in what a rigid existence she passed her life. There was nothing of hers in that antiquated abode, blackened with damp. It was Muffat who domineered and who governed with his bigoted education, his penances, and his fasts. But the sight of the little old man with bad teeth and cunning smile, whom Fauchery noticed just then in the easy chair behind the ladies, appeared to him a more forcible argument still. He knew the fellow, Théophile Venot, an ex-attorney who had had the specialty of ecclesiastical causes. Having retired with a very handsome fortune, he now led a rather mysterious existence, was received everywhere, treated with great respect, and even slightly feared, as though he represented a great power, an occult one which, so to say, could be felt about him. Besides that, he affected great humility. He was a churchwarden at the Madeleine, and had merely taken a situation as adjunct to the mayor of the 9th Arrondissement to occupy his leisure, so he said. The countess was well protected, and no mistake, there was nothing to be done in that quarter. "You are right, one is bored to death here," said Fauchery to his cousin, when he had succeeded in escaping from the ladies. "We'll be off." But Steiner, whom Count Muffat and the deputy had just left, came towards him looking furious, all in a perspiration, and grumbling in a low voice, "Confound them! They can keep their information to themselves if they want to. I shall find plenty of others who will speak." Then, pushing the journalist into a corner, he said in a victorious tone of voice, "Well, it's for to morrow. I shall be there, my buck." "Ah?" murmured Fauchery, surprised. "You didn't know? Oh, I had an awful job to find her at home. Besides that, Mignon stuck to me wherever I went." "But they are going, the Mignons?" "Yes, so she told me. Well, she at length received me and invited me. At midnight precisely, after the theatre." The banker looked beaming with delight. He winked his eye, and added, giving to each word a peculiar significance, "And you, did it come off?" "What do you mean?" asked Fauchery, who affected not to understand. "She wished to thank me for my article, so she came to call on me." "Yes, yes, you are lucky, you fellows. You are rewarded. By the way, who is it who pays to morrow?" The journalist opened his arms, as though to declare that no one had been able to find out. Here Vandeuvre called to Steiner, who knew Count Bismarck. Madame Dujoncourt was almost convinced. She ended by saying, "He made a bad impression on my mind. I think he looks wicked. However, I am willing to believe he has plenty of wit. That will explain his great successes." "No doubt," said the banker, a Frankfort Jew with a ghastly smile. This time, however, Lavalloise plucked up courage to question his cousin, and, following him closely, whispered in his ear, "So there's to be a supper at some woman's to morrow night? At whose place is it, eh? At whose place?" Fauchery signalled to him that some one was listening. They must observe the proprieties. Again the door had opened, and an old lady entered, followed by a youth, whom the journalist recognized as the youngster fresh from college who, on the first night of the Blonde Venus, had uttered the famous "Isn't she stunning?" which was still talked about. The lady's arrival caused quite a commotion in the drawing room. Countess Sabine hastily rose from her chair to meet her. She took hold of her hands and called her dear Madame Hugon. Seeing his cousin watch this scene rather curiously, Lavalloise, with the view of impressing him, explained it in a few words. Madame Hugon was a notary's widow, and had retired to a place called Les Fondettes, an estate which had long belonged to her family, and which was situated near Orleans. She had kept up a small establishment in Paris, in a house belonging to her in the Rue de Richelieu, and was now passing a few weeks there for the purpose of arranging everything for her younger son, who was studying for the bar. She had been the Marchioness de Choirs's great friend, and had been present at the countess's birth. The latter had often spent months with her, up to the time of her marriage with the count, and they were still very intimate together. "I have brought Georges to see you," Madame Hugon was saying to Sabine. "I fancy you will find him grown." The youth, with his bright eyes and fair curls, looking like a girl dressed up as a boy, greeted the countess, not at all bashfully, and recalled to her recollection a game at battledore and shuttlecock that they had played together 2 years before at Les Fondettes. "Is Philippe not in Paris?" asked Comte Muffat. "Oh, no," replied the old lady. "He is still with the garrison at Bourges." She had seated herself and talked with pride of her elder son, a big fellow, who after enlisting in a hasty moment had rapidly attained the rank of lieutenant. All the ladies surrounded her with a respectful sympathy. The conversation became nicer and more agreeable, and Fauchery, seeing there that worthy Madame Hugon with her white hair and her maternal face lighted up with such a sweet smile, thought himself highly ridiculous for having for a moment suspected Countess Sabine. However, the big crimson silk easy-chair in which the countess had reseated herself attracted his attention. He thought it looked too loud and altogether out of place in that smoky old drawing-room. For certain it was not the count who had introduced such a means of gratifying a voluptuous indolence. One might have thought it a sort of experiment, the commencement of a desire and of an enjoyment. Then his thoughts went dreamily back to the past, returning in spite of himself to that story told one evening in a private room at a restaurant. He had sought to become acquainted with the Muffat family prompted by a sensual curiosity, for, since his friend had been killed in Mexico, who knew what might happen? It was for him to see. There was probably nothing in it after all. The thought of it, however, disturbed and attracted him, and all the vice in his nature was awakened. The big easy-chair had a tumbled look and a curve in the back which now rather amused him. "Well, shall we go?" asked La Falloise, with the intention of asking, when they got outside, the name of the woman who was to give the supper. "In a little while," replied Fauchery. And he no longer hurried himself, but took as a pretext for staying the invitation with which he had been charged, and which was not at all easy to deliver. The ladies were talking of a young girl who had recently become a nun. The ceremony, which was a very touching one, had affected all fashionable Paris for 3 days past. She was the eldest daughter of the Baroness de Fougeray, and had joined the Carmelites, having an irresistible calling to do so. Madame Chantereau, the cousin in a remote degree of the Fougerays, was relating that the Baroness had been obliged to take to her bed on the following day, being so overcome by her emotion. "I had a capital place," said Leonide. "I thought it all very curious." Madame Hugon, however, pitied the poor mother. What anguish to lose her daughter! "I have been accused of being a devotee," she said with simple frankness. "That does not prevent me thinking children who persist in such a suicide very cruel." "Yes, it is a terrible thing," murmured the countess, with a slight shiver, as she cuddled closer into her chair before the fire. Then the ladies entered into a long discussion on the subject. But their voices were subdued, and only occasionally did a faint laugh interrupt the solemnity of the conversation. The 2 lamps on the mantelpiece, covered with rose-colored shades, shed but a feeble light over them; and there being only 3 other lamps, which were placed at a distance on different pieces of furniture, the vast room was in a pleasant shadow. Steiner began to feel bored. He related to Fauchery an adventure of that little Madame de Chezelle, whom he familiarly called Leonide. "A regular hussy," said he, as he lowered his voice behind the ladies' chairs. Fauchery watched her in the dress of pale blue satin, as she sat on a corner of her chair, looking as slim and as impudent as a boy, and he ended by feeling surprised at seeing her there. They knew better how to behave themselves at Caroline Eques's, whose establishment had just been placed on a substantial footing by her mother. It was quite a subject for an article. What an extraordinary world was the Parisian one! The strictest drawing rooms were becoming invaded. That silent Théophile Venot, who contented himself with smiling and showing his bad teeth, was evidently a bequest of the defunct countess, just the same as the elderly ladies, Madame Chantereau, Madame Dujoncois, and 4 or 5 old gentlemen who remained immovable in their corners. Count Muffat brought some government officials, who affected that correctness of bearing which was the fashion of the Tuileries. Amongst others, the head of the department remained seated by himself in the middle of the room, with his clean-shaven face and dull-looking eyes, and so tightly buttoned up in his coat that he seemed as though he dared not move. Nearly all the young men, and some persons of lofty style, had been introduced by the Marquis de Choix, who had kept up his connection with the Legitimists, after having joined the Empire and become a member of the Council of State. There remained Leonide de Chezelle, Steiner, a most ambiguous lot, which was relieved by Madame Hugon with the serenity of an amiable old woman; and Fauchery, who still had his article in his mind, called them Countess Sabine's set. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3, Part 2. On another occasion, continued Steiner, speaking very low, Leonide made her tenor come to Montauban. She was living at the Château de Beaurecueil, 2 leagues from there, and every day she came in a carriage and pair to see him at the Hôtel du Lion d'Or, where he was staying. The carriage waited at the door, and Leonide remained in the hotel for hours, whilst a crowd assembled and admired the horses. The conversation ceased, and a rather solemn interval succeeded. 2 young men were whispering, but they soon left off, and nothing was heard but Count Miffa's faint footsteps as he walked across the room. The lamps seemed to be burning low, the fire was going out, and a deep shadow almost hid from sight the old friends of the family as they sat in the chairs they had occupied there for 40 years past. It was as though between a couple of sentences the guests had felt the Count's mother return with her grand icy-cold look. Countess Sabine, however, soon resumed. At any rate, there was a report to that effect. The young man, it seems, died, and that will explain why the poor child took the veil. It is said, also, that Monsieur de Fougeray would never have given his consent to the marriage. There are a great many other things said, too, giddily exclaimed Leonide. She laughed, at the same time refusing to explain herself. Sabine, affected by this gaiety, carried her handkerchief to her mouth; and this laughter, in the solemnity of the vast apartment, had a ring which struck Fauchery. It sounded like the breaking of glass. Without a doubt, something was cracked there. Then the ladies all started off talking at once. Madame Dujoncourt protested. Madame Chantereau knew that a marriage had been contemplated, but that nothing further had taken place. Even the gentlemen ventured to give their views. For some minutes there was quite a confusion of opinions, in which the different elements of the room, the Bonapartists and the Legitimists, mixed with the worldly sceptics, elbowed each other and spoke at the same time. Estelle had rung for more wood for the fire, and the footman had wound up the lamps. It was quite like an awakening. Fauchery was smiling as though perfectly at his ease. "Why, of course, they espouse God when they cannot marry their cousin," said Vandeuvre between his teeth, thoroughly bored with the subject as he went and joined Fauchery. "My boy, have you ever seen a woman beloved become a nun?" He did not wait for a reply, he had had enough of it, and in a low voice he added, "I say, how many shall we be to-morrow?" "There will be the Mignons, Steiner, you, Blanche, and myself." "Who else?" "Caroline, I think, Simone, Gaga for certain. One never knows exactly, you know. On such occasions one expects about 20 and 30 to turn up." Vandeuvre, who was looking at the ladies, turned to another subject. "She must have been very good-looking, Madame Dujoncourt, 15 years ago. That poor Estelle seems to have grown longer than ever. What a plank she'll be to put in a bed!" But he interrupted himself, and returned to the question of the supper. "The nuisance in that sort of things is that one always meets the same women. We ought to have some new ones. Try and discover one. Wait, I have an idea. I'll go and ask that stout man to bring the girl he was lugging about at the Variety Theatre the other evening." He was speaking of the head of the department, who was dozing in the middle of the room. Fauchery amused himself by watching the delicate negotiation from a distance. Vandeuvre seated himself beside the stout man, who continued to look very dignified. For a short time they both seemed to discuss, with all the seriousness it merited, the weighty question of the moment, which was what real reason a young girl could have for becoming a nun. Then the Count returned, saying, "It isn't possible. He swears that she is virtuous. She would be sure to refuse. Yet I would have bet that I had seen her at Lars." "What! You go to Lars?" murmured Fauchery with a laugh. "You venture to risk your person in such places. I thought it was only we poor devils who did that." "Oh, dear boy, one must see everything." Then they both chuckled, and their eyes sparkled as they gave each other different details about the dining place in the Rue des Martyrs, where fat Laure Piedefert, for 3 francs a head, provided dinner for ladies who were down in their luck. It was a dirty hole. All the little women kissed Laure on the mouth. Then, as the countess looked in their direction, having overheard a word or two, they moved away together, both very lively and highly amused. They had not noticed Georges Hugon standing near them, listening and blushing so hard that from his neck to his ears he became quite red. The baby was full of a mixture of shame and rapture. Since his mother had left him alone in the drawing room, he had hovered round about Madame de Chezelle, the only woman whom he thought at all up to anything, and yet Nana could give her a lot. "Last night," Madame Hugon was saying, "Georges took me to the theatre. Yes, to the Variety, where I had certainly not been for 10 years or more. The child adores music. As for myself, it did not amuse me much, but he seemed so happy. They bring out most peculiar pieces nowadays. I must admit, however, that I have no great taste for music." "What, madame, you do not care for music?" exclaimed Madame de Joncoigt, raising her eyes to heaven. "Is it possible that everybody does not like music?" The exclamation was general. No one offered a remark in reference to the piece produced at the Variety Theatre, and of which the worthy Madame Hugon had not understood anything. The other ladies knew about it, but would say nothing. They at once went in for sentiment, and a refined and ecstatic admiration of the great masters. Madame de Joncoigt only cared for Weber, Madame Chantereau preferred the Italians. The sound of the ladies' voices became soft and languid. One might have thought the group gathered round the fire to be a party at church, discreetly and faintly intoning a canticle in some little chapel. "Let's see," murmured Vandeuvre, leading Fauchery into the middle of the room. "We must somehow or other discover a new woman for to morrow. Suppose we ask Steiner." "Oh, Steiner," said the journalist, "never gets hold of a woman until all Paris has had enough of her." Vandeuvre, however, looked about him. "Wait," he resumed. "I met Foucarmont with some fair charmer the other day. I will go and ask him to bring her." And he beckoned to Foucarmont. They rapidly exchanged a few words; but there seemed to be some difficulty, for they both cautiously picked their way over the ladies' skirts and joined another young man, with whom they continued their conference in the recess of a window. Fauchery, left alone, decided to join the group by the fire, just as Madame de Joncoigt was stating that she could never hear Weber's music without at once seeming to see lakes, forests, and the sun rising over landscapes bathed in dew. But a hand touched his shoulder, whilst a voice said behind him, "It's not at all kind of you." "What isn't?" he asked, turning round and recognizing La Falloise. "That supper, to morrow night. You might at least have got me invited." Fauchery was just about to reply when Vandeuvre returned and said to him, "It seems the girl has nothing to do with Foucarmont. She belongs to that other gentleman over there. She won't be able to come. What a bore! But all the same I've hooked Foucarmont. He will try and bring Louise of the Palais Royal Theatre." "Monsieur de Vandeuvre," asked Madame Chantereau, raising her voice, "is it not true that Wagner's music was hissed on Sunday?" "Oh, atrociously, madame," he replied, advancing with his exquisite politeness. Then, as the ladies did not detain him, he moved away and continued in an undertone in the journalist's ear, "I shall go and hook some more. All these young fellows must know some little women." Then he was seen pleasantly smiling the while, to go up to the different men and talk with them in all parts of the room. He mingled with the various groups, dropped a few words here and there, and then withdrew, winking his eyes and making other signs. It was as though he was, in his easy way, giving out a watchword. His words were passed from one to another, and appointments were made, whilst the ladies' sentimental dissertations on music drowned the agitated buzz caused by all these alluring attempts. "No, don't mention your Germans," repeated Madame Chantereau. "Song is gaiety, is light. Have you heard Patti in Il Barbiere?" "Delicious!" murmured Leonide, who could only strum opera bouffe airs on her piano. Countess Sabine now rang for tea, which was served in the drawing room when the visitors on a Tuesday were not numerous. Whilst having a small table cleared by a footman, the countess followed Count de Vandeuvre with her eyes. She preserved that vague smile which showed a little the whiteness of her teeth, and as the count passed near her she questioned him. "Whatever are you plotting, Monsieur de Vandeuvre?" "I, madame?" he calmly replied. "I am not plotting anything." "Ah, you seem to be so very busy. See, you must make yourself useful." She placed an album in his hands and asked him to put it on the piano. but he found means of informing Fauchery on the quiet that Taton Aîné, who had the best neck and shoulders of the season, would be there, and also Maria Blonde, who had just made her first appearance at the Folies Dramatiques theatre. La Falloise, however, kept stopping him at almost every step, expecting an invitation. He ended by offering himself. Vandeuvres engaged him at once. Only he made him promise to bring Clarisse, and as La Falloise affected to be scrupulous, he quieted him by saying, "But I invite you. That is quite sufficient." Nevertheless, La Falloise would very much have liked to have known the name of the woman at whose house the supper was to take place, but the countess had recalled Vandeuvres, and was questioning him as to the way the tea was made in England. He was often there attending the races in which his horses ran. According to him, only the Russians knew how to make tea, and he mentioned their recipe. Then, as though he had been thinking very much whilst speaking, he interrupted himself to ask, "By the way, and the marquis? Were we not to have seen him?" "Why, yes. My father certainly promised," replied the countess. "I am beginning to feel uneasy. His work must have detained him." Vandeuvres smiled discreetly. He also seemed to have a doubt as to the nature of the work on which the Marquis de Choir was engaged. He had thought of a charming person whom the marquis sometimes took into the country. Perhaps they might be able to get her for the supper. However, Fauchery thought the time had come for acquainting Count Muffat with the invitation he had for him. It was getting late. "Do you seriously mean it?" asked Vandeuvres, who thought it was a joke. "Most seriously. If I don't ask him, she will scratch my eyes out. It's a whim of hers, you know." "Then I'll help you, my boy." The clock struck 11. The countess and her daughter served the tea. As there were scarcely any but intimate friends, the cups and plates of biscuits and cake were familiarly handed round. The ladies remained in their chairs before the fire, sipping their tea, and crunching the biscuits which they held between the tips of their fingers. From music the conversation dwindled to tradesmen. There was no one like Boissier for sweets, and Catherine for ices. Madame Chantereau, however, preferred Latéville. The talk slackened, a weariness seemed to seize upon every one. Steiner had resumed his attack on the deputy, whom he blockaded in the corner of a sofa. Monsieur Venot, whose teeth had probably been destroyed by sweetmeats, was rapidly devouring some hard cakes, making a little noise like a mouse; whilst the head of the department, his nose in his cup, never seemed to have had enough. And the countess, without the least hurry, moved from one to another, not pressing them, but standing a few seconds looking at the men in a sort of silent interrogative manner, then smiling and passing on. The heat of the fire had given quite a colour to her face, and she seemed to be the sister of her daughter, who looked so skinny and awkward beside her. As she drew near to Fauchery, who was conversing with her husband and Vandeuvres, she noticed that they left off talking. She did not stop, but, passing further on, offered Georges Rougon the cup of tea she was carrying. "It is a lady who desires your company at supper," gaily resumed the journalist, addressing Count Muffat. The latter, whose countenance had retained its dark look all the evening, seemed greatly surprised. What lady could they mean? "Why, Nana," said Vandeuvres, so as to have it out at once. The count became still more serious. He scarcely moved his eyelids, whilst a pain, like a twitch of neuralgia, passed over his face. "But I do not know the lady," he murmured. "Oh, come now. Why, you went and called on her," observed Vandeuvres. "What, I called on her?" "Ah, yes, the other day, for the Poor Relief Committee. I had forgotten all about it. All the same, I do not know her. I cannot accept." He assumed his most dignified air to let them understand that he considered their joke in very bad taste. The place of a man of his rank was not at the table of such a woman. Vandeuvres protested. It was merely a supper given to some actresses. Talent excused everything. But without listening to him any more than to Fauchery, who began to tell him of a dinner at which a prince, the son of a queen, had sat next to a woman who used to sing at music halls, the count gave a most decided refusal. He even, in spite of his great politeness, accompanied it with a gesture of annoyance. Georges and La Falloise, standing up drinking their tea in front of each other, had overheard the few words that had been exchanged so near them. "Halloo! It's to be at Nana's," murmured La Falloise. "I might have known it." Georges said nothing, but he became very red in the face, his fair hair was all ruffled, his blue eyes were shining like candles. The vice with which he had mixed during the last few days inflamed and excited him. At last, then, he was about to meet with all that he had dreamed of. "The nuisance is, I don't know the address," resumed La Falloise. "Boulevard Haussmann, between the Rue de l'Arcade and the Rue Pasquier, on the 3rd floor," said Georges, all in a breath, and as the other looked at him with astonishment, he added, becoming redder still in the face, and bursting with conceit and confusion, "I am going. She invited me this morning." Just at this moment there was a great commotion in the drawing room. Vandeuvre and Fauchery were therefore unable to press the Count any further. The Marquis de Choix had arrived, and every one hastened to greet him. He seemed to move along very painfully, his legs almost giving way beneath him; and he at length stood still in the middle of the room, his face ashy pale and his eyes blinking, as though he had just come out of some very dark place and was quite blinded by the light of the lamps. "I had quite given up expecting to see you, father," said the countess. "I should have been quite uneasy until I heard from you to morrow." He looked at her without replying, like a man who does not understand. His nose, which appeared very big on his clean shaven face, looked like an enormous gathering, whilst his underlip drooped. Madame Hugon, full of kindliness, seeing him so depressed, pitied him. "You work too much. You ought to rest. At our age we should leave work to the younger ones." "Work? Ah, yes, work," he at length stammered out. "Always plenty of work." He was becoming himself again. He straightened his bent frame, passing his hand in a way familiar with him over his white hair, the scanty locks of which were brushed behind his ears. "What is it you work at so late?" asked Madame de Joncourt. "I thought you were at the reception held by the Minister of Finance." But the countess interposed. "My father had to study some parliamentary bill." "Yes, a parliamentary bill," said he. "A bill. Exactly. I shut myself in. It was in respect to factories. I wish them to be closed on Sundays. It is really shameful that the Government does not display more energy in the matter. The churches are now scarcely frequented. It will all end in a great catastrophe." Vandeuvre glanced at Fauchery. They were both behind the marquis, and they kept near him. When Vandeuvre was able to take him on one side to ask him about the charming person whom he was in the habit of taking into the country, the old man affected great surprise. Perhaps they had seen him with Baroness Decker, at whose house at Viroflay he sometimes spent a few days. Vandeuvre, for revenge, asked him suddenly, "I say, wherever have you been? Your elbow is all covered with cobwebs and plaster." "My elbow?" he murmured, slightly troubled. "Why, so it is. A little dirt. I must have got that somehow as I came here." Several persons were leaving. It was close upon midnight. 2 footmen silently removed the empty cups and the plates of cake. The ladies were still sitting in front of the fire, though in a smaller circle than before, conversing more freely in the languor of the end of an evening. Even the room itself seemed overcome with drowsiness, and heavy shadows lingered about the walls. Then Fauchery talked of retiring. However, his eyes once more sought Countess Sabine. Having seen to her guests, she was now resting in her accustomed seat, saying nothing, her glance fixed on a log that was gradually burning away, and her face so white and impenetrable that his doubts returned to him. The little black hairs on the mark she had near the corner of her mouth seemed quite golden in the firelight, exactly the same as Nana's, even to the colour. He could not resist whispering to Vandeuvre about it. It was really quite true, he had never noticed it before; and they continued the parallel between Nana and the countess. They discovered a vague resemblance about the chin and the mouth. But the eyes were not at all alike. There Nana looked thoroughly kind-hearted and good-natured, whilst the countess was altogether doubtful. One would have said a cat asleep with her claws hidden away and her paws only slightly agitated with a nervous tremble. "All the same, she's a fine woman," declared Fauchery. Vandeuvre seemed to unrobe her with a glance. "Yes, all the same," said he. "But, you know, I have great doubts as to her thighs. She hasn't any worth speaking of, I'll bet." He stopped as Fauchery sharply nudged his elbow and directed his attention to Estelle, who was seated on her stool in front of them. They had raised their voices without noticing her, and she had most likely overheard them. However, she remained upright and immovable, with her skinny neck of a girl growing too fast, and on which not the smallest hair had turned. So they moved away a few steps, and Vandeuvre expressed his opinion that the countess was a most virtuous woman. At this moment, the ladies seated round the fire having raised their voices, Madame de Joncoigt was heard to say, "I have admitted that Count Bismarck may possess some wit. However, if you pretend he has genius—" They had once more returned to their first subject of conversation. "What, Bismarck again?" murmured Fauchery. "Well, this time I will indeed be off." "Wait a minute," said Vandeuvre. "We must have a final no from the count." Count Muffat was conversing with his father-in-law and a few serious-looking men. Vandeuvre took him to one side, and repeated the invitation more pressingly, saying that he himself was going to the supper. A man could go anywhere. No one would think of seeing harm where, at the most, there was only a little curiosity. The count listened to these arguments with downcast eyes and immovable features. Vandeuvre noticed that he seemed to hesitate, when the Marquis de Choix joined them with a look of interrogation on his face; and when the latter was made acquainted with the subject under discussion, when Fauchery invited him also, he glanced furtively at his son-in-law. There was a moment of silence and embarrassment, but they encouraged each other, and they would no doubt have ended by accepting, if Count Muffat had not noticed that Monsieur Venot was watching him fixedly. The little old man no longer smiled, his face bore a cadaverous expression, his eyes were sharp and piercing like gimlets. "No," replied the count at once, in such a decided tone of voice that there was nothing more to be said. Then the marquis declined more sternly still. He talked of morality. The upper classes ought to set an example. Fauchery smiled and shook hands with Vandeuvre. He would not wait for him, but went off at once, as he had to look in at the office of his paper. "At Nana's at midnight. Don't forget." La Falloise was leaving also, and Steiner had just taken leave of the countess. Other men were following them, and the same words were whispered on all sides, each one repeating, "At Nana's at midnight," as he put on his overcoat in the anteroom. Georges, who was waiting for his mother, stood in the doorway and gave them all the correct address. The 3rd floor, the door on the left-hand side. Before retiring, Fauchery gave one last look round. Vandeuvre had resumed his place in the midst of the ladies, and was jesting with Leonide de Chézelle. Count Muffat and the Marquis de Choix were joining in the conversation, whilst worthy Madame Hugon was going to sleep with her eyes open. Behind the ladies' petticoats, Monsieur Venot, making himself scarce again, had recovered his smile, and in the big solemn room the clock slowly struck midnight. "What? Madame de Joncoigt was exclaiming. "You think that Count Bismarck will declare war against us, and that he will beat us? Oh, that's too much!" They were, in fact, all laughing at Madame Chantereau, who had just made the statement, which she had heard in Alsace, where her husband owned a factory. "The Emperor is watching, thank goodness," said Count Muffat with official solemnity. These were the last words that Fauchery heard. He closed the door, after looking once more at Countess Sabine. She was calmly conversing with the head of the department, and seemed interested in the talk of the stout man. Most certainly he must have been mistaken, there was no flaw. It was a pity. "Well, aren't you coming?" called La Falloise to him from the hall. And outside on the pavement, as they bid each other good night, they both again repeated, "To morrow, at Nana's." Chapter IV. Chapter IV, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4, Part 1. Ever since the morning, Zoe had given up the entire apartment to a person who had arrived from Bréban's with quite a staff of waiters and other assistants. Bréban was to furnish everything: the supper, the glass and crockery, the table linen, flowers, and even seats and stools. Nana would not have found a dozen napkins if she had ransacked all her cupboards, and not having as yet had time to set herself up in everything since her new start in life, disdaining to go to a restaurant, she had preferred to make the restaurant come to her. It was more the thing. She wished to celebrate her great success as an actress by a supper which would be the talk of every one. As the dining room was too small, they had set up the table in the drawing room, a table on which places for 25 had been laid rather close together. "Is everything ready?" asked Nana on returning home at midnight. "Oh, I don't know," replied roughly Zoe, who seemed altogether out of sorts. "Thank goodness, I have nothing to do with it. They are smashing everything in the kitchen and all over the place. With all that, I've had another row. The other two have been again. Upon my word, I chucked them out of the place." She was speaking of Madame's two ex-gentlemen, the tradesman and the Wallachian, whom Nana had decided to dismiss; for being now certain as to the future, she wished to turn over a new leaf, as she called it. "What an abominable nuisance they are!" she murmured. "If they come again, threaten them with the commissary of police." Then she called Dagonet and Georges, who had remained in the anteroom hanging up their overcoats. They had met at the stage door in the Passage des Panoramas, and she had brought them in her cab. As no one else had arrived, she called to them to come into the dressing room whilst Zoe got her ready. In haste, and without changing her things, she had her hair done up, and placed some white roses in it, and some others in her dress. The dressing room was all encumbered with the furniture of the drawing room which had been placed there, a lot of little round tables, sofas, and armchairs, one on top of the other, and she was quite ready when her skirt caught on one of the casters and tore. Then in her fury she swore and cursed. Such accidents only happened to her. She tugged at her dress with rage and pulled it off. It was made of a soft white silk, so simple, so supple, and so fine, that it enveloped her like a long chemise. But not finding another dress to her taste, she put it on again at once, almost crying and saying she would look like a rag picker. Dagonet and Georges fastened up the tear with pins, whilst Zoe tidied her hair once more. All three busied themselves round about her, the youngster especially, who was on his knees on the floor, his hands buried in her skirt. She at length became calmer, when Dagonet assured her it could not be more than 1/4 midnight, for she had so hurried the last act of the Blonde Venus, scamping the cues and skipping entire verses. "It was anyhow quite good enough for all those fools," said she. "Did you notice? They were a rum-looking lot to-night. Zoe, my girl, you will have to wait here. Don't go to bed, as I may perhaps want you. By Jingo, just in time. Here's some one." She hastened out of the room, leaving Georges on the floor, his coat tails sweeping the carpet. He blushed as he noticed Dagonet watching him. However, they had begun to feel a certain affection for each other. They rearranged their neckties in front of the big looking-glass, and gave one another a brush, to get rid of the white powder that hung about their clothes from their contact with Nana. "It's just like sugar," murmured Georges, with a laugh of a greedy baby. A footman hired for the night ushered the guests into the parlour, a narrow room in which 4 easy chairs only had been left, so as to leave more space for the people. From the drawing room close by could be heard the noise of crockery and plate being moved about, whilst a bright light shone under the door. Nana, on entering, found Clarisse Besnus, whom La Falloise had brought, already seated in one of the chairs. "What! You are the first," said Nana, who treated her familiarly since her own success. "Well, it's his fault," replied Clarisse. "He is always afraid of being too late. If I had listened to him, I should not even have waited to take my wig and my make-up off." The young man, who had met Nana for the first time, bowed and complimented her, spoke of his cousin, and sought to hide his confusion under an excess of politeness. But Nana, without listening to him, without even knowing who he was, shook his hand, and hastened to receive Rose Mignon. She became at once most ladylike. "Ah, dear madame, how kind of you! I longed so much to have you with us." "It is I who am charmed, I assure you," said Rose, equally amiable. "Pray sit down. Do you require anything?" "No, thank you. Ah, I have forgotten my fan in my pelisse. See, Steiner, in the right-hand pocket." Steiner and Mignon had entered behind Rose. The banker went out and returned with the fan, whilst Mignon fraternally embraced Nana, and made Rose kiss her too. Were they not all of the same family, they of the theatre? Then he winked his eyes as though to encourage Steiner; but the latter, disconcerted by Rose's fixed look, did not venture to do more than kiss Nana's hand. Just then the Count de Vandeuvre arrived, with Blanche de Sivry. There was a great deal of bowing and curtsying. Nana most ceremoniously led Blanche to a chair. Vendeuvre laughingly related that Fauchery was having a row below because the concierge would not allow Lucy Stuart's carriage to enter the courtyard. They could hear Lucy Stuart in the anteroom speaking of the concierge as a dirty blackguard. But when the footman opened the door, she advanced, graceful and smiling, pronounced her name herself, and took hold of both Nana's hands, saying she loved her as soon as ever she saw her, and that she thought she had a wonderful talent. Nana, all proud of her position as mistress of the house, but greatly confused, murmured her thanks. She seemed, too, to be rather preoccupied ever since Fauchery's arrival. As soon as she was able to get near him, she asked in a low voice, "Will he come?" "No, he declined," roughly replied the journalist, taken unawares, although he had prepared a long rigmarole to explain Count Miffa's refusal. He at once saw his stupidity as he noticed how the young woman paled, and he tried to modify what he had said. "He was not able to come. He has to take the countess to night to the ball at the Ministry of the Interior." "All right," murmured Nana, who suspected he had not troubled himself in the matter. "I'll make you smart for that, my boy." "Look here," he returned, indignant at the menace. "I don't care for such errands. Another time give them to La Bordette." They were both quite angry, and turned their backs on each other. At that moment Mignon pushed Steiner up against Nana. When she was alone, he said to her in a low voice, with the good-natured cynicism of a pal wishing to oblige a friend, "You know he's dying for love of you. Only he's afraid of my wife. You'll protect him, won't you?" Nana pretended not to understand. She smiled, and looked at Rose, her husband, and then the banker. Then she said to the latter, "Monsieur Steiner, you will sit next to me." But sounds of laughter were heard coming from the anteroom, there were whisperings, and then quite a hubbub of gay voices all speaking at once, as though a whole convent full of girls had been let loose there. Suddenly La Bordette appeared, dragging 5 women behind him, his school, as Lucy Stuart maliciously termed them. There was Gaga, looking very majestic in a blue velvet dress that was a great deal too tight for her, Caroline Equet, always in black Flemish silk trimmed with Chantilly lace, then Léa de Horn, most slovenly dressed as usual, plump Taton Aîné, a jolly fair girl with the breast of a wet nurse, whom every one made fun of, and finally little Maria Blonde, a girl of 15, as thin and as wicked as a street Arab, and who was becoming quite the fashion ever since her first appearance at the Folies Dramatiques theatre. La Bordette had brought them all in the same cab, and they were still laughing at the recollection of how they had been squeezed together, with Maria Blonde on the other's knees. But they composed themselves, shaking hands and bowing all around, like the most respectable people. Gaga acted quite childishly, and even stuttered in her attempts to behave well. Taton Aîné, however, who had been told coming along that 6 naked niggers would wait on them during Nana's supper, became very uneasy at not seeing them. La Bordette called her a goose, and told her to hold her tongue. "And Bordenave?" inquired Fauchery. "Oh, I am really quite upset," cried Nana. "He will not be able to join us." "Yes," said Rose Mignon. "His foot caught in a trap door, and he has sprained his ankle most abominably. If you had only heard him swear, with his leg all tied up and stretched out on a chair." Then they all expressed their regret. No one ever gave a good supper without Bordenave. However, they must try to do without him; and they were already talking of something else, when the sound of a loud voice reached them. "What next? What next? So that's the way I'm buried and forgotten." There was a shout, and all the heads were turned in the direction of the door. It was Bordenave, enormous in size and very red, his legs stretched out straight, who appeared leaning on Simone Cabiroche's shoulder. For the time being Simone was the lady of his affections. The child, who had received a good education, being able to play the piano and speak English, was fair and very pretty, but so delicate that she quite bent beneath Bordenave's heavy weight, though smiling and submissive all the time. He stood still for a few seconds, conscious that they made quite a picture. "Well, what do you say? Just see how I love you," he continued. "The truth is, I was afraid I should feel deuced dull, so I said to myself, I shall go." But he interrupted himself with an oath. "Damnation!" Simone had made a step rather too quickly, and his foot had touched the ground. He abused and shook her. She, without ceasing her smile, held down her pretty face like an animal that is afraid of being beaten, supporting him with all the strength of a plump little blonde. However, in the midst of his exclamation, the others hastened to assist him. Nana and Rose Mignon wheeled forward an armchair, into which Bordenave allowed himself to be placed, whilst the other women slipped another chair beneath his injured leg, and all the actresses who were there kissed him as a matter of course. He groaned, he sighed. "Confound it! Confound it! Anyhow, the stomach's all right, as you'll soon see." Other guests had arrived, and one could scarcely move about in the room. The noise of the plate and the crockery had ceased, but now the sound of a quarrel came from the drawing room, where the head waiter was speaking in a furious tone of voice. Nana was becoming very impatient, for, not expecting anyone else, she was surprised the supper was not served. She had sent Georges off to see what the waiters were about, when, to her great surprise, some more people, both men and women, entered the room. These last comers she did not know at all. Then, scarcely knowing what to think, she questioned Bordenave, Mignon, Labordette. But they were not acquainted with them either. When she spoke to the Count de Vandeuve, he suddenly recollected. They were the young men that he had got hold of at Count Muffat's. Nana thanked him. It was all right, all right. Only they would have to sit very close together, and she asked Labordette to have 7 more places laid. He had scarcely left the room when the footman ushered in 3 more persons. Oh, this time it was becoming too ridiculous. There would never be room for everyone. Nana, who was beginning to lose her temper, said in her grandest style that it was scarcely proper. But seeing 2 more arrive, she burst out laughing. She thought it altogether too funny. So much the worse. They would have to make room for each other the best way they could. They were all standing up except Gaga and Rose Mignon, and Bordenave, who monopolized to himself 2 of the 4 chairs. There was a regular hum of voices. They talked low, and now and again suppressed some slight yawns. "I say, my child," observed Bordenave, "supposing we adjourn to supper? We have our full number, have we not?" "Oh, yes, to be sure we have our full number," she replied, laughing. She looked about her. But she suddenly became serious, as though surprised at not seeing some one there. There was doubtless still one guest missing, of whom she had not spoken. They must wait. A few minutes later they noticed in their midst a tall gentleman with a noble-looking countenance and a handsome white beard. And the strange thing was that no one had seen him enter the room. He must have got into the parlour from the bedroom by the door that was left ajar. Only some whispering broke the silence. Count de Vandeuve evidently knew the gentleman, for they had very discreetly shaken each other by the hand, but he only answered the women's questions with a smile. Then Caroline Equet, in a low voice, bet he was an English nobleman who was returning to London on the morrow to be married. She knew him well, in fact only too well. This story went the round of the ladies, only Maria Blonde pretended on her side that he was a German ambassador, and to prove it said that he was most intimately acquainted with one of her lady friends. The men, in a few words, rapidly judged him. He looked like a person of means. Perhaps he stood the supper. It was probable. It appeared like it. Well, what did it matter so long as the supper was good? At all events, every one remained in doubt. They were already forgetting the presence of the old gentleman with the white beard when the head waiter opened the drawing-room door. "Madame is served." Nana took Steiner's arm, without seeming to notice a movement on the part of the old gentleman, who therefore walked behind her, all by himself. Besides, it was out of the question to go in couples. The men and women all entered anyhow, pleasantly joking on the want of ceremony, like so many worthy tradespeople. A long table stretched from one end of the large room to the other, and yet this table was too small, for the plates on it all touched. 4 candelabra, with 10 candles each, lighted it up. There was one especially in plated metal, with sheaves of flowers on either side. It was the luxury of a restaurant: plates and dishes without initials or crests, but with gold lines round them, plate worn and tarnished by constant washings, glasses that were almost all odd ones and of the commonest patterns. It was like a housewarming given too soon, in the midst of a sudden accession to fortune, and before anything had been put straight. A gaselier was wanting. The candles of the candelabra, being very tall, could only be snuffed with difficulty, and shed a yellow and feeble light over the dessert dishes, the centre pieces, and the glass plates in which the fruit, the cakes, and the preserves were alternated symmetrically. "You know," said Nana, "you must all seat yourselves as you like. It's more amusing." She was standing up at the middle of the table. The old gentleman, whom no one knew, had placed himself on her right, while she kept Steiner on her left. Some of the guests were already seating themselves, when a storm of oaths issued from the parlor. It was Bordenave who had been forgotten, and who had the greatest difficulty in the world in getting up from his 2 chairs, bawling away, shouting for that jade Simone gone off with the others. The women, full of pity, hastened to him. Bordenave soon appeared, supported, almost carried, by Caroline, Clarisse, Taton Aîné, and Maria Blonde, and it was quite an affair to place him comfortably. "In the middle of the table, opposite Nana," they all cried. "Bordenave in the middle. He shall preside." Then the ladies seated him in the place indicated, but he required a second chair for his leg. 2 of the women raised the injured limb and carefully placed it out straight. It didn't matter, he would only have to eat sideways. "Confound it all!" he groaned. "It's a deuced tight fit. Ah, my little darlings, you must look well after papa." He had Rose Mignon on his right hand and Lucy Stuart on his left. They promised to take every care of him. The others now all hastened to seat themselves. The Count de Vandeuvre placed himself between Lucy and Clarisse, and Fauchery between Rose Mignon and Caroline Nequet. On the other side of the table, Hector de la Falloise had hurriedly taken the seat next to Gaga, in spite of Clarisse, who sat facing them, whilst Mignon, who stuck as close as possible to Steiner, was only separated from him by Blanche, having Taton Aîné on his left. Then came La Bordette, whilst at the ends of the table were several young men and some women, Simone, Léa de Horn, Maria Blonde, all jumbled up together, without the least order. It was there that Daguenet and Georges Hugon sympathized with each other more and more as they smilingly watched Nana. There was a good deal of chaffing, however, as 2 persons had been unable to find seats. The men offered their knees. Clarisse, who could not move her elbows, told Vandeuvre that he would have to feed her. That Bordenave, he occupied such a lot of room with his 2 chairs. There was a final effort, another squeeze, and every one was at last seated. But, as Mignon exclaimed, they were packed like herrings in a barrel. "Asparagus soup, Delignac soup," murmured the waiters, as they handed round the plates behind the guests. Bordenave was advising every one to take the Delignac soup, when a shout of protestation and anger arose. The door had once more opened, and 3 late comers, a woman and 2 men, had entered the room. Oh, no, it was too much. It would never do. Nana, however, without leaving her chair, shaded her eyes and tried to see if she knew them. The woman was Louise Violaine, but she had never seen the men before. "My dear," said Vandeuvre, "this gentleman, Monsieur de Foucarmont, whom I invited, is a friend of mine, and a naval officer." Foucarmont, bowing in an easy sort of way, added, "And I ventured to bring one of my friends." "Oh, quite right, said Nana. "Pray be seated. Come, Clarisse, move a little this way. You have lots of room over there. There now, with a little goodwill." They all squeezed together closer than ever, and Foucarmont and Louise managed to get a tiny corner of the table for themselves. But the friend had to sit at some distance from his plate, and eat by passing his arms between his neighbor's shoulders. The waiters removed the soup plates, and truffled rabbit formed the next course. Bordenave created quite a row by stating that he had the idea of bringing Prunière, Fontan, and Old Bosque. Nana became most dignified at once. She said sharply that she would have received them in a way that they would not have liked. If she had wanted her comrades, she was quite capable of asking them herself. No, she would have none of that sort. Old Bosque was always drunk, Prunière was a good deal too conceited, and as for Fontan, he made himself quite unbearable in society with his loud voice and his stupidity. Then, you see, such wretched strollers as they were always out of place with gentlemen. Yes, it's quite true," declared Mignon. All these gentlemen seated round the table looked very stylish in their dress suits, and with their pale faces, which their fast way of living rendered all the more refined. The old gentleman was very deliberate in his movements, and smiled serenely, as though he were presiding at a congress of diplomatists. Vandeuvres was so exquisitely polite to the ladies on either side of him that one might have thought him at Countess Muffa's. That very morning Nana had said to her aunt that one could not hope for better sort of men, all noble or else rich, in fact, men who were quite the fashion, and as for the ladies, they behaved themselves very well. A few — Blanche, Leah, Louise — had come with low necked dresses. Gaga alone displayed more, perhaps, than she ought, especially as at her age she had far better have shown nothing at all. Now that they had all managed to seat themselves, the laughter and chaffing ceased. Georges could not help thinking that he had assisted at much livelier meals at the houses of the middle class citizens of Orleans. There was hardly any conversation. The men, not knowing one another, merely stared, and the women kept very quiet. That was what most astonished Georges. He thought them very slow. He had expected that there would have been a great deal of kissing at once. They were serving the next course, consisting of Rhine carp and venison, cooked in the English style, when Blanche said out loud: "Lucy, my dear, I met your Olivier on Sunday. How tall he has grown!" "Well, you know he is 18 years old," replied Lucy. "It doesn't make me look any the younger. He went back to school yesterday." Her son Olivier, of whom she spoke with pride, was a student at the Naval School. Then they started talking of the children. All the ladies became very tender hearted. Nana told them how happy she was. Her baby, her little Louis, was now at her aunt's, who brought him to see her every morning at 11 o'clock, and she took him into bed with her, where he played with Lulu, her terrier. It would make you laugh to see them get under the clothes right down to the bottom of the bed. No one had any idea how sharp little Louis had already become. "Oh, yesterday I had such a day of it," related Rose Mignon in her turn. "Only fancy, I went and fetched Charles and Henri from their school, and in the evening they insisted on going to the theatre. They jumped for joy and clapped their little hands. 'We shall see mamma act! We shall see mamma act!' Oh, they were quite delighted." Mignon smiled complacently, his eyes wet with tears of paternal love. "And during the performance," he continued, "they were so funny, looking as serious as men, devouring Rose with their eyes, and asking me why their mamma hadn't any clothes on her legs." Every one round the table burst out laughing. Mignon triumphed, flattered in his paternal pride. He adored the little ones, his only anxiety was to increase their fortune by administering, with all the skill of a faithful steward, the money which Rose earned at the theatre and elsewhere. At the time they married, when he was leader of the band at the music hall where she was engaged to sing, they loved each other passionately. Now they remained merely good friends. It was all arranged between them. She worked as hard as she could, with all her talent and with all her beauty. He had given up his violin the better to watch over her successes as an actress and a woman. One could never have found a more comfortable or united couple. "How old is the eldest?" asked Vandeuvres. "Henri is 9 years old," replied Mignon. "Oh, but he's so strong." Then he chaffed Steiner, who did not care for children, and told him with quiet audacity that if he were a father he would not squander his fortune so stupidly. Whilst talking, he kept eyeing the banker across Blanche's shoulders to see how he was getting on with Nana. But for some minutes past, Rose and Fauchery, who had been speaking very close to each other, had made him rather anxious. He hoped Rose was not going to waste her time with such stupidity. If she were, he would make it his business to prevent it. And with his well-shaped hands, which sported a diamond ring on the little finger, he finished cutting up his venison steak. The conversation about children, however, continued. La Falloise, rendered quite bashful by Gaga's proximity, began to ask her for news of her daughter, whom he had had the pleasure of seeing with her at the Variety Theatre. Lily was very well, but she was still quite a tomboy. He was quite astounded when he heard that she was almost 19 years old. Gaga at once became in his eyes far more imposing; and as he tried to find out why she had not brought Lily with her, "Oh, no, never, never!" she said, highly indignant. "Only 3 months ago she insisted on leaving school. I wished to marry her at once. But she loves me so much, I was obliged to have her with me. Ah, quite against my wish, I assure you." Her blue eyelids, with the lashes all burnt away, blinked as she spoke of settling the young lady in life. If at her age she had never been able to put a sou on one side, always working, obliging the men still, especially very young ones, whose grandmother she might have been, it was really because a good marriage was worth far more. She leaned towards La Falloise, who turned quite red beneath the enormous naked and plastered shoulder with which she almost crushed him. "You know," she murmured, "if she makes a mistake, it won't be my fault. But girls are so peculiar when they are young." There was a good deal of commotion going on round the table. The waiters hurried about. The next course, consisting of fattened pullets, fillets of sole, and stewed liver, made its appearance. The head waiter, who, in the way of wine, had up until then only offered Merceau, now sent round Chambertin and some Léoville. In the slight hubbub occasioned by the changing of the plates, Georges, more surprised than ever, asked Daguenet if all the ladies had children. And he, amused by the questions, gave him a few particulars. Lucy Stuart was the daughter of a porter of English origin employed on the Northern Railway. She was 39 years old, with the head of a horse, but nevertheless a most adorable person, frightfully consumptive yet never dying, the greatest swell of all the women there, and who could count amongst her conquests 3 princes and a duke. Caroline Equet, who was born at Bordeaux, was the daughter of a clerk in humble circumstances, who died of shame. She had the good luck to possess a mother who was a strong-minded woman, and who, after cursing her and indulging in a year's reflection, suddenly restored her to her place in the maternal affections with the object of watching over her fortunes. The daughter, who was 25 years old, and of a very cold nature, enjoyed the reputation of being one of the prettiest women in the market, at the price that never varied. The mother, a very orderly woman, kept the books with the utmost accuracy as to profit and loss, and managed the entire establishment from the small apartment she occupied 2 floors above, and where she had set up a dressmaking business for the production of her daughter's elegant costumes and underclothing. As for Blanche de Sivry, whose real name was Jacqueline Baudu, she came from a village near Amiens. She was magnificently shaped, but was very stupid and a great liar, pretending her grandfather was a general, and not owning to her 32 years. She was very much in vogue with the Russians, on account of her corpulence. Then Daguenet rapidly added a few details about the others. Clarisse Besnus was brought from St. Aubin-sur-Mer to Paris by a lady as nursemaid, and was debauched by the husband who started her in her new career. Simone Cabiroche, the daughter of a furniture dealer of the Faubourg St. Antoine, was educated at a high-class school with the object of becoming a governess; and Maria Blonde and Louise Violine and Léa Dehorn had all been driven on to the streets, without counting Taton Aîné, who had tended cattle until 20 years old in the beggarly Champagne. Georges listened, watching the women as he did so, and feeling quite dazed and excited by such a cynical undressing coarsely muttered into his ear, whilst behind him the waiters kept repeating in a respectful tone of voice, "Fattened pullet, fillet of sole." "My boy," said Daguenet, giving him the benefit of his experience, "don't take any fish, it's not advisable to do so late at night as this. And stick to the Léoville, it is less treacherous." The atmosphere was becoming quite impregnated with the heat from the candles and the fumes of the dishes, and of everything else on the table, around which 38 persons were almost suffocating; and the waiters, becoming careless, were scurrying about over the carpet, which was already grease-stained in several places. The supper, however, still continued a rather quiet affair. The ladies trifled with their food, leaving half of it on their plates. Taton Aîné alone ate greedily of everything. At that late hour of the night there were nothing but nervous appetites, the caprices of disordered stomachs. Seated beside Nana, the old gentleman declined all the dishes offered him. He had merely taken a spoonful of soup, and he silently looked about him in front of his empty plate. There was a good deal of discreet yawning. Now and again some of the guests quite closed their eyes, whilst the faces of others became really cadaverous looking. It was most awfully slow, as Vandeuvre said. Suppers of that sort, to be amusing, should not be too select. Otherwise, if all were on their good behaviour and everything was highly respectable, one might just as well go and feed in good society, where one could not be more bored. If it hadn't been for Bordenave, who continued his shouting, every one would have gone to sleep. The lazy beast, his leg carefully stretched out, put on the airs of a sultan as he allowed his neighbours, Lucy and Rose, to wait on him. They did nothing but look after him and pamper him, and see that his glass and his plate were constantly filled. But all that did not prevent him complaining. Who will cut my meat for me? I can't do it myself, the table is a mile away. Every moment Simone continued going and standing behind him and cutting up his meat and his bread. All the women interested themselves in what he had to eat. They called back the waiters and had his plate filled again and again. Then Simone having wiped his mouth, whilst Rose and Lucy changed his plate and knife and fork, he thought it all very nice. And deigning at last to show his pleasure, he said, "There, you are right, my girl. A woman is made for nothing else." Everyone began to wake up a bit, and the conversation became more general. Some orange sherbet had just been served round. The hot roast was a truffled fillet of beef, and the cold roast a galantine of guinea fowl with jelly. Nana, who was quite put out by the want of animation among her guests, now commenced to talk very loud. "You know that the Prince of Scotland has already had a stage box booked for him to see the blonde Venus, when he comes for the exhibition." "I hope all the princes will come and see it," said Bordenave, with his mouth full. "The Shah of Persia is expected on Sunday," observed Lucy Stewart. Then Rose Mignon talked of the Shah's diamonds. He wore a tunic which was covered with precious stones, it was a marvel, a blazing star, and was worth millions. And all the ladies, with pale faces and eyes glaring with covetousness, stretched their necks as they mentioned the other kings and emperors who were expected. They were all thinking of some caprice of royalty, of a fortune made in a night. "I say, my dear," asked Caroline Equet, leaning towards Vandeuvre, "how old is the Emperor of Russia?" "Oh, he's no age," replied the Count, laughing. "You've no chance in that quarter, I assure you." Nana pretended to be very much offended. The conversation was becoming too coarse, many protested by a murmur. But Blanche started giving some information about the King of Italy, whom she had seen once at Milan. He was not very handsome, but that did not prevent him from being very successful with the women, and she seemed quite disappointed when Fauchery stated that Victor Emmanuel would not be able to come. Louise Violaine and Leah preferred the Emperor of Austria. All of a sudden, little Maria Blonde was heard to say, "What a dry old stick the King of Prussia is! I was at Baden last year. I was constantly meeting him with Count Bismarck." "Ah, Bismarck," interrupted Simone. "I used to know him. He is a charming fellow." "That's just what I was saying yesterday," exclaimed Vandeuvre, "and no one would believe me." And just the same as at Countess Sabine's they talked for a long while about Count Bismarck. Vandeuvre repeated the same phrases he had used before. For a moment one seemed to be again in the Muffats' drawing room; the women only were changed. In just the same way, too, the conversation turned on music. Then Foucarmont having dropped a word about the taking of the veil which all Paris was talking of, Nana became interested and insisted on hearing all about Mademoiselle de Fougeray. Oh, poor little thing, to go and bury herself alive in that way! However, it was her own wish. The women round the table were all deeply affected. Georges, tired of hearing the same things over again, was questioning Daguenet respecting Nana's private habits, when the conversation fatally returned to Count Bismarck. Taton Aîné, leaning towards La Bordette and whispering in his ear, asked him who was that Bismarck whom she had never heard of. Then La Bordette coolly told her some of the most awful lies imaginable. Bismarck fed on raw meat. Whenever he encountered a woman near his stronghold he carried her off on his back. Though only 40 years old, he had already had 32 children. "Only 40 years old and 32 children!" exclaimed Tanton Aîné, quite astounded, but convinced. "He must be awfully worn out for his age." Then as every one burst into a laugh, she saw it was at her, so she hastened to add, "How stupid you are! How am I to know when you are only joking?" Gaga, however, had continued talking of the exhibition. Like all the other ladies, she was rejoicing and making her preparations. It would be a good season, with all the provincials and the foreigners rushing to Paris. Then perhaps after the exhibition, if everything went well, she could retire to Juvisy, to a little house she had had her eye upon for a long time. "What would you?" said she to La Falloise. "One never has any prospects. If one were only loved!" Gaga was going in for a little tenderness because she had felt the young man's knee touch her own. He was very red in the face. She, lisping all the while, weighed him with a glance. A little gentleman, not very wealthy; but then, she was no longer hard to please. La Falloise obtained her address. Look," murmured Vandeuvre to Clarisse, I fancy that Gaga is robbing you of your Hector." Oh, I don't care a fig," replied the actress. The fellow's a fool. I have already turned him out of my place 3 times. But, you know, when youngsters go in for the old ones, it disgusts me." She interrupted herself to draw his attention with a slight nod to Blanche, who, ever since the early part of the supper, had been leaning in a very uncomfortable position, looking very proud, but wishing to display her shoulders to the distinguished old gentleman who was seated only 3 places from her. You are being abandoned also, my boy," resumed Clarisse. Vandeuvre smiled shrewdly with a gesture of indifference. He certainly wouldn't stand in the way of poor Blanche making a conquest. He was far more interested in the exhibition Steiner was making of himself. The banker was well known for his numerous love affairs. The terrible German Jew, the great hatcher of businesses whose hands founded millions, became quite a fool whenever he had a hankering after a woman — and he wanted them all. One could never appear at a theatre but he secured her, no matter at what price. The most incredible amounts were mentioned. Twice during his life had his furious appetite for the fair sex ruined him. As Vandeuvre said, the women avenged morality in emptying his coffers. A grand transaction in shares of the salt works of the Landes having restored him his position on the Bourse, the Mignons for 6 weeks past had been having a rare nibble at the profits. But now bets were freely made that it wouldn't be the Mignons who would finish them, for Nana was showing her white teeth. Once again Steiner was hooked, and so securely that, seated beside Nana, he looked quite dumbfounded, eating without the least appetite, his under lip hanging down, and his face a mass of blotches. She had only to fix a sum. Yet she did not hurry herself, but played with him, blowing little laughs into his hairy ear, and amusing herself with the sight of the spasms which now and again passed over his fat face. It would be quite time enough to land him, if really that uncivil beast Count Muffat was going to play at being Joseph. Léoville or Chambertin? Murmured a waiter, thrusting his head in between Nana and Steiner, just as the latter was whispering to the young woman. Hey, what? He stammered, quite bewildered. What you like, I don't care. Vandeuvre nudged Lucy Stuart, who was noted for saying unpleasant things, and having a most fiendish temper whenever put out about anything. And Mignon's behavior all the evening had quite exasperated her. You know he would even go and hold the candle, said she to the Count. He hopes to do the same as he did with young Jonquier. You recollect Jonquier, who was with Rose, and who took a fancy to tall Laure? Mignon went and arranged everything with Laure for Jonquier, and then he brought him back arm in arm to Rose, like a husband who had been allowed to go on a spree. But this time it won't do. Nana is not one to return the men who are lent her. Whatever is Mignon looking at his wife in that angry way for? Asked Vandeuvre. He leant forward a little and noticed that Rose was getting very sweet on Fauchery. That explained to him why his neighbor had spoken in such a spiteful manner. He resumed with a laugh. The devil! Are you jealous? Jealous? Repeated Lucy, furious. Ah, well, if Rose wants Léon, I give him to her freely. He isn't worth much. 1 bouquet a week, and that not always. Look you, my boy, all those theatre girls are the same. Rose wept with rage when she read Léon's article on Nana, I know it for certain. So you see, she also must have an article, and she's earning it. As for me, I'll kick Léon out of my place, you bet. She stopped to tell a waiter standing behind her with his 2 bottles, Léoville. Then, lowering her voice, she resumed, I'm not going to kick up a fuss, it's not my way. But she's a dirty hussy all the same. If I were her husband, I'd lead her a fine dance. Oh, this won't bring her any luck. She doesn't know my Fauchery, a dirty fellow he too, who sticks to a woman simply to improve his position in the world. They're a fine lot. Vandeuvre tried to calm her. Bourdonnais, abandoned by Rose and by Lucy, was fast losing his temper, and kept calling out that everyone was letting Papa die of hunger and thirst. This caused a happy diversion. The supper was becoming interminable. Almost everyone had left off eating, but the champagne that many of the guests had been drinking ever since the soup was gradually animating them with a nervous intoxication. They began to be more free in their behavior; the women put their elbows on the table, now all in disorder, the men, to breathe more at ease, leant back in their chairs, and the black coats mingled in still closer proximity with the gay coloured dresses, whilst naked shoulders, turned sideways to the light, had a gloss like silk. It was a great deal too warm, the light from the candles became yellower still, and the atmosphere was loaded with the fumes rising from the table. Now and then, when a head bent forward beneath a shower of curls, the flash from some diamond ornament illuminated the high chignon. The increasing merriment inflamed all, putting laughter into the eyes and displaying pearl-white teeth in smiles, whilst the reflection of the candelabra caused the glasses of champagne to sparkle again. Broad jokes were uttered aloud, and every one was gesticulating in the midst of unanswered questions and remarks sent from one end of the room to the other. But the waiters made the most noise of all, as though thinking themselves in their restaurant, pushing up against each other as they served the ices and dessert, giving vent to guttural exclamations the while. "My children," shouted Bordenave, "don't forget that we have a performance to morrow. Take care! Beware of the champagne!" "Oh," said Foucarmont, "I have drunk of every kind of wine made in the world, some of the most extraordinary liquids, alcohols capable of killing a man right off. Well, they never affected me in the least. I can't get drunk. I've tried, but I can't." He looked very pale and cool as he leant back in his chair and continued drinking. "All the same," murmured Louise Violaine, "leave off. You've had enough. It will be very amusing if I have to nurse you for the rest of the night." End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4, Part 2. A slight intoxication coloured Lucy Stuart's cheeks with a consumptive-looking flush, whilst Rose Mignon, her eyes moist with a desire to cry, had become quite tender-hearted. Taton Aîné, dizzy with having eaten so much, laughed vaguely at her own stupidity. The others, Blanche, Caroline, Simone, Maria, were all talking together, telling each other their private affairs, a dispute with a coachman, a contemplated trip into the country, and some complicated stories of lovers stolen and returned. But a young man near Georges, having tried to kiss Léa de Horn, received a slap with an "I say, you just leave me alone," full of the most virtuous indignation; and Georges, who was very drunk and excited by the sight of Nana, hesitated before putting into execution an idea he had been nursing, which was to crawl under the table and curl himself up at her feet like a little dog. No one would have seen him, and he would have kept very quiet. Then Daguenet, having, at Léa's desire, told the young man to behave himself, Georges all of a sudden felt quite sad, as though he had just been scolded himself. It was stupid, it was dull, there was nothing left worth living for. Daguenet, however, joked with him, and made him drink a tumblerful of water, asking him at the same time what he would do if he found himself alone with a woman, as 3 glasses of champagne were too much for him. "For instance," resumed Foucarmont, "in Havana they make a spirit out of some wild berry. It's just like swallowing fire. Well, one night I drank nearly 2 pints of it, and it had no effect on me whatever. But I can tell you more than that. Another time, when on the coast of Coromandel, some savages brought us a mixture that tasted like pepper and vitriol, and it had no effect on me. I can't get drunk." For some little time past he had taken an aversion to Lavalloise, who was sitting in front of him. He kept sneering and saying most unpleasant things. Lavalloise, who was becoming rather light-headed, moved about a good deal, keeping at the same time as close as possible to Gaga. But a great anxiety increased his restlessness. Some one had taken his handkerchief. He kept asking for it in a drunken, obstinate mood, questioning his neighbors, and stooping down to look under their chairs and amongst their feet. Then, as Gaga tried to quiet him, "It's absurd," he murmured. "There are my initials and my crest in the corner. It may compromise me." "I say, Monsieur Falamoise, Lamafoise, Mafalloise," cried Foucarmont, who thought it very witty to thus disfigure the young man's name. But Lavalloise got angry. He stutteringly spoke of his ancestors. He threatened to pitch a decanter at Foucarmont's head. Count de Vandevre had to interfere and assure him that Foucarmont was very funny. Indeed, everyone laughed. That upset the bewildered young man's determination, so he quietly sat down, and he went on eating as obediently as a child, when his cousin told him to do so in an angry tone of voice. Gaga kept him close to her again, only every now and then he glanced furtively and anxiously at the others in search of his handkerchief. Then Foucarmont in his witty mood attacked Labordette right across the table. Louise Violaine tried to make him keep quiet, because, said she, whenever he got quarrelsome like that with others it always ended badly for her. He thought it very funny to call Labordette Madame. It seemed to amuse him immensely, for he kept on doing so, whilst Labordette coolly shrugged his shoulders, saying each time, "Keep quiet, my boy, don't be a fool." But as Foucarmont continued, and even became insulting, without any one knowing why, Labordette left off answering him, and addressed himself to the Count de Vandevre. "Have the goodness to make your friend keep quiet, sir. I do not wish to lose my temper." He had fought in 2 duels, he was admitted and welcomed everywhere, so there was a general rising against Foucarmont. Every one was amused, thinking him very funny, but that was no reason for upsetting the harmony of the evening. Vandevre, whose fine face wore a dark look, insisted on his restoring Labordette his sex. The other men, Mignon, Steiner, Bordenave, all very far gone, interfered also, shouting so as to drown his voice. And the old gentleman, who was quite forgotten in his seat beside Nana, alone preserved his distinguished look, his quiet, weary smile, as he watched with his pale eyes the tumult around him. "My little duck, suppose we have our coffee here," said Bordenave. "We are all very comfortable." Nana did not answer at once. Ever since the commencement of the supper she had not seemed to be in her own home. She felt quite lost among all these people, who almost stunned her with their loud talk and their calls for the waiters, and who were all thoroughly at their ease, as though in a restaurant. She, too, began to forget her duties as mistress of the house, occupying herself solely with stout old Steiner, who was almost bursting with apoplexy beside her. She listened to him, shaking her head the while, and laughing in the provoking way of a plump blonde. The champagne she had drunk had heightened her colour and moistened her lips and given an extra sparkle to her eyes. And the banker offered more at every cajoling movement of her shoulders, at each slight though voluptuous heaving of her neck when she turned her head. He noticed near her ear a dainty little spot, a velvety skin which almost drove him mad. Now and then Nana recollected her guests, and tried to do the amiable, to show that she knew how to entertain. Towards the end of the supper she became quite tipsy. That vexed her very much. Champagne always got into her head at once. Then an idea seized upon her that thoroughly exasperated her. It was a dirty trick the other women were playing her, by behaving badly in her rooms. Oh, she saw through it well enough. Lucy winked her eye to stimulate Foucarmont against Labordette, whilst Rose, Caroline, and the others excited the gentlemen. Now the row they kicked up was so great that it was impossible to hear oneself speak, just to show that they could all do as they liked when supping at Nana's. Well, they would see. Though she was tipsy, she was still the best looking and the best behaved of the lot. "My little duck," repeated Bordenave, "tell them to serve the coffee in here. I should prefer it, on account of my leg." But Nana roughly jumped up from her seat, murmuring to Steiner and the old gentleman, who were lost in astonishment, "It serves me right. It will teach me not to invite such a low set another time." Then, pointing to the dining room door, she added aloud, "You know, if you want any coffee, there's some in there." Every one rose from the table and hurried towards the dining room, without noticing Nana's anger. And soon no one was left in the drawing room but Bordenave, who was holding on to the walls and advancing cautiously, swearing all the time against those confounded women who didn't care a damn for papa, now that their bellies were full. Behind him the waiters were already removing the cloth, under the directions of their chief, who shouted out his orders. They hurried themselves, shoving up against one another, making the table disappear like the scenery of a fairy play on the signal of the head scene shifter. The ladies and gentlemen were to return to the drawing room after taking their coffee. "Thank goodness, it isn't so warm in here," said Gaga, with a slight shiver, as she entered the dining room. The window had been left open. Two lamps lighted up the table on which the coffee was served with some liqueurs. There were no chairs, so they all took their coffee standing, whilst the noise caused by the waiters in the next room increased. Nana had disappeared, but no one was troubled by her absence. They got on very well without her, helping themselves, searching in the sideboard drawers for the spoons they wanted. Several groups were formed, those who had been separated during the supper rejoining one another, and exchanging looks, significant smiles, or a few words which summed up the situation. I say, Augustus," said Rose Mignon, ought not Monsieur Fauchery to come and lunch with us one of these days?" Mignon, who was playing with his watch again, looked at the journalist severely for a second. Rose, he thought, was mad. As a good manager he would put a stop to all such waste. For an article, well and good, but after that, no admittance. However, as he knew that his wife would sometimes have her own way, and that he made a rule of paternally allowing her to commit a folly whenever he could not prevent it, he replied in his most amiable manner, "Certainly, I shall be delighted. Why not come to morrow, then, Monsieur Fauchery?" Lucy Stuart, who was conversing with Steiner and Blanche, overheard the invitation. She raised her voice and said to the banker, "Is it a mania they've all got? One of them has even stolen my puppy. Really now, is it my fault if you've discarded her?" Rose turned her head. Her face was very pale as she looked fixedly at Steiner, slowly sipping her coffee the while, and all the repressed anger she felt at her abandonment gleamed in her eyes like a flame of fire. She understood the matter better than Mignon. It was absurd to try and repeat the Jonquier experiment. That sort of thing did not come off twice. Well, so much the worse. She would have Fauchery. She had felt a hankering for him ever since the supper, and if Mignon didn't like it, it would teach him to act differently another time. "You are not going to fight, I hope," Vandeuvre came and said to Lucy Stuart. "Oh, no, never you fear. Only she had better keep quiet, or I'll give her a piece of my mind." And calling to Fauchery in a haughty tone of voice, Lucy added, "Young 'un, I've got your slippers at home. I'll have 'em left to morrow with your concierge." He tried to jest about it, but she moved away from him with the air of a queen. Clarisse, who was leaning against the wall so as the more conveniently to drink a glass of kirsch, shrugged her shoulders. What a fuss to make about a man! Wasn't it the custom, whenever two women found themselves together with their lovers, for each to try and get hold of the others? It was quite a settled thing. If she had chosen she might have scratched out Gaga's eyes, all on account of Hector. But, pooh! She didn't care a button. Then, as La Valoise passed near her, she contented herself with saying to him, "Listen, you seem to like them very far advanced. You are not satisfied with their being ripe, you want them rotten." La Valoise appeared very much put out. He continued uneasy. Seeing Clarisse scoffing at him, he suspected her. "No humbug," he murmured. "You have taken my handkerchief. Give me my handkerchief." "What a nuisance he is with his handkerchief!" she cried. "Look here, you idiot! What should I have taken it for?" "Why," said he mistrustfully, "to send it to my relations, so as to compromise me." All this while Foucarmont was going in strongly for the liqueurs. He continued to sneer as he watched Labordette, who was drinking his coffee surrounded by the women, and he kept uttering a number of unconnected phrases, much in this style. "The son of a horse dealer, others said the bastard offspring of a countess. No means, and yet always 25 louis in his pocket. The servant of all the girls of easy virtue. A fellow who never went to bed. No, never, never," he repeated, growing angry. "I can't help it. I must really slap his face." He tossed off a glass of chartreuse. Chartreuse never upset him. "Not that much," said he, and he clacked his thumbnail between his teeth. But all of a sudden, just as he was advancing towards Labordette, he turned ghastly pale, and fell all in a heap in front of the sideboard. He was dead drunk. Louise Violaine was in an awful way. She had said that it would end badly. Now she would be the rest of the night nursing him. But Gaga reassured her. She examined the officer with the eye of an experienced woman, and declared that there was no cause for alarm. The gentleman would sleep like that for 12 or 15 hours without the least accident. So they removed Foucarmont. "Hallo! Wherever has Nana got to?" asked Vandeuvre. Yes, as a matter of fact, she had disappeared on leaving the supper table. They now began to think of her. Everyone made inquiries. Steiner suddenly became most anxious, questioned Vandeuvre with respect to the old gentleman who had also disappeared. But the Count calmed his fears. He had just seen the old gentleman off. He was a distinguished foreigner whose name it was unnecessary to mention. He was very rich, and was satisfied with paying for the suppers. Then, everyone again forgetting Nana, Vandeuvre noticed Dagonet's head at the door, signalling for him to come; and in the bedroom he found the mistress of the house seated quite rigid, with her lips all white, whilst Dagonet and Georges were standing watching her with looks of consternation. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, surprised. She did not reply, nor did she even turn her head. He repeated his question. "I don't intend to be made a fool of in my own place," she at length exclaimed. "That's what's the matter." Then she uttered everything that came readily to her tongue. Yes, yes, she wasn't an idiot. She could see what it all meant. They had all made a fool of her during supper. They had said the most beastly things, just to show that they didn't care a curse for her. A parcel of strumpets who were not fit to clean her boots. She wouldn't worry herself for them another time, just to be treated in that scurvy way afterwards. She didn't know what it was kept her from kicking the whole dirty lot out of the place; and her rage choking her, she sobbed aloud. "Come, my girl, you're drunk," said Vandeuvre, in a most affectionate manner. "You must be reasonable." No, she refused beforehand. She would remain there. "I may be drunk, it's very possible; but I intend to be respected." For a quarter of an hour past Dagonet and Georges had been vainly entreating her to return to the dining room, but she was obstinate. Her guests might do what they liked; she had too great a contempt for them to return amongst them. Never, never. They might cut her up into pieces, but she would remain in her room. "I ought to have expected it," she resumed. "It's that strumpet Rose who organized the plot; and it's no doubt she who prevented that respectable lady I invited from coming." She was speaking of Madame Robert. Vandeuvre assured her, on his word of honour, that Madame Robert had of her own free will declined the invitation. He listened and discussed without laughing, used to such scenes, and knowing how to deal with women when they were in that state. But the moment he tried to take hold of Nana's hands, to raise her from her chair and lead her away, she struggled with increased fury. No one would ever make her believe, for instance, that Fauchery had not dissuaded Count Muffat from coming. He was a regular serpent, that Fauchery, a most envious fellow, a man who was capable of sticking to a woman until he had destroyed her happiness; for she knew very well the Count had taken a fancy to her. She might have had him. "He, my dear? Never!" exclaimed Vandeuvre, forgetting himself and laughing. "But why not?" asked she, serious and slightly sobered. "Because he's mixed up with the priests, and if he only touched you with the tip of his finger, he would go and confess it on the morrow. Now listen to a good piece of advice. Don't let the other one escape." For a moment she reflected in silence. Then she rose, and went and bathed her eyes. Yet when they again tried to get her into the dining room, she furiously declined to go. Vandeuvre left the room with a smile, without insisting any more; and directly he was gone she had a fit of tenderness, throwing herself into Dagonet's arms, and saying, "Ah, my Mimi, there is no one like you. I love you, as you know. I love you so much. It would be too good if we could always live together. Oh, why are women such unhappy creatures?" Then, noticing Georges, who had turned very red on seeing them embrace each other, she kissed him also. Mimi could not be jealous of a baby. She wished Paul and Georges always to get on well together, because it would be so nice to remain like that, all three knowing that they loved one another so much. But a peculiar noise disturbed them. Some one was snoring in the room. Then, looking about, they discovered Bordenave, who, after drinking his coffee, had apparently made himself comfortable there. He was asleep on 2 chairs, his head resting on the edge of the bed, and his legs stretched straight out. Nana thought he looked so comic, with his mouth wide open and his nose moving at each snore, that she quite shook with laughter. She left the room, followed by Dagonet and Georges, and passing through the dining room, entered the drawing room, laughing more than ever. "Oh, my dear," cried she, almost throwing herself into Rosa's arms, "you have no idea. Come and see." All the women were obliged to go with her. She caressingly seized hold of their hands and dragged them away in so genuine a transport of gaiety that they laughed before knowing why. They all disappeared, and then returned after having remained for a minute with bated breath around Bourdonnais majestically stretched out; and then their laughter burst forth afresh when one of them called for silence. Bourdonnais could be plainly heard snoring in the distance. It was nearly 4:00. In the dining room a card table had been placed, around which Vandeuvres, Steiner, Mignon, and Labordette hastened to seat themselves. Lucy and Caroline stood behind them betting; whilst Blanche, feeling very drowsy and dissatisfied with her evening, kept asking Vandeuvres every 5 minutes if they would not soon be going. In the drawing room others were trying to dance. Daguenet was kindly assisting at the piano, as Nana said she wouldn't have any strumming, and Mimi could play as many waltzes and polkas as any one could wish. But the dancing flagged. Many of the women were reclining on the sofas chatting among themselves. All on a sudden there was a frightful uproar. 11 young men, who had just arrived together, were laughing very loudly in the ante-room and pushing their way towards the drawing-room door. They had just left the ball at the Ministry of the Interior, and were all in evening dress and bedecked with various unknown decorations. Nana, annoyed at the noise they made, called the waiters, who were still in the kitchen, and ordered them to chuck the gentlemen out, swearing that she had never seen them before. Fauchery, Labordette, Daguenet, and the other men hastened forward to ensure the respect due to the lady of the house. Angry words were uttered, fists were shaken. Another minute and there would have been a general punching of heads. However, a little fair-haired fellow with a most sickly appearance kept on repeating, "Come now, Nana. The other night at Peter's, in the big red room, you surely must recollect. You invited us." The other night at Peter's? She did not remember it at all. First of all, what night? And when the little fair-haired fellow told her the day, Wednesday, she recollected that she had supped at Peter's on the Wednesday, but she had invited no one, of that she was almost certain. "But yet, my girl, if you did invite them," murmured Labordette, who began to have doubts on the subject, "you were perhaps a little bit on." Then Nana laughed. It was possible, she couldn't say. However, as the gentlemen were there, they had better come in; and so it was settled. Many of the newcomers found friends of theirs amongst those in the drawing room, and the squabble ended in a general handshaking. The little fair-haired fellow with the sickly appearance bore one of the greatest names of France. Besides, they announced that several others were following them; and, true enough, the door opened every minute to admit men with white kid gloves in their most official get-up. They all came from the ball of the Ministry of the Interior. Fauchery jokingly inquired if the minister himself would not soon arrive. But Nana, very much annoyed, replied that the minister visited people who were certainly not as good as she. What she did not mention was a hope she entertained, that of seeing Count Muffat enter in the midst of all the others. He might have altered his mind; and as she conversed with Rose, she kept watching the door. 5:00 struck. The dancing had ceased; the players alone stuck to their cards. Labordette had given up his seat, and the women had gone back into the drawing room. The somnolence that accompanies a prolonged dissipation hung heavily over all in the dull light of the lamps, the charred wicks of which gave a reddish hue to the globes. The women had reached that maudlin state when they feel the desire to relate their own histories. Blanche de Sivry talked of her grandfather, the general, whilst Clarisse invented quite a romance about a duke who had seduced her at her uncle's, where he had come to hunt the wild boar; and each, with her back turned, kept shrugging her shoulders, and asking if it was possible to tell such crammers. As for Lucy Stuart, she quietly avowed her humble origin, and talked freely of the days of her youth, when her father, the porter on the Northern Railway, used to treat her to an apple turnover on a Sunday. "Oh, I must tell you," suddenly exclaimed little Maria Blonde. "There's a gentleman living opposite to me, a Russian, in short, a man who's awfully rich. Well, yesterday I received a basket of fruit. Oh, such a basket of fruit! Some enormous peaches, grapes as big as that, something really extraordinary at this time of the year. And in the middle of all, 6 bank notes of 1,000 francs each. It was the Russian. Of course I sent all back again, but I was rather sorry to do so, because of the fruit." The other women looked at each other, trying not to smile. Little Maria Blonde possessed rare cheek for her age. As if that sort of adventures happened to such hussies as she. They all felt a great contempt for each other. Many were furiously jealous of Lucy on account of her 3 princes. Ever since Lucy had taken to riding on horseback of a morning in the Bois de Boulogne, which had been the starting point of her great success, they had all been seized with a violent mania for learning to ride. The day was about to break. Nana no longer watched the door, having lost all hope. Everyone was bored to death. Rose Mignon had refused to sing The Slipper, and was curled up on the sofa, where she was whispering with Fauchery, whilst waiting for Mignon, who had already won about 50 louis from Vendeuvre. A stout, distinguished-looking gentleman wearing a decoration had, it is true, just recited Abraham's Sacrifice in Alsatian patois, spiced with a certain amount of profanity. Only as no one understood more than a word or two, the recitation fell very flat. Nobody knew what to be at to infuse some gaiety into the proceedings, to finish the night in a sufficiently wild manner. For an instant Labordette had the idea of secretly denouncing the women to Lavalloise, who kept prowling round each to see if she hadn't his handkerchief stowed away in her bosom. However, as some bottles of champagne remained on the sideboard, the young men started drinking again. They called to each other, they tried to excite one another. But an invincibly mournful drunkenness of a stupidity to make one weep overcame them all. Then the little fair-haired fellow, he who bore one of the greatest names of France, quite at a loss what to do, in despair at not being able to think of something funny, had a sudden idea. He took a bottle of champagne and emptied the contents into the piano. All the others writhed with laughter. "Hallo!" said Tête-en-Ailée, who had watched him with astonishment. "Why does he pour champagne into the piano?" "What, my girl, don't you know that?" replied Labordette seriously. "There is nothing so good as champagne for pianos. It improves the tone." "Ah, really!" murmured Tête-en-Ailée, thoroughly convinced. And as everyone laughed, she got into a temper. How was she to know? They were always telling her wrong. Things were decidedly going from bad to worse. The night seemed likely to end in an unpleasant kind of manner. In a corner of the room Maria Blonde was having a row with Léa de Horn, whom she accused of receiving men who were not sufficiently rich, and they had come to oaths as they abused each other's looks. Lucy, who was ugly, quieted them. Looks were nothing. The thing was to have a good figure. Farther off on a sofa, an attaché to an embassy had passed his arm round Simone's waist, and was trying to kiss her on the neck. But Simone, quite tired out and very sulky, pushed him away each time, saying, "Don't bother me," and hitting him on the head with her fan. Besides, the other woman would not allow anybody to touch them. Who did they take them for? Gaga, however, who had caught hold of Lavalloise, kept him by her, almost on her knees, whilst Clarisse, shaking with the nervous laugh of a woman being tickled, was disappearing between 2 gentlemen. Around the piano the little game continued in a fit of stupidity. There was a good deal of pushing, each one wanted to empty his bottle into it. It was simple and pretty. "Here, old fellow, take a drink. The devil! Isn't he thirsty, the poor piano? Look out there, here's another. We mustn't lose a drop." Nana, who had her back turned towards them, did not see what they were after. She had evidently made up her mind to do the best she could with stout old Steiner, who was seated beside her. So much the worse. It was all that Muffat's fault, for he had not been willing. In her dress of soft white silk, light and crumpled like a chemise, with her touch of intoxication which had taken the colour from her face and made her eyes look heavy, she seemed to be offering herself in a quiet, good-natured sort of way. The roses she had placed in her dress and hair were now all withered, and only the stalks remained. Suddenly, Steiner withdrew his hand from off her dress, where he had just encountered the pins placed by Georges. A few drops of blood issued from his fingers. One fell on the dress and stained it. "Now it is signed," said Nana seriously. The day had dawned. An awfully sad and dubious sort of light entered by the windows. Then the breaking up began. A leave-taking full of uneasiness and ill-nature. Caroline Equet, annoyed at having wasted her night, said it was time for those to go who did not wish to assist at some very strange things. Rose made a face like that of a respectable woman who had been compromised. It was always the same with those hussies. They never knew how to behave themselves. They were always most disgusting from the first. And Mignon having quite stumped Vendeuvre, the couple went off, without troubling themselves about Steiner, though not until they had again invited Fauchery for the morrow. Lucy then refused to let the journalist see her home, and told him out loud to go with his dirty actress. Rose, who heard her, turned round and answered with "Filthy hag," muttered between her teeth; but Mignon, well versed in women's quarrels, paternally pushed his wife outside, and told her to dry up. Behind them, Lucy, all alone, descended the staircase like a queen. Then it was La Falloise, feeling quite ill and sobbing like a child, who was led away by Gaga, whilst he called for Clarisse, long ago gone off with her two gentlemen. Simone also had disappeared. There still remained Taton, Léa, and Maria; but La Bordette obligingly offered to take charge of them. "I don't feel at all sleepy," said Nana. "Do let us do something." She looked at the sky through the window panes, a sky of a livid colour, and over which floated sooty black clouds. It was 6:00. Facing her, on the other side of the Boulevard Haussmann, the houses were still hushed in sleep, their damp roofs standing out in the dim light, while a party of scavengers were passing along the deserted pavement on which their wooden shoes resounded. In the presence of this mournful awakening of a gay city, Nana was seized with the emotion of a young girl with an intense longing for the country, for an idyllic existence, for something pure and peaceful. "Oh, I'll tell you what," she said, going up to Steiner, "you must take me to the Bois de Boulogne, and we will have some milk." She clapped her hands with a childish joy, and ran to throw a pelisse over her shoulders, without waiting for an answer from the banker, who naturally consented, though inwardly annoyed and dreaming of something very different. The only persons left in the drawing room were the young men who had come in a body; but having drained everything, even the glasses, into the piano, they were talking of leaving, when one of them triumphantly appeared, holding in his hand a last bottle which he had discovered in the kitchen. "Wait, wait!" cried he. "A bottle of chartreuse! There now, he wanted some chartreuse, that will bring him to again. And now, boys, let's be off. We're a set of idiots." Nana had to wake up Zoe, who had fallen asleep on a chair in the dressing room. The gas was still burning. Zoe shivered as she helped her mistress to don her hat and pelisse. "Well, it's all over. I've done as you wished," said Nana in a most familiar manner, relieved at having at length made up her mind. "You were right. It may as well be the banker as another." The maid was sullen and still drowsy. She grunted that Madame should have come to that decision on the first night. Then, as she followed her into the bedroom, she asked what she was to do with the two who were there. Bordenave had not left off snoring. Georges, who had slyly come and buried his head in a pillow, had ended by falling asleep, breathing as gently as a cherub. Nana told the girl to let them sleep. But all her tenderness returned on seeing Daguenet enter the room. He had been waiting for her in the kitchen. He looked very sad. "Come now, my Mimi, be reasonable," said she, taking him in her arms and hugging him with all manner of fondling ways. "Nothing is altered. You know it is my Mimi alone whom I adore. Don't you now? I was obliged to do it. I swear to you, we shall be all the happier. Come to morrow, we will settle the hours for seeing each other. Now quick, kiss me as much as you love me. Oh, more than that." And tearing herself away from him, she rejoined Steiner, thoroughly happy and full of her fad of going to drink some new milk. In the room, now almost deserted, Count de Vandeuvre remained with the distinguished looking gentleman who had recited "Abraham's Sacrifice." They were both seated at the card table, no longer knowing what they were doing, and not noticing that it was broad daylight; whilst Blanche had curled herself up on the sofa and tried to sleep. "Ah, Blanche shall go too," cried Nana. "We are going to drink some milk, my dear. Come quick, you can return here for Vandeuvre." Blanche lazily roused herself. This time the banker's bloated face turned pale with annoyance at the idea of being accompanied by that fat girl who would be in his way. But the two women were already leading him off, and repeating, "You know we must see the cows milked." Chapter 5, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Part 1. The Blonde Venus was being performed for the 34th time at the Variety Theatre. The first act had just ended. Simone, got up as a washerwoman, was in the green room, standing before a mirror placed between the two doors that opened onto the passage leading to the dressing rooms. She was all alone, and lighted by the naked flames of the gas jets on either side, was occupied in improving her make-up by passing a finger under her eyes. "Do you know if he's arrived yet?" asked Brullière, who entered in his costume of a Swiss admiral, with his long sword, his high boots, and his immense plume. "Whom do you mean?" said Simone, without disturbing herself, and laughing at the glass so as to see her lips. "The prince." "I don't know. I'm going down." "Ah, so he's coming? He comes then every day." Brullière walked up to the fireplace, which faced the mirror, and in which a coke was burning. 2 gas jets were flaring away on either side. He raised his eyes and looked at the clock and the barometer, placed to the right and the left, and accompanied by gilded sphinxes, in the style of the Empire. Then he buried himself in a vast high-backed armchair, the green velvet of which, worn and soiled by 4 generations of actors, had here and there turned to a yellowish hue, and he remained there immovable, his eyes vaguely gazing into space, in the weary and resigned attitude of actors accustomed to the waits between their cues. Old Bosque had just made his appearance, coughing and shuffling his feet, and wrapped in an old yellow box coat, which had slipped off one shoulder and displayed King Dagobert's laminated golden cassock. For an instant, after having placed his crown on the piano, without saying a word, he angrily stamped his feet, looking all the while, however, a thoroughly good-natured fellow, with his hands slightly shaking from an over-abuse of alcohol, whilst a long white beard gave a venerable appearance to his inflamed, tippling-looking face. Then, as the silence was broken by a shower of rain and hail striking against the panes of the large square window which looked on to the courtyard, he made a gesture of disgust. "What beastly weather!" he grunted. Neither Simone nor Brullière moved. On the walls 4 or 5 pictures, landscapes, and a portrait of Vernet the actor were gradually turning yellow through the heat of the gas. On the shaft of a column a bust of Potier, one of the old glories of the Variety Theatre, looked on with its empty eyes. But there suddenly arose the sounds of a voice. It was Fontan in his second-act dress, that of a stylish young man, clothed all in yellow, and with yellow gloves on his hands. "I say," he cried, gesticulating, "don't you know? It's my saint's day to-day." "Is it now, really?" asked Simone, going up to him with a smile, as though attracted by his long nose and his big comical mouth. "Were you then christened Achille?" "Exactly. And I'm going to tell Madame Bron to bring up some champagne, after the second act." For a moment past a bell had been heard tingling in the distance. The prolonged sound died away and then returned; and when the bell finally left off ringing, a cry resounded, which went up and down the staircase and was lost in the passages. "The overture's on for the second act! The overture's on for the second act!" This cry at length approached the green room, and a pale little man passed before the door, shouting at the top of his shrill voice, "The overture's on for the second act!" "The deuce, champagne!" said Brullière, without seeming to have noticed the row. "You are going it fine. Were I you, I'd have it sent in from the café," slowly observed old Bosque, who had seated himself on a bench covered with green velvet, his head resting against the wall. But Simone said they ought not to forget Madame Bron's little prophet. She clapped her hands, delighted, devouring Fontan with her eyes, whilst his goat-like face kept moving with a continual play of the eyes, nose, and mouth. "Oh, that Fontan!" she murmured. "There is nobody like him, there is nobody like him." The 2 doors were wide open, showing the passage leading to the dressing rooms, and along the yellow wall, vividly lighted up by an unseen gas lamp, shadows were rapidly passing of men in various costumes, women half naked, wrapped in shawls, all the chorus of the second act, with the masqueraders of the Boule Noire; and from the end of the passage one could hear the sound of their feet stamping on the 5 wooden steps which led on to the stage. As tall Clarisse rapidly passed by, Simone called to her, but she answered that she would be back in a minute. And in fact she returned shortly afterwards, shivering in the thin tunic and sash which formed Iris's costume. "By Jove," said she, "it isn't very warm, and I've been and left my fur cloak in my dressing room." Then, standing before the fire, warming her legs, the tights covering which showed the colour of the flesh beneath, she continued, The prince has arrived." "Ah?" exclaimed the others, inquisitively. "Yes, I went to ascertain. I wanted to see. He is in the first stage box on the right, the same as on Thursday. Well, it's the third time he's been in a week. Isn't she lucky, Nana? I had bet that he wouldn't come again." Simone opened her mouth, but her words were drowned by a fresh cry, which burst out close to the green room. The shrill voice of the old call boy shouted along the passage, "The curtain is going up!" "3 times? Well, it's becoming something surprising," said Simone, as soon as she could be heard. "You know he won't go to her place. He takes her to his. And it seems it costs him a pretty penny." "Why, of course. One must pay for one's enjoyments," maliciously observed Brullière, rising to glance into the glass at his well-formed figure, which created such havoc among the occupants of the boxes. "The curtain's rising! The curtain's rising!" repeated the old call boy in the distance, as he hurried along the different passages. Then Fontan, who knew what had taken place the first time between the prince and Nana, related the story to the 2 women who were squeezing up against him, and laughed very loud each time he stooped to give them certain details. Old Busk, full of indifference, hadn't moved. Such tales as that didn't interest him. He was stroking a big tortoise-shell cat curled up asleep on the bench, and he ended by taking it in his arms with the tender simplicity of a crazy king. The cat arched its back. Then, after sniffing a considerable while at his long white beard, disgusted, apparently, by the smell of the gum, it returned to the bench, where, curling itself up, it soon fell asleep. Busk remained solemn and thoughtful. "All the same, if I were you, I would have the champagne from the café. It will be much better," said he suddenly to Fontan, as the latter finished his story. "The curtain's up!" drawlingly exclaimed the old call boy in a cracked tone of voice. "The curtain's up! The curtain's up!" The cry lasted for an instant, and then died away. There was a sound of scurrying footsteps, then the sudden opening of the door at the end of the passage admitted a blast of music, a distant hubbub, and the door closed again with a dull thud. Once more a heavy quiet reigned in the green room, as though it were 100 miles away from the crowded audience that was applauding vociferously. Simone and Clarisse were still talking of Nana. She never hurried herself. Only the night before she missed her entrance cue. But they stopped speaking as a tall girl thrust her head in at the door, then, seeing she had made a mistake, hurried off to the end of the passage. It was Satin, wearing a bonnet and veil, and looking like a lady out visiting. "A pretty piece of goods," murmured Brullière, who had constantly been in the habit of seeing her for a year past at the Café des Variétés. And Simone related how Nana, having come across Satin, an old schoolfellow of hers, had taken a great fancy to her, and was bothering Bordenave to bring her out. "Hallo! Good evening," said Fontan, shaking hands with Fauchery and Mignot, who had just entered. Even old Busk held out a finger, whilst the 2 women embraced Mignon. "Is there a good house to night?" inquired Fauchery. "Oh, superb!" answered Brullière. "You should see how they're all taking it in." "I say, my children," remarked Mignon, "it's time for you to go on, isn't it?" "Yes, shortly." They did not appear till the 4th scene. Busk alone rose, with the instinct of an old veteran of the boards who scents his cue from afar. And at that moment the old call boy appeared at the door. "Monsieur Busk! Mademoiselle Simone!" he cried. Simone quickly threw a fur cloak over her shoulders and hastened out. Busk, without hurrying himself, fetched his crown and banged it on his head. Then, dragging his mantle after him, he went off unsteady on his legs, grunting, and with the annoyed look of a man who has been disturbed. "You said some very kind things in your last article," remarked Fontan to Fauchery. "Only, why did you state that comedians are vain?" "Yes, young 'un, why did you say that?" exclaimed Mignon, bringing his enormous hands down on the journalist's slender shoulders so roughly that the latter sank beneath the shock. Brullière and Clarisse with difficulty refrained from laughing. For some time past the members of the company had been highly amused by a comedy that was being performed behind the scenes. Mignon, rendered furious by his wife's infatuation, disgusted at seeing that Fauchery never contributed towards their expenses anything more than a questionable publicity, had conceived the brilliant idea of avenging himself by overwhelming the journalist with various proofs of his friendship. Every evening, when he met him behind the scenes, he quite belaboured him with blows, as though carried away by an excess of affection; and Fauchery, looking most puny beside this colossus, was obliged to submit, smiling the while in a constrained manner, so as not to quarrel with Rose's husband. "Ah, my fine fellow, so you insult Fontan," resumed Mignon, continuing the farce. "Attention! 1, 2, and full in the chest." He had struck out and hit the young man so severe a blow that the latter remained for an instant very pale and quite speechless. But with a wink of her eye Clarisse drew the other's attention to Rose Mignon, who was standing in the doorway. Rose had seen all that had passed. She went straight up to the journalist, as though unaware of her husband's presence, and, standing on tiptoe, her arms bare, and in her baby costume, she offered her forehead to him with a childish pout. "Good evening, baby," said Fauchery, familiarly kissing her. That was his reward. Mignon pretended not to notice the embrace. Every one kissed his wife at the theatre. But he laughed as he cast a rapid glance at the journalist. The latter would certainly pay dearly for Rose's temerity. The door of the passage opened and shut, admitting the sound of tempestuous applause into the green room. Simone had returned after going through her scene. "Oh, old Bosque made such a hit!" cried she. "The prince was wriggling with laughter, and he applauded just like the others, as though he had been paid to do so. I say, do you know the tall gentleman who is sitting beside the prince in the stage box? A handsome man, looking most dignified, and he's got such lovely whiskers." "It's Count Muffat," replied Fauchery. "I know that the day before yesterday at the Empress's the prince invited him to dinner for this evening. He probably prevailed upon him to come here afterwards." "Count Muffat? Why, we know his father in law, don't we, Augustus?" asked Rose of Mignon. "You know the Marquis de Chouart, at whose house I went to sing? He is also here to night. I noticed him at the back of a box. He's an old—" Brullière, who had just placed the hat with the enormous plume on his head, turned round and called to her. "Hi, Rose, look sharp!" She hurried after him without finishing her sentence. At this moment the doorkeeper of the theatre, Madame Bron, passed by, carrying an enormous bouquet. Simone jokingly asked if it was for her; but the old woman, without answering, indicated with her chin the door of Nana's dressing room at the end of the passage. That Nana! How they covered her with flowers! Then, as she returned, Madame Bron handed a letter to Clarisse, who muttered an oath beneath her breath. Again that confounded La Falloise! There was a fellow who wouldn't leave her alone. And when she heard that the gentleman was waiting in the doorkeeper's room, she exclaimed, "Tell him I'll come down when the act is over. I mean to smack his face." Fontan rushed forward, shouting, "Madame Bron, listen! Now listen, Madame Bron! After the act, bring up 6 bottles of champagne." But the old call boy reappeared, quite out of breath, repeating in a sing-song voice, "Every one on the stage! Every one on the stage! Be quick, Monsieur Fontan! Be quick! Be quick!" "Yes, yes, I'm going, old Bariot," replied Fontan, quite bewildered, and running after Madame Bron, he continued, "Now you understand. 6 bottles of champagne in the green room after the act. It's my saint's day. I'm going to stand treat." Simone and Clarisse had gone off, making a great noise with their skirts. When they had all left, and the door at the end of the passage was once more closed, one could hear in the silence of the green room the sound of a fresh shower striking against the window panes. Bariot, a little pale old man who had been call boy at the theatre for 30 years past, went familiarly up to Mignon and offered him his snuff box. This pinch of snuff offered and accepted procured him a minute's rest in his continual running up and down the stairs and passages. There was still, to be sure, Madame Nana, as he called her, but she only did as she chose, and never cared a fig for the fines. When she chose to miss her cue, she missed it. He stopped suddenly, murmuring in astonishment, "Why, here she is! She's actually ready! She must know that the prince is there!" Nana had indeed appeared in the passage dressed as a fisherwoman, her arms and face all white, excepting 2 dabs of colour under her eyes. She did not enter the green room, but simply nodded to Mignon and Fauchery. "Good day. How are you?" Mignon alone shook the hand she held out, and Nana continued on her way in queenly style, followed by her dresser, who, as she trod close on her heels, bent down to give a finishing touch to the folds of her skirt. Then behind the dresser, bringing up the rear of the procession, came Satin, trying to look very ladylike, and really feeling bored to death. "And Steiner?" suddenly queried Mignon. "Monsieur Steiner left yesterday for the Loiret," said Bariot, who was returning to the stage. "I believe he is going to purchase a country residence there." "Ah, yes, I know. An estate for Nana." Mignon became very grave. That Steiner had once promised Rose a mansion. Well, it was of no use quarrelling with anybody. It was an opportunity which he had lost, and which he must regain. Full of thought, but still quite master of himself, Mignon walked up and down from the fireplace to the mirror. There were only he and Fauchery left in the green room. The journalist, feeling tired, had just stretched himself out in the easy chair; and he kept very quiet, his eyes half closed, beneath the glances which the other gave him as he passed to and fro. When they were alone, Mignon disdained to pummel him. What would have been the use, as no one would have been there to enjoy the fun? He cared too little about the matter to find any amusement for himself in playing the bantering husband. Fauchery, thankful for this short respite, was languidly stretching his legs out before the fire, as his eyes wandered from the barometer to the clock. Mignon interrupted his walk for a moment, and stood before the bust of Potier, which he looked at without seeing. Then he went and placed himself at the window opening on to the dark courtyard beneath. It had left off raining, and a profound silence had succeeded, whilst the atmosphere had become closer through the heat of the coke fire and the flaring of the gas jets. Not a sound could be heard from the stage. The staircase and the passages were as still as the tomb. It was the hushed peacefulness occasioned by the end of an act, when all the company are on the stage joining in the deafening uproar of some finale, whilst the empty green room is under the influence of asphyxia. "Oh, the strumpets!" suddenly exclaimed Bordenave in a hoarse voice. He had only just arrived, and he was already bellowing at 2 of his chorus girls, who had almost fallen down on the stage through playing the fool. When he saw Mignon and Fauchery, he called to them to show them something. The prince had just requested permission to compliment Nana in her dressing room between the acts. But as he was taking them on to the stage manager passed. "Just fine, those hussies, Fernande and Maria!" shouted Bordenave furiously. Then calming himself, and trying to look dignified, like a father and a nobleman, after passing his handkerchief over his face, he added, "I will go and receive his highness." The curtain fell amidst thunders of applause. Immediately there was a regular stampede in the semi-obscurity of the stage, no longer under the glare of the footlights. The actors and the supers were hastening to reach their dressing rooms, whilst the carpenters were rapidly changing the scenery. Simone and Clarisse, however, remained at the back of the stage whispering together. During the last scene between 2 of their lines they had just arranged a little affair. Clarisse, after thinking the matter over, preferred not to see La Falloise, who no longer wished to leave her to go with Gaga. It would be better for Simone quietly to explain to him that it was not the thing to stick to a woman to that extent. In short, she was to send him about his business. Then Simone, dressed as a washerwoman in a comic opera, with her fur cape thrown over her shoulders, descended the narrow winding staircase with its greasy stairs and its damp walls, which led to the doorkeeper's room. This room, situated between the actors' and managers' staircases, shut in on the right and the left by some glass partitioning, was like a huge transparent lantern, inside which 2 gas jets were flaring high. A set of pigeonholes was crammed full of letters and newspapers. On the table bouquets of flowers were lying beside forgotten dirty plates and an old bodice, the buttonholes of which the doorkeeper was occupied in mending. And in the midst of all this disorder, similar to the confusion of a lumber room, some fashionable gentlemen, stylishly dressed and wearing light kid gloves, occupied the 4 old rush-bottomed chairs with patient and submissive looks, and quickly turning their heads each time Madame Bron returned from the interior of the theatre with answers for them. She had just handed a note to a young man, who hastened to open it beneath the gas jet in the hall, and who turned slightly pale as his eyes encountered this classic phrase, which he had so often read before in the same place, Not tonight, ducky. I'm engaged." La Falloise was on one of the chairs at the end of the room between the table and stove. He seemed ready to pass the evening there, looking rather anxious though, and keeping his long legs under his chair because a litter of little black kittens were gambolling around him, whilst the mother sat staring at him with her yellow eyes. "What, you here, Mademoiselle Simone? Whatever do you want?" asked the doorkeeper. Simone wished La Falloise to be sent out to her, but Madame Bron could not see to this at once. In a sort of deep cupboard under the stairs she kept a little bar where the supers came to drink between the acts, and as she then had 4 or 5 big fellows there, still dressed as masqueraders at the Boule Noire, all of them in a great hurry and clamouring for drink, she was a little bit flurried. By the aid of the gas that was blazing away in the cupboard, one could distinguish a table covered with a sheet of tin, and several shelves stocked with partly emptied bottles. When the door of this coal hole was opened there issued from it a violent stench of alcohol, which mingled with the smell of burnt fat that always pervaded the room, and the strong perfume of the bouquets left on the table. "So," resumed the doorkeeper when she had finished serving the supers, "it's the little dark fellow over there that you want to speak to?" "No, don't be absurd," said Simone. "It's the thin one sitting beside the stove, the one your cat's snuffing the trousers of." And she led La Falloise into the hall, whilst the other gentlemen, though half suffocating, appeared as resigned as ever, and the supers stood drinking on the stairs, indulging among themselves in a good deal of noisy drunken horseplay. Upstairs, Bordenave was yelling at the scene shifters who were still engaged in changing the scenery. They were such a time! It was done on purpose. The prince would receive some of it on his head. "Now then, shove away! All together!" exclaimed the chief of the gang. At length the drop scene at the back was raised, and the stage was free. Mignot, who had been watching Fauchery, seized this opportunity of continuing his delicate attentions. He caught him up in his strong arms, crying out, "Take care! That pole almost fell on you!" And he carried him off, and even shook him before placing him on the ground again. Fauchery turned pale as the workmen roared with laughter, his lips quivered, and he was on the point of giving vent to his passion, whilst Mignot went on in a most good-natured sort of way, slapping him affectionately on the shoulder, almost hard enough to double him up, and saying each time, "You know I am very anxious about your health. By Jove, I should be in a fine way if any accident happened to you." But a whisper passed from mouth to mouth, "The prince! The prince!" and every one looked towards the little door that gave access to the auditorium. At first one could only see Bordenave's round back and his butcher's neck, as he puffed and blowed and bent himself double in a series of obsequious bows. Then appeared the prince, tall and strong, wearing a fair beard, his complexion of a deep rose colour, and looking altogether like a solid man about town, whose well-shaped figure was discernible beneath an irreproachably fitting overcoat. He was followed by Count Muffat and the Marquis de Choix. The corner of the theatre where they were was very dark, and they almost disappeared among the big ever-moving shadows. To speak to this son of a queen, the future inheritor of a throne, Bordenave had adopted the tones of a lion-tamer's voice trembling with a pretended emotion. He kept saying, "If your highness will kindly follow me. Will your highness deign to pass this way? Your highness, please do take care." The prince did not hurry himself in the least. On the contrary, he waited and watched the scene shifters with a good deal of interest. A float had just been lowered from the flies, and the row of flaring gas jets, encompassed in wire network, shed a brilliant light upon the stage. Muffat, never having been behind the scenes of a theatre before, was especially lost in astonishment, and was seized with an unpleasant sensation, a vague repugnance mixed with fear. He looked up towards the flies, where other floats, the gas lights of which were turned down, appeared like so many constellations of little blue stars, in all the chaos of the light wooden framework, and the ropes and pulleys of different sizes of the hanging stages, and the backdrop spread out aloft, looking like immense cloths hung out to dry. "Let go!" suddenly exclaimed the head scene shifter. And the prince himself was obliged to warn the count. One of the drop scenes was being lowered. They were placing the scenery of the third act, the grotto in Mount Etna. Some men were fixing poles in openings made for the purpose in the flooring; others fetched the frames, which were leaning against the walls, and fastened them to the poles with strong cords. At the back of the stage a lamplighter was lighting a number of red lamps to produce the reflection of Vulcan's fiery forge. There seemed to be great confusion and hustling about, yet the least movements were regulated. Whilst amidst all this hurry the prompter walked slowly up and down to stretch his legs. "Your Highness overwhelms me," Bordenave was saying, still continuing to bow. "The theatre is not large. We do the best we can. Now, if your Highness will deign to follow me—" Count Muffat had already moved off in the direction of the passage leading to the dressing rooms. The rather sharp incline of the stage surprised him, and his uneasiness was to a great extent caused by these boards, which seemed to move beneath his feet. Through the open trap doors he could see the gas lights burning beneath. It was quite an underground world, with deep and obscure abysses, from which rose the sound of men's voices and the musty smell peculiar to cellars. But as he passed along a slight incident detained him. Two little women, dressed for the third act, were conversing together before the peephole of the curtain. One of them, leaning forward and widening the opening with her fingers so as to see better, was looking round the house. "I see him!" she suddenly exclaimed. "Oh, what a mug!" Bordenave, awfully scandalized, only restrained himself with difficulty from kicking her behind. But the prince smiled, looking delighted and excited at having overheard the words, whilst he gazed tenderly on the little woman who didn't care a fig for his Highness. She laughed impudently. However, Bordenave at length induced the prince to follow him. Count Muffat, all in a perspiration, removed his hat. What inconvenienced him most was the closeness of the atmosphere, which had become overheated, and, so to say, thick, and in which hovered a very strong smell. That odour of behind the scenes, stinking of gas, the glue of the scenery, the mouldy dirt in out-of-the-way corners, and the unwashed bodies of the female supers. In the passage the oppressiveness increased. The stench of dirty water, the perfume of scented soaps, escaped from the dressing rooms, mingled now and again with the poisonous exhalations of foul breaths. As he passed, the Count rapidly glanced up the staircase, struck by the sudden flood of light and warmth which descended upon him. From above came sounds of people washing, laughing, and calling to one another, a great noise of opening and shutting of doors, emitting feminine odours, the musk of the make-up mixed with the smell of perspiring heads of yellowy red hair. He did not linger, but hastened his footsteps, almost flying under the emotion caused by this sudden glimpse of a world hitherto unknown to him. "Well, a theatre is a curious place, is it not?" observed the Marquis de Choix, with the delighted manner of a man finding himself once more at home. But Bordenave had at length reached Nana's dressing room at the end of the passage. He coolly turned the door handle, then, standing aside, said, "If your Highness will please to enter." There was a cry of a woman taken by surprise, and one saw Nana, naked to the waist, run and hide herself behind a curtain, whilst her dresser, who had been occupied in drying her, was left standing with the towel in her hands. "Oh, how stupid it is to enter a room like that!" exclaimed Nana from her hiding place. "Don't come in. You see very well you cannot come in." Bordenave seemed put out by this bashfulness. "Don't run away, my dear. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so," said he. "His Highness is here. Come, don't be a child." And as she refused to appear, being slightly startled still, though nevertheless already beginning to laugh, he added in a grumpy, paternal tone of voice, "Why, bless me, these gentlemen know very well what a woman's like. They won't eat you." "But that is not certain," gallantly observed the prince. Every one laughed, courtier-like, in a most exaggerated manner. A most witty remark, thoroughly Parisian, according to Bordenave. Nana no longer answered. The curtain shook. No doubt she was making up her mind to appear. Then Count Muffat, who had become very red in the face, looked about him. It was a square room, very low in the ceiling, and hung throughout with some light West Indian material. A curtain of the same stuff, hanging on a brass rod, completely shut off one end of the chamber. Two large windows looked out on the courtyard of the theatre, at a distance of only a few feet from the leprous-looking wall, on to which, in the darkness of the night, the panes of glass reflected a series of yellow squares. A big cheval glass stood opposite a marble dressing-table, which was covered with innumerable glass bottles and pots, containing hair oils, scents, face powders, and all the ingredients necessary for making up. Approaching the mirror, the count caught sight of his own red face, with beads of perspiration resting on his forehead. He lowered his eyes, and proceeded to place himself before the dressing table, on which a basin full of soapy water, some wet sponges, and various little ivory implements scattered about seemed to absorb his mind for a while. The same dizzy feeling he had experienced on the occasion of his visit to Nana in the Boulevard Haussmann again seized hold of him. He seemed to sink deeper into the thick carpet beneath his feet. The gas jets burning on either side of the dressing table and the cheval glass were like the hissing flames of a furnace surrounding his temples. One minute, fearful of fainting away under the influence of all the feminine odour, full of warmth, and rendered 10 times more pronounced by the lowness of the ceiling which he encountered for the second time, he seated himself on the edge of the well-padded sofa that occupied the space between the 2 windows. But he rose up again almost immediately, and returned to the dressing table, no longer to examine anything, but with a vague expression in his eyes, and thinking of a bouquet of tuberoses which had been allowed to fade in his room a long time ago, their powerful smell having nearly killed him. When tuberoses decay, they emit a kind of human odour. "Do be quick," whispered Bordenave, passing his head behind the curtain. The prince, meanwhile, was complacently listening to the Marquis de Choix, who, having taken up a hare's foot from the dressing table, was explaining how actresses put on the powder with it. Satin, sitting in a corner, with her virgin-like face, was staring at the gentleman, whilst the dresser, Madame Jules, was preparing the tunic and tights composing Venus's costume. Madame Jules no longer had an age. Her face had much the appearance of parchment, and her features were immovable, like those of old maids whom no one has ever known to have been young. She had dried up in the heated atmosphere of the dressing rooms, in the midst of the most celebrated legs and breasts of Paris. She always wore a faded black dress, and over her flat and sexless bosom a forest of pins were stuck next to her heart. "You must excuse me, gentlemen," said Nana, drawing aside the curtain. "I was taken by surprise." Everyone turned towards her. She had not dressed herself at all, but had merely buttoned up a little cambric chemisette which only half hid her bosom. When the gentleman surprised her, she had but partly undressed herself, having rapidly doffed her fisherwoman's costume, and the end of her chemise could be seen protruding through the opening in her drawers. With bare arms and shoulders, and firm projecting breasts, in her adorable freshness of a plump young blonde, she continued to hold the curtain with one hand, as though ready to draw it again should the least thing occur to scare her. "Yes, I was taken by surprise. I shall never dare," stammered she, pretending to be very much confused, blushing down to her neck and smiling in an embarrassed sort of way. "Oh, nonsense!" exclaimed Bordenave. "You look very well as you are." She risked a few more of her hesitating, ingenuous ways, quivering the while as though she was being tickled, and repeating, "His Highness honours me too much. I beg His Highness to excuse me for receiving him in such a condition." "It is I, madame, who am obtrusive," said the prince; "but I could not resist the desire of coming to compliment you." Then, in order to get to her dressing table, she quietly walked in her drawers through the midst of the gentlemen, who all made way for her. Around her substantial hips her drawers looked like a balloon, as, with chest expanded, she continued to greet her visitors with her sly smile. Suddenly she appeared to recognize Count Muffat, and she shook hands with him as a friend. Then she scolded him for not having come to her supper. His Highness deigned to chaff Muffat, who stuttered out an explanation, trembling at the idea of having held in his hot hand for a second those tiny fingers, that were as cool as the water they had just been washed in. The Count had dined well at the prince's, who was a great eater and a splendid drinker. They were both, in fact, slightly tipsy, although they did not show it. To hide his confusion, Muffat was only able to make a remark about the heat. "How very warm it is in here," said he. "How ever do you manage to exist in such a temperature, madame?" And the conversation was about to start from that, when the sound of loud voices was heard at the door. Bordenave slid aside a little board that closed a convent-like peephole. It was Fontan, who was accompanied by Bruyère and Bosque, all three carrying bottles of champagne under their arms, and with their hands full of glasses. He knocked, he shouted that it was his saint's day, and that he was standing champagne. Nana, with a look, consulted the prince. Why, of course. His Highness did not wish to be in any one's way, he would be only too delighted. But without waiting for the permission, Fontan entered the room, saying, "I'm not ill-bred. I stand champagne." But he suddenly caught sight of the prince, whom he did not know was there. He stopped short, and putting on a ludicrously solemn look, he said, "King Dagobert is outside, and requests the honour of drinking with your royal highness." The prince having smiled, every one thought it very witty. The dressing room, however, was too small for all these people. They were obliged to huddle up together, Satin and Madame Jules at the end of the room, against the curtain, and the gentlemen close to each other around Nana, who was half naked. The three actors were still in their second act costumes. While Prullière took off his Swiss admiral's hat, the immense plume of which would have touched the ceiling, Bosque, in his purple cassock and his tin crown, steadied himself on his drunken legs, and greeted the prince like a monarch receiving the son of a powerful neighbour. The wine was poured out, and they clinked glasses. "I drink to your highness," said old Bosque, right royally. "To the army," added Prullière. "To Venus," shouted Fontan. The prince complacently balanced his glass in his hand. He waited, and then bowed thrice, murmuring, "Madame, Admiral, Sire," and he swallowed the wine at a draught. Count Muffat and the Marquis de Choix had done the same. There was no more jesting now, they were all at court. This theatrical world was making them forget the real one, with a serious farce performed beneath the hot glare of the gas. Nana, forgetting that she was in her drawers and displaying the tail of her chemise, acted the grand lady, Queen Venus, opening her private apartments to the great personages of the state. To every sentence she uttered she added the words "Royal Highness," which she accompanied with curtsies, and she treated those masqueraders, Bosque and Prullière, in the style of a queen accompanied by her prime minister. And no one smiled at the strange mixture of a real prince, heir to a throne, who was drinking a stroller's champagne quite at his ease in this carnival of the gods, in this masquerade of royalty, in the midst of a crowd composed of dressers and strumpets, players and exhibitors of women. Bordenave, carried away by the scene, was thinking of the money he would make if His Highness would only consent to appear like that in the second act of the Blonde Venus. "I say," he exclaimed, becoming very familiar, "I'll have all my little women down." But Nana objected, though she was beginning to forget herself. Fontan attracted her with his grotesque face. She kept close to his side, looking tenderly at him like a pregnant woman with a longing for something the reverse of nice. Suddenly she addressed him most familiarly. "Come, pour out, you big ninny." Fontan filled the glasses again, and they drank, repeating the same toasts. "His Highness," "The Army," "Venus." But Nana motioned for silence. She held her glass high above her head and said, "No, no, we must drink to Fontan. It's Fontan Saint's Day. To Fontan! Fontan!" Then they clinked glasses a third time, and they all exclaimed, "Fontan!" The prince, who had noticed the young woman devoured the actor with her eyes, bowed to him. "Monsieur Fontan," said he, with true politeness, "I drink to your successes." Meanwhile, His Highness's overcoat was rubbing against the marble dressing table behind him. It was like being in the depths of an alcove or a narrow bathroom, with this vapour from the basin and the sponges, the strong perfume from the scents mixed with the slightly sourish, intoxicating odour of the champagne. The prince and Count Muffat, between whom Nana now found herself, were obliged to hold up their hands so as not to touch her hips or her bosom each time they moved. And Madame Jules, without the least sign of perspiration, was waiting, standing as erect as a post; whilst Satin, with all her vice, astonished at seeing a prince and gentleman in evening dress join in a lot of mummers in running after a naked woman, thought to herself that fashionable people were not so virtuous after all. Old Beriot now came along the passage tinkling his bell. When he appeared at the dressing-room door and saw the three actors, still in their second act costumes, he was almost dumbfounded. "Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen," he stammered out, "do be quick! The bell has just rung in the foyer." "Never mind," said Bordenave, coolly. "The audience can wait." Nevertheless, as the bottles were empty, the actors went up to dress, after again bowing. Bosque, having soaked his beard with champagne, had taken it off, and beneath the venerable appendage the drunkard had suddenly reappeared, with the diseased and purple face of an old actor who had taken to drink. He was heard at the foot of the staircase saying to Fontan, in his hoarse voice, in allusion to the prince, "Now, didn't I astonish him? His Highness, the Count, and the Marquis still remained with Nana. Bordenave had gone off with Beriot after ordering him not to have the curtain raised without first warning Madame. "Excuse me, gentlemen," said Nana, as she proceeded to make up her face and arms again with more than ordinary care on account of the nudity of the third act. The prince seated himself on the sofa with the Marquis de Choix. Only Count Muffat remained standing. The couple of glasses of champagne taken in that suffocating atmosphere had increased their intoxication. Satin, seeing the gentleman shut in with her friend, had discreetly retired behind the curtain, and there she waited, seated on a trunk, tired of doing nothing; whilst Madame Jules quietly moved about the room without a word, and without looking either to the right or to the left. Chapter 5 Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5 Part 2. "You sang your rondo marvellously well," observed the prince. Then the conversation was established, but only in short phrases, broken by numerous pauses. Nana could not always be answering. After spreading some cold cream over her face and arms with her hand, she laid on the white paint with the corner of a towel. For an instant she ceased looking at herself in the glass, and smiled as she glanced at the prince, without, however, laying down the towel and the paint. "Your Highness is spoiling me," she murmured. The making up was a most complicated business, which the Marquis de Choix followed with extreme delight. He also ventured an observation. "Could not the orchestra," he asked, "accompany you more softly? It drowns your voice, and that is an unpardonable crime." This time Nana did not turn round. She had taken the hare's foot, and was passing it very lightly and carefully over her face, leaning so forward over the dressing table as to cause the rounded portion of her white drawers to swell out, the corner of her chemise still protruding. To show that she was sensible of the old gentleman's compliment, she slightly moved her hips. A pause ensued. Madame Jules had observed a rent in the drawers. She took one of the pins stuck over her heart, and remained kneeling for a moment on the ground, occupied about Nana's leg; whilst the young woman, without appearing to know that she was there, was covering herself with powder, being careful, however, not to lay any on the upper part of her cheeks. When the prince remarked that, if she came to sing in London, all England would want to applaud her, she laughed pleasantly, and turned herself round for a second, her left cheek very white in the midst of a cloud of powder. Then she suddenly became very serious. She was about to put on the rouge. Once more, standing with her face close to the glass, she dipped her finger in a pot and applied the rouge under her eyes, spreading it gently up to the temples. The gentleman maintained a respectful silence. Count Muffat had scarcely said a word. He was immersed in thoughts of his youth. The room he had when a child had been very cold. Later on, when 16 years old, he used to kiss his mother every night, and would then feel, even in his sleep, the icy coldness of her embrace. One day, as he passed a half-closed door, he caught a glimpse of a maidservant washing herself; and that was the only reminiscence that had troubled him from the age of puberty to the day of his marriage. Then he had encountered in his wife a strict observance of conjugal duties; he himself experienced a sort of devout repugnance. He grew up, he grew old, ignorant of the ways of the flesh, bent to rigid religious practices, having regulated his life according to precepts and laws; and suddenly he found himself deposited in this actress's dressing room in company of this almost naked girl. He, who had never even seen Countess Muffat put on her garters, was now assisting at the most secret details of a woman's toilet, in the midst of that fascinating and powerful odour, surrounded by all those pots and basins. His whole being revolted. The slow possession that Nana had taken of him for some little time past terrified him, as it recalled to his mind the pious stories he had read in his childhood of persons possessed by devils. He believed in the devil. In his confused state of mind, Nana, with her smiles and her body full of vice, was the devil in person. But he would be strong. He would know how to defend himself. "Then that is settled," the prince was saying as he took his ease on the sofa. "Next year you come to London, and you will receive such a welcome that you will never return to France." "Ah, my dear count, you do not value your pretty women sufficiently. We shall take them all from you." "He will not miss them. maliciously murmured the Marquis de Choix, who threw off his mask on such occasions as the present. The Count is virtue itself." Hearing the Count's virtue spoken of, Nana looked at him in so peculiar a manner that Muffat felt greatly annoyed. Then he was surprised at having given way to the feeling, and became angry with himself. Why should the fact of his being virtuous embarrass him in the presence of that girl? He could have beaten her. But Nana, reaching over for a hair pencil, let it fall; and as she stooped to pick it up, he hastened to anticipate her. Their breaths mingled, and Venus's golden locks fell over his hands. It was a pleasure alloyed with remorse. One of those pleasures of Catholics whom the fear of hell is perpetually goading when in sin. Just then old Barillot's voice was heard outside. "Madame, may I give the signal? The audience is becoming very impatient." "Presently," replied Nana, without hurrying herself. She had dipped the hair pencil into a pot of black. Then, her nose almost touching the looking glass, her left eye closed, she delicately painted the lashes. Muffat stood behind her, looking on. He saw her in the glass, with her plump shoulders and her neck drowned in a roseate shadow; and he could not, in spite of his efforts, withdraw his gaze from that face rendered so provoking by the closed eye and full of dimples, as though transported with desires. When she shut her right eye and applied the pencil, he felt that he belonged to her wholly. "Madame!" again cried the panting voice of the old call boy. "They are stamping their feet. They will end by smashing the seats. May I give the signal?" "Oh, damn 'em!" said Nana angrily. "Give the signal. I don't care. If I'm not ready, well, they'll have to wait for me." Suddenly calming herself, she turned towards the gentleman, and added with a smile, "It's true. One can't even have a few minutes' quiet conversation." She had now finished her face and arms. She added with her finger 2 broad streaks of carmine to her lips. Count Muffat felt more agitated still, bewitched by the perversion of the powders and the pigments, seized with an inordinate desire for that painted beauty, with her mouth too red and her face too white, her eyes enlarged, ardent and circled with black, as though wounded by love. However, Nana passed behind the curtain for a moment to get into Venus's tights after taking off her drawers. Then, without the least shame, she doffed her chemisette, and held out her arms to Madame Jules, who slipped on the short sleeves of the tunic. "Now let me dress you quick, as they are making a disturbance," murmured the old woman. The prince, with half closed eyes, examined the symmetry of her neck and chest with the eyes of a connoisseur, whilst the Marquis de Choix wagged his head involuntarily. Muffat, in order that he might see no more, gazed down at the carpet. Venus was now ready, as that gauze drapery was all that she wore over her shoulders. Madame Jules hovered round her, looking like an old woman carved out of wood, with clear, expressionless eyes, and every now and then she kept taking pins from the inexhaustible cushion over her heart to pin Venus's tunic, passing her bony hands over those next to naked rolls of fat, without their awakening in her mind a single recollection, and with the greatest indifference for her sex. "There," said the young woman, as she gave a last look at herself in the glass. Bordenave came back, very anxious, saying that the third act had commenced. "Well, I am ready," resumed she. "What a fuss to make! I always have to wait for the others." The gentlemen left the dressing room, but they did not say good bye, the prince having a desire to witness the third act from the wings. Left alone, Nana looked about her with surprise. "Wherever has she got to?" asked she. She was seeking Satin. When she at length found her behind the curtain, sitting waiting on the trunk, Satin quietly said, "I certainly didn't intend to be in your way there with all those men," and she added that she would now go off. But Nana stopped her. She must be cracked to think of such a thing, when Bordenave had consented to engage her. They could settle the matter after the performance. Satin hesitated. It was altogether such a queer place, nothing like anything she had been used to. In spite of all this, however, she remained. As the prince descended the little wooden staircase, a strange noise, a mixture of stifled oaths and stampings of feet as of men struggling, reached him from the other side of the theatre. It was caused by an occurrence that quite scared the actors and actresses awaiting their cues. For some little while Mignon had been amusing himself again by overwhelming Fauchery with delicate attentions. He had just imagined a little game, which consisted in every now and then snapping his fingers close to the journalistic nose, to keep the flies off, as he said. This little business naturally amused the onlookers immensely. But suddenly, Mignon, carried away by his success, taking a greater interest in the performance, gave the journalist what was really a blow, and a good hard blow, too. This time he had gone too far. Fauchery could not, in the presence of the others, smilingly receive such a punch on the nose; and the two men, putting an end to the comedy, their faces livid and full of hate, had sprung at each other's throats. They rolled about the stage behind one of the side scenes, calling each other the vilest names imaginable. "Monsieur Bordenave! Monsieur Bordenave!" cried the terrified stage manager, panting for breath. Bordenave followed him, after having begged to be excused by the prince. When he recognized Fauchery and Mignon on the ground, he made a gesture implying that he was very much put out. Really, they chose a nice time, with his highness on the other side of the scenery, and all the audience who could overhear them. To complete his annoyance, Rose Mignon arrived, all out of breath, and at the moment she had to go on stage. Vulcan gave her the cue, but Rose remained as though petrified, as she caught sight of her husband and her lover lying at her feet, strangling each other, struggling together, their hair all in disorder, their clothes covered with dust. She was unable to pass them, and one of the scene shifters only just succeeded in catching hold of Fauchery's hat as it was rolling into view of the audience. Vulcan, who had meanwhile interpolated a string of gag to amuse the audience, again gave Rose her cue. But she stood watching the two men without moving. "Don't look at them!" angrily whispered Bordenave behind her. "Go on, go on! It's nothing to do with you. You're missing your cue." And pushed forward by him, Rose stepped over the prostrate bodies and found herself before the audience in the glare of the footlights. She had not understood why they were on the ground fighting together. All in a tremble, and with a buzzing in her ears, she walked towards the conductor with the bewitching smile of an amorous Diana, and gave the first line of her duo in so warm a voice that she received quite an ovation. But she could still hear the two men pummeling each other at the side. They had now rolled to within a few steps of the footlights. Fortunately the noise of the band prevented the sound of the blows reaching the audience. "Damnation!" exclaimed Bordenave, exasperated when he had at length succeeded in separating the pair. "Couldn't you go and fight it out in your own place? You know very well I don't like this sort of thing. You, Mignon, you will do me the pleasure of remaining here on the prompt side, and you, Fauchery, I'll kick you out of the theatre if you dare to leave the O.P. side. Now that's understood, eh? Prompt side and O.P. side, or else I'll forbid Rose to bring you here again." When he returned to the prince, the latter asked what had been the matter. "Oh, nothing at all," he calmly murmured. Nana, wrapped in a fur cloak, stood talking to the gentleman while she waited for her cue. As Count Miffa advanced to obtain a view of the stage between two side scenes, he understood from a sign of the stage manager that he must tread softly. All was quiet up above. In the wings, which were most brilliantly lighted up, a few persons were standing talking in whispers, or moving off on tiptoe. The gas man was at his post, close to the complicated collection of taps. A fireman, leaning against one of the supports, was stretching his neck trying to get a glimpse of the performance, whilst the man who manoeuvred the curtain was waiting on his seat up aloft, with a resigned look on his countenance, quite ignoring the piece and merely listening for the bell which directed his movements. And in the midst of this stifling atmosphere and the faint noise caused by the light footsteps and the low whispers, the sound of the voices of the actors on the stage seemed strange and hushed, and surprisingly out of tune. Then, farther off, beyond the din of the orchestra, there was the audience, breathing as with one immense respiration, which now and again swelled as it broke out in murmurs, laughter, and applause. One could feel the public without seeing it, even when it was silent. "There is something open," said Nana suddenly, drawing her fur cloak closer around her. "Look and see, Barillot. I'm sure some one has opened a window. Really, the place will be the death of me." Barillot swore that he had shut everything himself. Perhaps there was a broken window somewhere. Actors were always complaining of draughts. In the oppressive heat of the gas, one of those currents of cold air, productive of inflammation of the lungs, as Fontan said, might frequently be felt. "I should like to see you have to stand here with hardly anything on you," continued Nana, who was getting angry. "Hush!" muttered Bordenave. On the stage, Rose had thrown so much expression into a phrase of her duo that the applause quite drowned the music. Nana left off talking and looked very serious. On the Count advancing too far along one of the wings, Beriot stopped him, saying that he might be seen. He caught sight of the reverse of the side scenes slantwise, with the backs of the frames consolidated by a thick layer of old posters, and a portion of the further drop representing the silver cavern of Mount Etna, with Vulcan's forge in the background. The floats that had been lowered cast a glare of light in the daubs of metallic paint representing the silver. Some red and blue glass, judiciously intermingled, imitated the flames of a furnace, whilst midway up the stage a number of flaring gas jets running along the floor lit up a row of black rocks. And behind these, reclining on a gently sloping boulder, surrounded by all the lights, which looked like so many Chinese lanterns among the grass on a day of illuminations, old Madame Drouard, who played Juno, and was half blinded by the glitter, drowsily awaited the moment to make her appearance. Just then there was a slight commotion. Simone, who was listening to a story of Clarisse's, exclaimed, "Hello! There's old Tricon!" It was indeed old Tricon, with her long curls and her air of a countess consulting her solicitor. As soon as she caught sight of Nana, she went straight up to her. "No," said the latter, after a rapid exchange of words, "not this time." The old lady looked very solemn. Brullière shook hands with her as he passed by. Two little chorus girls gazed on her with emotion. For a moment she seemed to hesitate. Then she beckoned to Simone, and another rapid exchange of words took place. "Yes," said Simone at last, "in half an hour." But as she went up to her dressing room, Madame Bron, who was again distributing some letters, handed her one. Bordenave, in a low tone of voice, began abusing the doorkeeper for having let old Tricon into the theatre. That woman in the place when his highness was there! It was disgusting. Madame Bron, who had been 30 years in the theatre, replied in a surly tone of voice, how was she to know? Madame Tricon transacted business with all the ladies. Monsieur Bordenave had seen her there dozens of times without ever saying a word; and whilst the manager muttered a string of oaths, old Tricon coolly examined the prince, staring him straight in the face, like a woman who weighs a man with a glance. A smile lighted up her yellow countenance. Then she slowly retired in the midst of the little women, who respectfully made way for her to pass. "As soon as possible, now don't forget," said she, turning towards Simone. Simone seemed very much worried. The letter was from a young man whom she had promised to meet that evening. She gave Madame Bron a note she had hastily scribbled, "Not to night, ducky, I'm engaged." But she remained very anxious. The young man might wait for her all the same. As she was not in the third act, she wished to get away at once, so she asked Clarisse to go and see. The latter had nothing to do until almost the end of the piece. She went downstairs, whilst Simone returned for a minute to the dressing room they shared together. There was no one in Madame Bron's little bar below but a super dressed in a red and gold costume, who personated Pluto. The doorkeeper's little business had evidently gone well, for the recess under the stairs was quite damp from the rinsings of the glasses. Clarisse gathered up the skirts of her robe, which dragged on the greasy steps, but she prudently stopped when she got to where the staircase turned, and stretching out her neck, took a peep into the room. She was well inspired, for that idiot Lafaloise was still waiting there on the same chair between the table and the stove. He had pretended to go off when Simone had spoken to him, and returned directly after. The room, too, was still full of gentlemen in evening dress, with light kid gloves, and looking submissive and patient. They were all waiting, gravely eyeing one another. On the table there only remained the dirty plates, Madame Bron having just distributed the last bouquets. A rose alone, fallen from one of them, was lying half faded, close to the old cat, who had curled herself up and gone to sleep, whilst the kittens were madly careering between the gentlemen's legs. For a moment Clarisse thought of having Lafaloise turned out. The fool didn't like animals. That showed what sort of a person he was. He kept his arms close to his sides for fear of touching the old cat, asleep on the table by him. "Take care, he'll catch you," said Pluto, a funny fellow, as he went upstairs wiping his lips with the back of his hand. Then Clarisse gave up the idea of having a row with Lafaloise. She had seen Madame Bron hand Simone's letter to the young man, who went and read it under the gas jet in the passage. "Not to night, ducky, I'm engaged." And, no doubt used to the phrase, he quietly went off. He at least knew how to behave. He wasn't like the others who obstinately sat waiting there on Madame Bron's old worn-out cane chairs, in that lantern-like glass box which was as hot as an oven, and which didn't smell particularly nice. What dirty beasts men were! Clarisse returned upstairs thoroughly disgusted. She passed at the back of the stage and ran up the 3 flights of stairs leading to her dressing room to let Simone know that the young man had gone off. At the wings the prince had drawn Nana on one side and was conversing with her. He had remained with her all the time, glancing tenderly at her with his half-closed eyes. Nana, without looking at him, smilingly said "yes" with a nod of her head. But suddenly Count Miffa obeyed an invincible feeling within him. He quitted Bordenave, who was giving him some information respecting the manoeuvring of the windlasses and the drums, and advanced to interrupt their conversation. Nana raised her eyes and smiled at him the same as she smiled at His Highness. She was, however, listening all the while for her cue. "The 3rd act is the shortest, I think," said the prince, whom the Count's presence embarrassed. She did not answer. Her face changed in a moment, and she was entirely occupied with her business. She rapidly let the fur cloak slip from her shoulders, and Madame Jules, standing behind her, received it in her arms; and after passing her hands over her hair as though to smooth it, she advanced on the stage in an almost nude state. "Hush! Hush!" whispered Bordenave. The Count and the prince remained lost in surprise. In the midst of the silence there arose a profound sigh, the distant murmur of a vast crowd. Every night the same effect was produced as Venus appeared in her goddess-like nudity. Then Muffat, wishing to see, looked through a hole in the scenery. Beyond the dazzling semicircle formed by the footlights, the house wore a sombre look, as though filled with a reddish-coloured smoke; and on that neutral background over which the rows of faces seemed to cast a confused pallor, Nana stood out all in white, looking taller and quite hiding the boxes from the first tier to the amphitheatre. He could see her bent back and her opened arms, whilst on a level with her feet was the old prompter's head, looking as though it was severed from his body and wearing a poor and honest expression. At certain lines of Nana's song, an undulating movement seemed to start from her neck, to descend to her waist, and then expire at the trailing edge of her flimsy tunic. When she had uttered her last note, in the midst of a tempest of applause, she bowed, the gauze drapery waving about her, and her hair reaching to her hips as she did so. Seeing her thus, bent forward, and with her haunches expanded, move backwards towards the hole through which he was watching her, the Count became very pale, and turned away. The stage disappeared, and all he saw was the wrong side of the scenery, the medley of posters pasted in all sorts of ways. Amidst the gas jets behind the row of rocks, the other Olympian gods and goddesses had joined Madame Drouot, who was still dozing. They were awaiting the end of the act. Bosque and Fontan seated on the ground, their chins buried in their knees, Prullière yawning and stretching himself before making his last appearance of the evening, all of them looking worn out, with bloodshot eyes, and impatient to get home to bed. Just then, Fauchery, who had been wandering about on the O.P. side since Bordenave had forbidden him to appear on the prompt one, got hold of the Count, for want of some one better, and offered to show him the dressing rooms. Muffat, whom an increasing indolence left, without any will of his own, ended by following the journalist, after looking about for the Marquis de Choix, who was no longer there. He felt, at the same time, a relief and a slight uneasiness on leaving the wings, from whence he could hear Nana's voice. Fauchery had already preceded him up the staircase, which was shut off on the first and second floors by little wooden doors. It was one of those staircases that are generally met with in houses of evil reputation, such as Count Muffat had occasionally come across in his rounds as member of the Poor Relief Committee, with bare, tumble-down yellow walls, steps all worn with the constant traffic of feet, and an iron rail highly polished by the hands that rubbed along it. On each landing, on a level with the floor, was a low window, looking like the air-hole of a cellar, and, in lanterns fixed against the walls, jets of gas were blazing, crudely lighting up all this wretchedness, whilst emitting a heat that ascended and accumulated beneath the narrow ceilings of the landing-places. As the Count reached the foot of the stairs he again felt a scorching breath at the back of his neck, that feminine odour coming from the dressing-rooms above in a flood of light and noise; and now, at every step he mounted, the musky smell of the face powders, the tartness of the toilet vinegars, heated him and stupefied him all the more. On the first landing 2 passages branched off with a sharp turn, and on to these several doors painted yellow and bearing large white numbers opened, giving to the place very much the appearance of an hotel of suspicious character. Several of the tiles composing the flooring were missing, and left so many holes. The count ventured along one of the passages, and glancing into a room, the door of which was only half closed, he beheld a wretched den, looking not unlike a barber's shanty in some low neighbourhood, and furnished with 2 chairs, a looking-glass, and a dressing-table containing a drawer, blackened by the grease and scurf from the combs. A big fellow, covered with perspiration, and his shoulders steaming, was changing his underlinen; whilst in a similar room situated close by, a woman, ready to leave, was putting on her gloves, with her hair all damp and uncurled as though she had just come out of a bath. Fauchery here called to the count, and the latter reached the 2nd story just as a furiously uttered oath issued from the passage on the right. Mathilde, a smutty little thing, who personated virtuous persecuted damsels, had just broken her basin, the soapy water from which ran out on to the landing. A door was closed violently. 2 women in their stays jumped across the passage. Another, holding the tail of her chemise between her teeth, suddenly appeared, and as hastily made off. Then were heard a great deal of laughing, the sound of a quarrel, a song commenced, and almost immediately interrupted. Through the cracks in the walls and the doors of the passage one caught glimpses of nudity, rosy skins, and white underlinen. 2 girls who were very merry were showing one another the different marks on their bodies. A third, very young, almost a child, had lifted up her skirts and was mending her drawers; whilst the dressers, seeing the 2 men, gently closed the curtains out of decency. It was the jostling at the end of the performance, the great washing off of white paint and rouge, the resumption of everyday dress in the midst of a cloud of face powder, an increase of the human odour which issued through the slamming doors. Arrived on the 3rd story, Muffat abandoned himself to the intoxication which was taking possession of him. The dressing-room of the female supers was there. 20 women heaped together, a confusion of soaps and bottles of lavender water, resembling the common room of a house of ill fame in the suburbs. As he passed, he heard behind a closed door a great noise of washing, a storm in a basin; and he was moving on to the top story when he had the curiosity to look through a peephole left open in a door. The room was unoccupied, and all he could see by the light of the flaring gas was a familiar utensil forgotten amidst a pile of skirts thrown on the floor. This was the last vision he carried away with him. Up above on the 4th story he felt as though he would choke. All the odours, all the heat congregated there. The yellow ceiling had a roasted appearance. A gas lamp was burning in a sort of ruddy mist. For a moment he clung to the iron railing, which had the cool feeling of living flesh, and closing his eyes he drew a long breath, seeming by doing so to inhale all that pertained to the female sex he was still unacquainted with, although he was, as it were, enveloped by it. "Come on," cried Fauchery, who had disappeared a moment before. "Some one wants you." He was in Clarisse's and Simone's dressing-room, a long sort of attic under the slates, badly constructed, with innumerable angles. 2 deep openings in the roof admitted the light. But at that time of night flames of gas illuminated the room, hung with wall-paper, rose-coloured flowers on a green trellis-work costing a farthing a yard. Side by side 2 wooden shelves, deal boards covered with oilcloth, blackened by the dirty water constantly spilt upon it, served as dressing-tables. Beneath them were scattered some zinc cans very much the worse for wear, 2 or 3 pails full of slops, and several coarse yellow earthenware jugs. There were, in fact, an infinity of things more or less damaged or dirtied by use, chipped basins, horn combs with half the teeth broken off, all, indeed, which the haste and carelessness of 2 women, who dress and wash in common, leave untidily about them in a place that they only momentarily occupy, and the dirt and disorder of which no longer affects them when once they are out of it. "Come on," repeated Fauchery, with that comradeship which men affect when in company with damsels of easy virtue. "Clarisse wants to kiss you." Muffat at length entered the room, but he was greatly surprised to find the Marquis de Choir seated on a chair between the 2 dressing-tables. The Marquis had retired there. He kept his feet wide apart because one of the pails leaked, making a big pool of soapy water on the floor. He appeared to be very much at his ease, evidently knowing the best places, and looking quite young again in that oppressive bathroom atmosphere, in the presence of that quiet feminine wantonness which the unclean surroundings rendered the more natural and, so to say, excusable. "Are you going with the old boy?" asked Simone of Clarisse in a whisper. "Never, not if I know it," answered the latter out loud. The dresser, a very ugly and very familiar young girl who was helping Simone to put on her cloak, burst out laughing. They all three incited one another, murmuring words which redoubled their merriment. "Come, Clarisse, kiss the gentleman," said Fauchery. "You know he can afford it." And turning towards the Count, he added, "You'll see she's very nice. She's going to kiss you." But Clarisse had had enough of the men. She spoke vehemently of the beasts who were waiting below in the doorkeeper's room. Besides, she was in a hurry to get down, they would make her miss her cue in the last scene. Then, as Fauchery stood in front of the door to detain her, she kissed Muffat's whiskers, saying, "It's not because it's you, anyhow, it's merely because Fauchery bothers me," and she hastened away. The Count felt very uneasy in the presence of his father-in-law. He became very red in the face. When in Nana's dressing room, surrounded by all the luxury of mirrors and hangings, he had not experienced the acrid excitation of the shameful misery of that garret, full of the two women's indelicacy. The marquis, however, had gone off after Simone, who seemed in a great hurry, whispering in her ear, while she kept shaking her head. Fauchery followed them laughing. Then the Count found himself left alone with the dresser, who was rinsing out the basins. So he also went off and descended the staircase, his legs scarcely able to bear his weight, startling women in their petticoats, and causing doors to be hastily closed as he passed. But in the midst of this hurry-scurry of girls across the 4 stories, the only thing he distinctly saw was a cat, the big tortoiseshell cat who, in that furnace poisoned with musk, crawled down the stairs, rubbing its back against the rails of the balustrade, with its tail erect. "Well," exclaimed a woman's hoarse voice, "I thought they were going to keep us to night. They're always having calls." It was the end. The curtain had just gone down. There was a rush up the staircase, which resounded with exclamations of all kinds. Everyone was in a violent hurry to get dressed and go home. As Count Muffat reached the foot of the stairs, he saw Nana and the prince walking slowly along the passage. Stopping suddenly, the young woman smiled and said in a low tone of voice, "Very well, then. In a few minutes." The prince returned to the stage where Bordenave awaited him. Then, finding himself alone with Nana, Muffat gave way to an impulse of rage and desire, and hastened after her, and just as she reached her dressing room, he kissed her roughly on the back of the neck, where the little golden curls hung between her shoulders. It was as though he was returning the kiss he had received upstairs. Nana, in a fury, raised her arm, but when she recognized the Count, she smiled. "Oh, you frightened me," was all she said. And her smile was adorable, confused, and submissive, as if she had despaired of that kiss and was happy at having received it. But she could not respond to it, neither then nor on the morrow. They must wait. Even if she had not been obliged to do so, she would have made him wait. Her look said all these things. At length she resumed. "You know I am a landowner now. Yes, I have purchased a small estate near Orleans, in a part of the country where you go sometimes. Baby told me so, little Georges Hugon. You know him, do you not? Come and see me there." The timid Count, frightened at his own rude outburst, ashamed of what he had done, bowed ceremoniously and promised to avail himself of her invitation. Then he went off to rejoin the prince, walking as though in a dream, and as he passed the green room he heard Satin exclaim, "You are a dirty old beast! Leave me alone!" It was the Marquis de Choix, who, for want of some one better, had pitched upon Satin. The latter thought she had decidedly had enough of those fashionable people. Nana had, it is true, presented her to Bordenave, but it had bored her too much to remain all the while with her mouth shut, for fear of saying something stupid, and she wanted to make up for the waste of time, the more especially as she had run against an old flame of hers in the wings, the super who personated Pluto, a pastry cook who had already given her a whole week of love and blows. She was waiting for him, and felt greatly annoyed with the marquis for addressing her as though she was one of the women of the theatre. So she ended by saying, in a very dignified tone of voice, "My husband will be here directly, and then you will see." The actors, with their overcoats on and looking very fatigued, now began to leave one by one. Groups of men and women went down the little winding staircase, casting shadows of old knocked-about hats and ragged shawls on the wall, with the ghastliness of strollers who have wiped off their rouge. On the stage, where all the gas jets were being turned out, the prince was listening to an anecdote of Bordenave. He was waiting for Nana. When she at length appeared, the stage was in darkness, and the fireman was going round with a lantern giving a last look to everything. To save His Highness from having to go through the Passage des Panoramas, Bordenave had the doors opened of the corridor leading from near the doorkeeper's room to the vestibule of the theatre, and several of the women scurried along there, delighted at escaping from the men who were waiting for them outside the stage door. They pushed against each other, squeezing their way through, glancing back every instant, and holding their breath until they found themselves outside; whilst Fontan, Bosque, and Bruyère moved slowly off home, joking amongst themselves about the ladies' protectors, solemn-looking gentlemen who were walking up and down the Galerie des Variétés near the stage door, at the same time that the damsels themselves were hastening along the boulevards in the company of the chosen ones of their hearts. But Clarisse was especially cunning. She determined to beware of Lavalloise. And, in fact, he was still in the doorkeeper's room with the other gentlemen who obstinately stuck to Madame Brun's chairs. They were all watching and listening intently; so, keeping close to a friend, she passed rapidly before them. The gentlemen blinked their eyes, bewildered by the rapid succession of skirts whirling round at the foot of the narrow staircase, and quite despondent, after having waited so long for the ladies, at seeing them all disappear like that without being able to recognise a single one. The litter of black kittens were asleep on the oilcloth, cuddled up against their mother, who with a look of intense happiness had separated her legs to receive them; whilst the big turtle-shell cat, seated at the other end of the table with its tail stretched out, watched with its yellow eyes the women hurrying away. "If His Highness will pass through here," said Bordenave at the foot of the stairs, as he pointed to the corridor. A few women were still there, pushing past each other. The prince followed Nana, and Muffat and the marquis came after them. It was a long passage situated between the theatre and the next house, in fact, a sort of narrow alley covered with a sloping roof in which were 2 or 3 skylights. A dampness hung about the walls, and the footsteps resounded over the pavement the same as in a tunnel. It was full of the disorder of a garret. There was a carpenter's bench on which the doorkeeper's husband occasionally planned a piece of scenery, and quite a collection of wooden barriers used of an evening to regulate the pressure of the crowd. Nana was obliged to hold up her skirts as she passed a water tap which, not being properly turned off, was inundating the place. On reaching the vestibule, every one bowed; and when Bordenave was left alone, he summed up his opinion of the prince with a shrug of the shoulders, full of a disdainful philosophy. "He's a bit of a muff, all the same," said he, without explaining himself further to Fauchery, whom Rose Mignon was taking home with her husband with the intention of making them good friends again. Muffat found himself alone on the footpath outside. His Highness had quietly placed Nana in his carriage and driven off. The marquis, in a very excited state, had followed Satin and her super, contenting himself with keeping close to those 2 embodiments of vice, with the vague hope of their taking compassion on him. Then Muffat, his head as hot as a furnace, decided to go home on foot. All combat within him had ceased. A new era of life had drowned all his ideas and his beliefs of 40 years' standing. As he walked along the boulevards, the noise caused by the belated vehicles seemed to deafen him with the sound of Nana's name, whilst in the gas lamps, a naked vision, Nana's supple arms and her white shoulders, appeared to dance before his eyes, and he felt that he was wholly hers. He would have abjured all, have sold everything he possessed, to have her with him but for 1 short hour that very night. It was his youth that was at length awakening within him, the gluttonous puberty of an adolescent that had suddenly become inflamed in the midst of his Jesuitical coldness and his dignity of mature age. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1, of Nana, by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6, Part 1. Count Muffat, accompanied by his wife and daughter, had arrived the previous evening at Les Fondettes, where Madame Hugon, who was alone with her son Georges, had invited them to come and spend a week. The house, built towards the end of the 17th century, was erected in the middle of an immense square enclosure, without a single ornament; but the garden contained some magnificent trees and a series of playing fountains supplied by neighbouring springs. On the road from Orleans to Paris it appeared like a flood of verdure, a bouquet of trees, breaking the monotony of that flat country, where cultivated fields could be seen as far as the horizon. At 11 o'clock, when the second sounding of the bell had gathered every one round the luncheon table, Madame Hugon, with her kind maternal smile, kissed Sabine on both cheeks, saying, "You know that when in the country I always do so. Having you here makes me feel 20 years younger. Did you sleep well in your old room?" Then, without waiting for an answer, she turned toward Estelle, adding, "And this little one no doubt slept soundly all night. Come and kiss me, my child." They had sat down in the vast dining room, the windows of which looked on to the ornamental garden; but they only occupied one end of the big table, so as to be more together. Sabine was very merry, recalling the events of her childhood which this visit had awakened: months passed at Les Fondettes, long walks, a fall into one of the fountains one summer's evening, an old romance of chivalry discovered on the top of some cupboard and read in winter, seated before a blazing fire of vine cuttings. And Georges, who had not seen the countess for some months past, noticed a peculiar look about her, with something changed in the expression of her face; whilst that stick Estelle, on the contrary, seemed more a nonentity than ever, still more awkward and dumb. As they were eating some boiled eggs and some cutlets done very plainly, Madame Hugon began to complain, as only the mistress of a household can, of the outrageous prices the butchers were charging for their meat. She had to have everything from Orleans, and they never sent her the pieces she ordered. Besides, if her guests fared badly, it was their own fault; they came too late in the season. "It is most foolish," said she. "I have been expecting you ever since last June, and now we are in the middle of September. As you see, it is no longer so nice out of doors." With a gesture she indicated the trees on the lawn, the leaves of which were commencing to turn yellow. It was a cloudy day; a kind of bluey mist obscured the horizon in a melancholy peacefulness. "Oh, I am expecting some people," continued she. "It will be more lively. First, there are 2 gentlemen whom Georges has invited, M. Fauchery and M. Daguenet. You know them, do you not? Then M. de Vandeuvre, who has promised to come these 5 years past. This year, perhaps, he will really do so." "Ah, well," said the countess, laughing, "we have not much to expect if we have only M. de Vandeuvre to look forward to. He is too busy." "And Philippe?" queried Muffat. "Philippe has asked for leave," replied the old lady; "but you will probably have left Les Fondettes before he arrives." The coffee had just been served, and the conversation had turned to Paris, where Steiner was mentioned. On hearing the name, Madame Hugon uttered a faint cry. "By the way," said she, "Monsieur Steiner is that stout gentleman I met at your house one evening, is he not? A banker, I think. He is a terrible man. He has bought an actress a small estate about a league from here, on the other side of the Chou, near Gumière. Every one in the neighbourhood is scandalized. Did you know of it, my friend?" "Not at all," replied Muffat. "Ah! So Steiner has bought an estate near here?" On hearing his mother approach this subject, Georges buried his nose in his cup; but, surprised at the count's answer, he raised his head again, and looked Muffat full in the face. Why had he lied so deliberately? The count, having on his side noticed the young man's movement, glanced at him with suspicion. Madame Hugon gave some further particulars. The estate was called La Mignotte. To reach it you had to follow the course of the Chou as far as Gumière, where there was a bridge, and that made the road a good 2 miles longer; otherwise you had to wade across the stream and risk falling in. "And what is the actress's name?" asked the countess. "Ah, I had heard it mentioned," murmured the old lady. "Georges, you were there this morning, when the gardener was talking." Georges made a pretence of trying to recollect. Muffat waited, turning a teaspoon between his fingers meanwhile. Then the countess, addressing him, said, Is not Monsieur Steiner living with that singer of the Variety Theatre, that Nana?" "Nana! Yes, that is the name. A most abandoned woman!" exclaimed Madame Hugo, who was losing her temper. "And they are expecting her at La Mignotte. I have heard all about it from the gardener. Georges, did not the gardener say they expected her this evening?" The count started slightly with surprise. But Georges hastily replied, "Oh, mamma, the gardener spoke without knowing. Only a little while ago the coachman was saying something quite different. No one is expected at La Mignotte until the day after to morrow." He tried to talk in a natural manner, and watched the count from out of the corner of his eye to see the effect of his words. Muffat, with a reassured look, was again turning the spoon between his fingers. The countess, gazing vaguely on the bluey horizon, seemed to be miles away from the conversation, as she followed, with the shadow of a smile, a secret thought suddenly awakened within her; whilst Estelle, erect on her chair, had listened to all that had been said about Nana without a change on her pale virgin face. "Well, really now," murmured Madame Hugon, after a pause, her good nature triumphing, "it is wrong of me to feel angry. Every one must live. If we should ever meet this person in our walks, the only thing to do is not to take any notice of her." And as they rose from the table she again scolded Countess Sabine for having been so long in coming to see her; but the countess excused herself, saying the delay was all her husband's fault. Twice, when they had been ready to start, with their trunks all packed, he had put off their departure, saying that some very important matters required his presence in Paris. Then he had suddenly given orders for starting, just as the journey seemed definitely abandoned. Then the old lady related that Georges had in the same way announced to her his coming on 2 separate occasions, but had not made his appearance at either time, and that he had suddenly arrived at Les Fondettes 2 days before, when she was no longer expecting him. They had now entered the garden. The 2 men, looking very important, were walking on either side of the ladies, and listening to them in silence. "All the same," said Madame Hugon, as she kissed her son's fair hair, "it is very kind of Zizi to come and bury himself in the country with his old mother. Dear Zizi, he does not forget me." During the afternoon she became very uneasy. Georges, who directly after lunch had complained of pains in the head, appeared to be gradually overcome by a most violent headache. Towards 4 o'clock he said he would go up stairs to bed; it was the best remedy. When he had had a good sleep till morning he would be all right again. His mother persisted in putting him to bed herself. But as she left the room he ran and locked the door after her, pretending that he did so that no one might come and disturb him, and he called out, "Good night, mother dear," in a most loving tone of voice, and promised to sleep soundly through the night. He did not go back to bed, however, but with a bright complexion and sparkling eyes he noiselessly dressed himself again, then seating himself in a chair he patiently waited. When the dinner bell rang he watched for Comte Muffat, whom he saw enter the drawing room. 10 minutes later, certain of not being seen, he nimbly escaped from the house by the window of his room, and slid down a water pipe to the ground. He found himself in the midst of a shrubbery, and was soon outside the grounds; and with an empty stomach, and a heart thumping with emotion, he ran across country in the direction of the Choux. Darkness was setting in, and a fine rain had commenced to fall. It was indeed that evening that Nana was expected at La Mignotte. Ever since the month of May, when Steiner had bought her her country residence, she was every now and then seized with such a longing to go and inhabit it that she would burst into tears. But each time Bordenave refused her the smallest holiday, putting her off until September, on the pretext that he could not possibly replace her by an understudy even for one night during the time of the exhibition. Towards the end of August he began to talk of October. Nana, furious, declared that she would be at La Mignonette by the 15th of September, and to show that she meant what she said she invited a number of people, in Bordenave's presence, to go and stay there with her. One afternoon, as Muffat, whose advances she artfully resisted, was passionately imploring her to be less cruel, she at length promised to be kind when she was in the country. And to him also she named the 15th as the date of her arrival there. Then on the 12th she was seized with a desire to start off at once, alone with Zoe. Perhaps Bordenave, knowing that she wanted to go, would find some means of detaining her. It amused her to think of leaving him in the lurch by merely sending him a doctor's certificate. When once the idea of being the first to arrive at La Mignotte, of living there 2 whole days without any one knowing of it, had seized hold of her, she made Zoe hurry the packing of the trunks, and then pushed her into a cab where, quite overcome, she kissed her and begged her pardon. It was only when she reached the railway station that she thought of sending a note to Steiner to inform him of her departure. She asked him to wait till the day after the morrow before joining her, if he wished to find her well and loving. Then, jumping to another idea, she wrote a second letter, in which she begged her aunt to bring little Louis to her at once. It would do baby so much good, and they would be so happy playing together under the trees. In the train from Paris to Orleans she could speak of nothing else, with her eyes full of tears, and mixing up together the flowers, the birds, and her child, in a sudden outburst of maternal affection. La Mignotte was distant more than 3 leagues from Orleans. Nana lost an hour in securing a vehicle to take her there, an immense dilapidated open carriage which rolled slowly along with a great jingling of old iron. She at once attacked the driver, a little taciturn old man, whom she belaboured with questions. Had he often passed by La Mignotte? So it was behind that hill? There were probably plenty of trees there, were there not? And could the house be seen from a distance? The little old fellow only answered with grunts. Nana jumped about impatiently in the vehicle, whilst Zoe, annoyed at having had to leave Paris in such a hurry, remained stiff and sulky. The horse having suddenly stopped, the young woman thought they had arrived. She leant over towards the driver, asking, "Is this the place?" For all answer the coachman whipped up his horse, which painfully commenced ascending a hill. Nana was enchanted with the large expanse of country beneath the grey overcast sky. "Oh, look, Zoe! What a lot of grass! Is that corn, do you think? Heavens! How lovely!" "It is very plain that madame has never been in the country," the maid ended by saying in a surly tone of voice. "I had only too much of the country when I was at the dentist's, who had a house at Bougival. It's very chilly, too, this evening. Besides, the air is damp about here." They were passing beneath some trees. Nana sniffed at the scent of the leaves like a young dog. Suddenly, on the road taking a turn, she caught sight of the corner of a house amidst the trees. Perhaps that was it. So she recommenced questioning the driver, who again said, "No," with a shake of the head. Then, as they descended the hill on the other side, he contented himself with pointing his whip, murmuring, "There it is, over there." She jumped up and looked ahead. "Where? Where?" cried she, very pale, and not distinguishing anything. At length she noticed a bit of a wall. Then she sang and jumped for joy, like a woman quite overcome by a powerful emotion. "Zoe, I see it! I see it! Look, on the other side. Oh, on the roof there's a sort of little terrace with some bricks. Over there there's a conservatory. Oh, but it's an enormous place! Oh, I am so pleased! Look, Zoe, look!" The carriage had stopped in front of the iron gates. A little side door was opened, and the gardener, a tall, thin fellow, appeared holding his cap in his hand. Nana tried to look dignified, for the driver already seemed to be laughing inwardly, though his lips were tightly compressed together. She restrained herself from running, and listened to the gardener, a very talkative one, by the way, who begged madame to excuse the place being a little untidy, as he had only received her letter that very morning. But in spite of her effort she seemed to be lifted from the earth, and walked so fast that Zoe could not keep up with her. At the end of the path she stopped for an instant to take a look at the house. It was a large building, in the Italian style, flanked by a smaller structure, and had been erected by a rich Englishman who had resided for 2 years at Naples. He had, however, soon taken a dislike to it. "I will show madame over the premises," said the gardener. But Nana, who was some distance ahead, called to him not to trouble himself. She would look at everything by herself, she preferred that. And, without taking off her bonnet, she ran about the rooms, calling to Zoe, giving her opinion about everything, and filling with her shouts and her laughter the vacuum of that house which had remained uninhabited for so many long months. First, there was the hall. It was rather damp, but that did not matter, no one would have to sleep there. Then the drawing-room, which was splendid with its large windows opening on to the lawn. Only the red-covered furniture was frightful, she would have it altered. As for the dining-room, it was simply magnificent. And what parties one could give at Paris, if one only had a dining-room of that size! As she was going up to the first floor she recollected that she had not seen the kitchen. She went down again, uttering all kinds of exclamations, and Zoe had to admire the beauty of the sink and the magnitude of the fireplace, which was large enough to roast a sheep. When she had gone upstairs again, her bedroom especially enraptured her. It had been hung with a pale rose-colored cretonne, style of Louis XVI, by an upholsterer from Orleans. Well, one ought to sleep well in there, it was quite a schoolgirl's nest. There were also 4 or 5 other bedrooms for guests, and some magnificent attics, which would be very useful for the trunks. Zoe, looking very sulky, just glanced coldly into each room and kept a long way behind Madame. She watched her disappear at the top of the steep ladder which led to the roof. Thank you for nothing. She didn't want to break her legs. But the sound of a voice reached her from afar off, as though coming down the chimney. "Zoe! Zoe! Where are you? Come up here. Oh, you've no idea. It's like fairyland." Zoe ascended the ladder, grumbling the while. She saw Madame on the roof, leaning against the brick balustrade and looking down upon the valley which extended into the distance. The horizon was immense, but it was half hidden by a grey mist, whilst a high wind drove away the fine drops of rain. Nana was obliged to hold her bonnet with both hands to prevent it blowing off, and her skirts flapped about like the snapping of a flag. "Ah, no, indeed," said Zoe, bringing her head in at once. "Madame will be blown away. What awful weather!" Madame did not hear. With her head bent forward she was examining the grounds beneath her. There were 7 or 8 acres all walled in. Then the view of the kitchen garden quite fascinated her. She hurried inside again and rushed past the maid on the stairs, exclaiming, "It's full of cabbages! Oh, cabbages as big as that! And lettuce, and sorrel, and onions, and everything! Come, quick!" The rain was falling faster. She opened her white silk parasol and ran along the paths. "Madame will be ill!" cried Zoe, who quietly remained standing beneath the veranda. But Madame wished to see everything. Each fresh discovery brought more exclamations. "Zoe, here's some spinach. Come and see. Oh, artichokes! They do look funny. They flower then, do they? I say, whatever's this? I don't know it at all. Come and see, Zoe. Perhaps you know." But the maid did not stir. Madame must really be mad. It was now pouring in torrents. The little white silk parasol already looked quite black and did not cover Madame, whose skirt was sopping. But this did not worry her. In spite of the rain she inspected both the kitchen and fruit garden, stopping at each tree and leaning over each bed of vegetables. Then she ran and gave a look down the well, raised a frame to see what was underneath, and became quite absorbed in the contemplation of an enormous pumpkin. Her business was to go along every path and take immediate possession of all these things, of which she used to dream when she dragged her work-girl shoes along the streets of Paris. The rain fell faster still, but she did not notice it, and only regretted that the night was coming on apace. She could no longer see plainly, so she felt with her hands wherever she had a doubt. All of a sudden, in the twilight, she discovered some strawberries. Then her childhood seemed to return to her. "Strawberries! Strawberries! There are some, I feel them. Zoe, a plate. Come and gather some strawberries." And Nana, who had stooped down in the mud, let go of her parasol and received the full force of the shower. With her hands all wet, she gathered the strawberries among the leaves. Zoe, however, did not bring the plate. As the young woman got up, she had a fright. She thought she had noticed something move. "An animal!" she cried. But astonishment rooted her to the centre of the path. It was a man, and she had recognized him. "Why, it's Baby! Whatever are you doing there, Baby?" "I've come, of course," replied Georges. She remained lost in surprise. "Did you then hear from the gardener of my arrival? Oh, the child! He is soaked." "Ah, I must tell you. It began to rain after I started, and then I didn't want to go around by Gumière, and in crossing the Chou I slipped and fell into a confounded pool." Nana at once forgot the strawberries. She was all trembling and full of pity. That poor Zizi in a pool of water! She dragged him towards the house. She talked of making up a big fire. "You know," he murmured, stopping her in the darkness, "I was hiding because I was afraid of being scolded like at Paris, when I came to see you without being expected." She began to laugh without answering, and kissed him on the forehead. Until that day she had treated him like a child, not thinking seriously of his declarations, and amusing herself with him as with a youngster of no consequence. She made a great deal of fuss so that he should be comfortable. She insisted on the fire lighted in her bedroom. They would be more cosy there. The sight of Georges did not surprise Zoe, used to all sorts of meetings; but the gardener who brought up some wood was struck dumb on seeing the gentleman dripping with water, to whom he was certain he had not opened the door. He was sent away, as nothing more was required. A lamp lighted the room, whilst the fire burst into a bright blaze. "He will never become dry, he will catch cold," said Nana, seeing Georges shiver. And not another pair of trousers in the house. She was on the point of calling the gardener when an idea struck her. Zoe, who had been unpacking the trunks in the dressing room, brought Madame some clean clothes for her to change — a chemise, some petticoats, and a dressing gown. "But that's capital!" exclaimed the young woman. "Zizi can put on these. You don't mind putting on my things? When your own clothes are dry you can put them on again, and then hurry back home, so as not to be scolded by your mamma. Be quick, and I will go and change my things in the dressing room." When 10 minutes later she reappeared in a dressing gown, she clasped her hands in rapture. "Oh, the love! How pretty he looks as a woman!" He had merely put on a long nightdress, an embroidered pair of drawers, and a cambric dressing gown trimmed with lace. In those clothes he looked like a girl, with his fair arms uncovered, and his light hair, still wet, hanging down his neck. "He is really as slim as I am," said Nana, taking hold of him round the waist. "Zoe, come and see how well they fit him. Don't they look as though they were made for him? All except the body part, which is too broad. He hasn't as much as I have, poor Zizi." "There certainly is a slight difference," murmured Georges, smiling. All three were highly amused. Nana buttoned the dressing gown all down the front, so that he should look decent. She turned him about like a doll, gave him little taps, and made the skirt swell out behind; and she questioned him, asking him if he was comfortable, and if he was warm enough. Oh, yes, he was all right. Nothing was warmer than a woman's nightdress. If he had had his way he would always have worn one. He rolled himself about in it, pleased with the soft touch of the linen, with that loose garment that smelt so nice, and which to him seemed slightly impregnated with the warmth of Nana's body. Zoe had taken his wet clothes down to the kitchen, so as to dry them as quickly as possible before a large wood fire. Then Georges, stretched out in an easy chair, dared to make an avowal. "I say, aren't you going to have anything to eat to night? I'm famishing. I haven't had any dinner." Nana was very angry. What a great stupid he was to run away from his mamma with an empty stomach, just to go and throw himself into a pool of water. But she also felt rather hungry. Of course they must have something to eat, only they would have to do the best they could. And they improvised the funniest dinner ever heard of on a little table drawn up before the fire. Zoe ran over to the gardener, who had made some cabbage soup, in case Madame did not dine at Orleans. Madame had forgotten to mention in her letter what she required to be got ready. Fortunately the cellar was well stocked. They had, therefore, some cabbage soup with a piece of bacon. Then, looking in her bag, Nana produced all sorts of things which she had taken the precaution to provide: a little goose liver pasty, a packet of sweets, some oranges. They both ate like ogres, with the appetite of youth, and like comrades without ceremony. Nana called Georges "my dear." She thought it more familiar and loving. For dessert they devoured a pot of jam, discovered on the top shelf of a cupboard, both eating in turn with the same spoon, so as not to disturb Zoe. "Ah, my dear," said Nana, as she pushed the little table on one side, "for 10 years I haven't dined so well." It was getting late, however, and she wished to send the youngster home, so as not to bring him into trouble. He kept repeating that he had plenty of time. Besides, the clothes were not drying well. Zoe declared that they would take at least an hour longer, and as she was every minute falling asleep, being tired out by the journey, they sent her off to bed. Then they were left alone in the silent house. It was a calm, pleasant night. The fire was burning low, and the heat was rather stifling in the big room, the bed of which Zoe had made before leaving. Nana, feeling too warm, rose to open the window for a minute. But she uttered a faint cry. Heavens! How lovely it is! Look, my dear! Georges joined her, and as though the window rail was not long enough for two, he put his arm round Nana's waist and rested his head on her shoulder. The weather had suddenly changed, the sky was perfectly clear and studded with stars, whilst a full moon lit up the country with a sheet of gold. A sovereign peacefulness hung over all. The valley widened and opened on to the immensity of the plain, where the trees cast shadows that looked like islands in the motionless lake of light. And Nana was deeply moved and felt like a child again. She was sure she had dreamt of such nights at an epoch of her life which she could no longer recall. All that she had seen since she left the train, this vast expanse of fields, this grass that smelt so nice, this house, these vegetables, all these upset her to such an extent that it seemed as though she had left Paris fully 20 years before. Her existence of the previous day was already far away. She felt as she had never previously felt. Georges all this while was slyly kissing her on the neck, which increased her perturbation. With a hesitating hand she repelled him as one would a child when wearied by its caresses, and she repeated that it was time for him to go home. He did not say no, by and by he would leave by and by. But a bird began to sing, then stopped. It was a robin in an elder bush under the window. Wait a minute, murmured Georges. The lamplight frightens him. I will put it out. And when he came back, again placing his arm around Nana's waist, he added, We can light it again directly. Then, as she listened to the robin, whilst the boy pressed close against her, Nana recollected. Yes, it was in novels that she had seen all that. Once, in the days gone by, she would have given her heart to have seen the moon thus, to have heard the robin, and to have had a little fellow full of love by her side. Oh, heaven! She could have cried. It all seemed to her so lovely and good. For certain she was born to live a virtuous life. She again repelled Georges, who was becoming bolder. No, leave me. I won't. It would be very wrong at your age. Listen, I will be your mamma. She had become quite bashful. Her face was flushing scarlet. Yet no one could see her. The room behind them was full of the darkness of night, whilst as far as the eye could reach, the countryside unfolded the silence and immobility of its solitude. Never before had she felt such shame. Little by little her strength seemed to leave her in spite of her constraint and her struggles. That disguise, that woman's nightdress and that dressing gown made her laugh still. It was like a girl friend teasing her. Oh, it is wrong, it is wrong, murmured she after a last effort. And she fell like a virgin into the child's arms in the face of the beautiful night. The house was hushed in sleep. On the morrow, when the luncheon bell rang at Les Fondettes, the table in the dining room was no longer too large. A first vehicle had brought Fauchery and Daguenet, and after them came the Count de Vandeuve, who had arrived by a later train. Georges made his appearance the last, looking rather pale and heavy about the eyes. In answer to all inquiries he replied that he was much better, although still upset by the violence of the attack. Madame Hugon, who looked into his face with an anxious smile, passed her hand through his hair, which was badly combed that morning, whilst he drew back as though embarrassed by the caress. During luncheon she affectionately scolded Vandeuvre, whom she said she had been expecting for 5 years past. Well, here you are at last. How did you manage it? Vandeuvre thought best to treat the matter as a joke. He related that he had lost an enormous sum of money the previous evening at his club, so he had started off with the idea of settling down in the provinces. Yes, really now, if you can find me an heiress somewhere in the neighbourhood. There must be some very charming ladies about here. The old lady was thanking both Daguenet and Fauchery for having so kindly accepted her son's invitation, when she experienced another pleasant surprise on seeing the Marquis de Choix, who had just arrived in a third vehicle, enter the room. Ah! she exclaimed, it must be a general meeting this morning. You have all arranged to assemble here. Whatever has happened? For years past I have never been able to get you to come, and now you all arrive together. Oh, but I am not complaining." Another place was laid at the table. Fauchery found himself seated beside Countess Sabine, who surprised him with her liveliness. She, whom he had seen looking so languid in the austere drawing room of the Rue Miromesnil. Daguenet, seated on Estelle's left, seemed uncomfortable at being so close to the silent, lanky girl whose sharp elbows were his horror. Muffat and de Chouart exchanged a sly glance. Vandeuvre continued to joke about his contemplated marriage. "Respecting ladies," Madame Hugon ended by saying to him, "I have a new neighbor whom you probably know," and she mentioned Nana. Vandeuvre affected the utmost astonishment. "What, Nana's country house is near here?" Fauchery and Daguenet also pretended to be surprised. The Marquis de Chouart devoured the breast of a chicken without appearing to understand. Not one of the men had smiled. "Without doubt," resumed the old lady, "and what is more, this person arrived last night at La Mignotte as I had expected. I heard of it this morning from the gardener." On receiving this information none of the gentlemen could hide their genuine astonishment. They all looked up. What, Nana had arrived? And they were not expecting her till the morrow. They had thought they were before her. Georges alone did not raise his eyes, but looked at his tumbler in a wearied sort of way. Ever since the beginning of the meal he had seemed asleep with his eyes open, and a vague smile hovered about his lips. "Do you still suffer, Zizi?" inquired his mother, who scarcely moved her eyes from him. He started, and blushing, answered that he was quite well again. But he still preserved the look of a girl who had been dancing too much. "What is the matter with your neck?" suddenly asked Madame Hugon, in a frightened tone of voice. "It is all red." He became confused, and could scarcely stammer out a reply. He didn't know. He hadn't anything the matter with his neck. Then, pulling up his shirt collar, he added, "Ah, yes, some insect stung me." The Marquis de Chouart cast a sidelong glance at the red mark. Muffat also looked at Georges. Luncheon was drawing to an end, and they began to arrange some excursions in the neighbourhood. Fauchery became more and more affected by Countess Sabine's gaiety. As he passed a plate of fruit to her, their hands touched, and she looked at him for a second with so deep a gaze that his thoughts again reverted to that confidence of which he was the recipient on a night of intoxication. Then she no longer appeared the same. There was something that was more pronounced about her. Her grey silk dress, made loose at the shoulders, gave a sort of ease to her refined and sensitive elegance. On leaving the table Daguenet remained behind with Fauchery to make some rather facetious and coarse remarks about Estelle. "A pretty broomstick to shove into a fellow's arms." However, he became serious when the journalist mentioned the amount of her dowry, 400,000 francs. "And the mother?" inquired Fauchery. "She's a fine woman, isn't she?" "Oh, she as much as you like. But there's no chance, my boy." "Bah! One never knows without trying." No one was going out that day, as it was still very showery. Georges had hastily disappeared, and locked himself in his room. The gentlemen avoided coming to an explanation among themselves, though they individually knew very well what reasons had brought them together. Vandeuvre, who had lost heavily at play, had indeed entertained the idea of spending some time in the country, and counted on the proximity of a female friend to reconcile him to his voluntary exile. Fauchery, taking advantage of the holiday allowed him by Rose, who just then was very much occupied, proposed to make an arrangement with Nana for a second article, in the event of a country life bringing their hearts together again. Daguenet, who had been sulky ever since Steiner appeared on the scene, thought of making it up again, and of picking up a few crumbs of love should occasion offer. As for the Marquis de Chouart, he bided his time. But among all these men on the track of Venus, only half free of her paint, Muffat was the most ardent, the most tormented with new sensations of desire, of fear, and of anger which contended in his agitated person. He had a distinct promise. Nana was expecting him. Why, then, had she left Paris 2 days earlier? He determined to go to La Mignotte that very night after the dinner. That evening, as the count left the grounds, Georges followed him. He parted from him on the road to Gumière, and wading across the Chou, arrived at Nana's all out of breath, his eyes filled with tears of rage. Ah, he understood. That old fellow who was on the road had an appointment with her. Nana, astonished at this display of jealousy, uneasy at the turn things were taking, folded her arms around him, and consoled him as well as she could. No, he was mistaken. She was not expecting any one. If the gentleman was coming, it was not her fault. Zizi was a great stupid to put himself out so much about nothing at all. She swore by her child that she loved no one but her Georges, and she kissed him and wiped away his tears. "Listen, you will see that everything is for you," said she, when he had become calmer. "Steiner has arrived. He is upstairs. You know, my darling, I can't send him away." "Yes, I know. I don't mind him," murmured the youngster. "Well, I have put him in the room at the end of the passage, pretending that I was not well. He is unpacking his portmanteau. As no one saw you come in, run up quick and hide yourself in my room, and wait for me." Georges jumped up and put his arms round her. It was true, then, she did love him a little. So it would be yesterday over again. They would turn out the lamp, and remain together till daylight dispelled the darkness. Then, hearing a bell ring, he noiselessly hurried away. Upstairs in the bedroom he at once took off his shoes so as not to make any noise. Then he hid himself, crouched upon the floor behind a curtain, and waited like a good boy. When Count Muffat appeared, Nana felt a slight awkwardness, having scarcely regained her composure after the scene with Georges. She had promised the Count, and she would have liked to have kept her promise, because he seemed a man who meant business. But really, who could ever have foreseen all that had occurred the previous day? The journey, this house that she had never known before, the youngster who had arrived soaking wet, and how nice it had all seemed to her, and how pleasant a continuance of it would be. So much the worse for the gentleman. For 3 months past she had dallied with him, playing the respectable woman, so as to inflame him all the more. Well, he would have to wait a bit longer. He could hook it if it didn't please him. She would rather chuck up everything than be unfaithful to Georges. The Count had seated himself in the ceremonious way of a country neighbour making a call. His hands alone trembled slightly. In his sanguineous constitution, still in a state of virginity, inordinate desire, scourged by Nana's skilful tactics, was at length producing frightful ravages. That grave-looking man, that chamberlain who traversed with such a dignified step the gilded saloons of the Tuileries, would at night-time bite the bolster on his bed and sob aloud, carried away by his exasperation, and ever invoking the same sensual vision. But this time he was determined to end his suffering. Along the road, in the peaceful twilight, he had thought of gratifying his passion by force; and directly they had exchanged a few words he tried to take Nana in his arms. "No, no, mind what you are doing," said she simply, without getting angry, and smiling at him all the time. At length he caught her, his teeth firmly clenched. Then as she struggled he became brutal, and coarsely told her why he had come. She, still smiling, though embarrassed, held his hands. She spoke to him lovingly, so as to make her refusal seem less harsh. "Come, my darling, keep quiet. Really, I cannot. Steiner is upstairs." But he was mad. Never before had she seen a man in such a state. She began to feel frightened. She placed her hand over his mouth to hush the cries he uttered, and lowering her voice she begged him to keep quiet, to let her go. Steiner was descending the stairs. Her position had become ridiculous. When Steiner entered the room he heard Nana, who was comfortably stretched out in an easy chair, saying, "As for myself, I adore the country." Turning her head, she interrupted herself, and added, "Darling, this is Count Muffat, who noticed the lights as he was passing by, and has just called in to bid us welcome." The two men shook hands. Muffat stood an instant without speaking, his face in shadow. Steiner seemed sulky. They talked of Paris. Business was very bad, and some most abominable things had occurred on the Bourse. At the end of a quarter of an hour Muffat took his leave, and as the young woman accompanied him to the door he asked, without obtaining it, an appointment for the following evening. Steiner almost immediately went off to bed, grumbling against the ailments that were always affecting the female sex. At last the two old fellows were got rid of. When Nana was at length able to rejoin Georges, she found him still patiently waiting behind his curtain. The room was in darkness. He had drawn her down on the floor beside him, and they played together, rolling about like children, stopping every now and then, and smothering their laughter with kisses whenever their feet knocked against any of the furniture. Afar off, on the Gumière road, Count Miffa was walking slowly along, holding his hat in his hand and cooling his heated brow in the fresh night air. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6, Part 2. Then the following days their life was adorable. In the youngster's company Nana seemed once more a girl of 15. Beneath the child's caresses the flower of love bloomed again, in spite of her knowledge of man and the loathing it caused her. She found herself constantly blushing. She experienced an emotion that made her shiver, an inclination to laugh and cry, in short, all the feelings of an awakened virginity added to desires of which she was ashamed. She had never felt thus before. The country filled her with tenderness. When a young child she had for a long time desired to live in a meadow with a goat, because one day on the slope of the fortifications she had seen a goat bleating, fastened to a stake. Now this estate, all this land belonged to her, swelled her with an overflowing emotion, so much were her wildest dreams more than realized. She again experienced all the sensations of a child, and at night time, when dizzy from a day spent in the open air, intoxicated with the odor of the trees and flowers, she went upstairs to rejoin her Zizi, hidden behind the curtain. It seemed to her like a freak of a schoolgirl home for the holidays, a love passage with a cousin whom she was evidently to marry. She trembled at the least sound, as though afraid of being caught by her parents. She tasted all the delicious embarrassments, all the voluptuous fears of a first fault. At this time Nana indulged in the fancies of a sentimental girl. She would look at the moon for hours. One night she insisted on going down into the garden with Georges, when all the household was asleep; and they wandered about under the trees, their arms round each other's waists. Then they lay down on the grass and got thoroughly soaked with the dew. Another time, in the bedroom, after a rather long pause, Nana sobbed on the youngster's neck, murmuring she was afraid she was going to die. She often sang in a low voice a ballad of Madame Lerat's, full of flowers and birds, becoming affected even to tears, and interrupting herself to clasp Georges in a passionate embrace and cause him to utter vows of eternal love. In short, she behaved very foolishly, as she herself would often admit, when, becoming comrades again, they both smoked cigarettes seated on the edge of the bedstead, their heels knocking against the woodwork. But what caused the young woman's heart completely to melt was the arrival of little Louis. Her attack of maternal love bordered on madness. She carried her son into the sunshine to see him sprawl about. She rolled with him over the grass, after dressing him like a prince. She at once insisted that he should sleep near her in the next room, where Madame Lerat, very much smitten with the country, commenced to snore as soon as she was lying on her back. And little Louis did not in the least interfere with her love for Zizi. On the contrary, she said that she had 2 children. She confounded them in the same caprice of affection. During the night, on more than 10 occasions, she quitted Zizi to go and see if little Louis was breathing all right. But when she returned she cuddled her Zizi with the remains of her maternal caresses. She acted the mamma towards him, whilst he, vicious youngster, liking very much to be little in the arms of that big girl, let her nurse him like a baby being rocked to sleep. It was so nice that, charmed with this existence, she seriously proposed to him that they should never again leave the country. They would send every one away, and live alone together, he, she, and the baby. And they built 1,000 castles in the air until daybreak without hearing Madame Lerat, who, tired out with gathering wild flowers, snored loud enough to waken the whole household. This fine life lasted for nearly a week. Count Miffa came every night, and went back home with swollen features and hot, feverish hands. One night he was not even admitted, Steiner having been obliged to go to Paris. He was told that Madame was very unwell. Each day Nana revolted more and more at the idea of being unfaithful to Georges, so young and so innocent, and who had put his faith in her. She would have considered herself the most worthless of women. Besides, it would have disgusted her too much. Zoe, who assisted at this adventure with silent disdain, thought that Madame was becoming cracked. All of a sudden, on the 6th day, a band of visitors broke in upon this idyllic existence. Nana had invited a number of people, thinking that no one would come. So she was very much astounded and very much vexed one afternoon on seeing an omnibus full of men and women draw up in front of the iron gates of La Mignotte. "Here we are!" cried Mignon, the first to alight from the vehicle, from which he extricated his sons Henri and Charles. La Bordette appeared next, and immediately assisted a number of ladies to descend: Lucy Stuart, Caroline Equet, Tête-en Aînée, Maria Blonde. Nana was hoping that was the end, when La Falloise jumped out to receive in his trembling arms Gaga and her daughter Amélie. That made 11 persons. It was difficult to find room for them all. At La Mignotte there were 5 guest chambers, one of which was occupied by Madame Lerat and little Louis. The largest bedroom was given to the Gaga and La Falloise family, and it was decided that Amélie should sleep on a camp bedstead in the dressing room adjoining. Mignon and his 2 sons had the 3rd bedroom, La Bordette the 4th. There still remained one, which was turned into a dormitory, with 4 beds, for Lucy, Caroline, Taton, and Maria. As for Steiner, he would have to sleep on the sofa in the drawing room. After the lapse of an hour, when everything was settled, Nana, who first of all had felt furious, was delighted at doing the honours of her country abode. The ladies complimented her on La Mignotte, "A most enchanting place, my dear." Then they brought her a puff of Paris air, the little scandals of the week. They all spoke at once, with sundry little taps and exclamations and bursts of laughter. And Bordenave, by the way, what had he said of her little escapade? Why, nothing much. After bellowing out that he would have her brought back by the gendarmes, when the evening came he merely filled her place with the understudy; and she, little Violaine, had scored a great success in the Blonde Venus. This piece of news made Nana serious. It was only 4 o'clock. They began to talk of going for a stroll. "You don't know," said Nana, "I was about to get some potatoes when you arrived." So they all wanted to go and pick up potatoes without even changing their clothes. They made quite a party. The gardener and 2 lads were already in the field at the extreme end of the estate. The ladies knelt down on the ground, feeling in the earth with their fingers covered with rings, crying out every time they discovered a potato of any size. They thought it all so amusing. But Tête-en Aînée was in her element. She had picked up so many in her younger days, that she so far forgot herself as to give the others the benefit of her experience, and to ridicule their awkwardness. The gentlemen took it more coolly. Mignon, looking a very worthy man, profited by his stay in the country to complete his son's education. He talked to them of Parmentier, the introducer of the potato into France. In the evening the dinner was madly gay. Every one had an enormous appetite. Nana, very far gone, had a row with her butler, who had been at the Bishop of Orleans. The ladies smoked with their coffee. Sounds of feasting and revelry issued through the windows, and were lost in the distance in the serenity of the night; whilst between the hedges the belated peasants turned their heads and looked at the house blazing with light. "What a nuisance it is you are all going away again the day after to morrow," observed Nana. "We must arrange some excursion whilst you are here." So it was settled that on the morrow, a Sunday, they should all go and visit the ruins of the ancient abbey of Chamont, which was situated about 7 miles off. 5 carriages were to come from Orleans to take the party after luncheon, and bring them back to dine at La Mignotte, towards 7 o'clock in the evening. It would be delightful. That night, as usual, Count Muffat ascended the hill to ring the bell at the iron gates. But the lights in the windows, the loud laughter, surprised him. Recognizing Mignon's voice, he understood it all, and went away enraged by this new obstacle, driven to extremities, determined to use violence. Georges, who entered by a little side door of which he had a key, quietly ascended to Nana's bedroom, keeping close to the walls. Only he had to wait for her until past midnight. She came at last, very tipsy, and more maternal even than on the other nights. When she drank it made her so loving that there was rather too much of it. Thus she insisted on Georges's accompanying her to the Abbey of Chamont. He resisted, afraid of being seen. If he was noticed in a carriage with her, it would cause a frightful scandal. But she burst into tears, seized with the noisy despair of a discarded woman, and he consoled her, and faithfully promised to be one of the party. Then you do really love me," she stuttered. Say that you love me a lot. Tell me, my own darling, if I died, would you be very unhappy?" At La Fondette, Nana's proximity upset the whole household. Every morning, during luncheon, worthy Madame Hugon talked in spite of herself about "that woman," relating all that her gardener had told her, experiencing that kind of witchery exercised by gay women over the most respectable ladies. She, usually so tolerant, felt indignant and exasperated, with the vague presentiment of some misfortune, which alarmed her at eventide, as though she had known of the presence in the neighbourhood of a wild beast escaped from some menagerie; and she squabbled with her guests, accusing them all of wandering round about La Mignotte. Count de Vandeuvres had been seen laughing on the high road with a lady wearing a large quantity of hair. But he defended himself, swore that it wasn't Nana, for indeed it was Lucy who accompanied him for the purpose of telling him how she had just sent her third prince to the right about. The Marquis de Choix went also for long walks every day; but he began to talk at once of his doctor's directions. As for Daguenet and Fauchery, Madame Hugon treated them very unjustly. The first, especially, never went outside the grounds of La Fondette, having abandoned his intention of seeking to renew his intimate acquaintance with Nana, and making himself respectfully assiduous towards Estelle. Fauchery also remained with the Muffat ladies. On one occasion only he had come across Mignon in a lane, his hands full of flowers, and giving a lesson in botany to his sons. The two men had shaken hands and talked of Rose. She was very well. Each of them had received a letter from her that very morning, in which she told them to take advantage of the country air as long as they could. Of all her guests, therefore, the old lady only spared Count Muffat and Georges. The count, who pretended he had some very important business to attend to at Orleans, could not be running after girls. And as for Georges, the poor child was beginning to cause her the greatest anxiety, for every evening he was seized with the most violent headaches, which forced him to go to bed before it was really dark. Fauchery had elected himself Countess Sabine's cavalier in waiting, whilst the count disappeared regularly every afternoon. Whenever they went about the grounds he carried her parasol and her camp stool. Besides, he amused her with his journalistic gossip, and soon established between them one of those sudden intimacies which country life countenances. She appeared to surrender at once, awakened to a second youth in the society of this young man, whose noisy, scoffing ways seemed incapable of compromising her. And sometimes, when they found themselves alone for a second behind some hedge, their eyes would seek each other's. They would stop, in the midst of a laugh, abruptly serious, with a languishing look as though they had divined and understood each other. On the Friday it had been necessary to lay another place at lunch. Monsieur Théophile Venot, whom Madame Hugon recollected having invited at the Muffats the previous winter, had just arrived. He put on his most agreeable look, and affected the indifferent air of an insignificant person, without appearing to notice the uneasy deference with which he was treated. When he had succeeded in making himself forgotten, and while crunching some little pieces of sugar during dessert, he watched Daguenet, who was handing some strawberries to Estelle, and listened to Fauchery, one of whose anecdotes seemed to amuse the countess very much. The moment any one looked at him he smiled in his quiet way. On leaving the table, M. Venot took the count's arm and led him into the grounds. It was known that he exercised a great influence over the count ever since his mother's death. Most singular stories were current as to the ex-attorney's domination over the household. Fauchery, whose plans were no doubt considerably interfered with by his arrival, related to Georges and Daguenet the origin of his fortune, a big lawsuit with which the Jesuits had once entrusted him; and according to him, this little old fellow, who was a terrible man in spite of his pleasant looks, had now a finger in every clerical pie. The two young fellows began to laugh, for they thought the old man looked a bit of an idiot. The idea of an unknown Venot, of a gigantic Venot, acting for the clergy seemed to them most comical. But they ceased talking as Count Muffat, still with the old gentleman at his side, returned looking very pale, and with his eyes red as though he had been weeping. "They have for certain been talking of hell," murmured Fauchery jeeringly. Countess Sabine, who had overheard him, slowly turned her head, and their eyes met, with one of those prolonged looks with which they prudently sounded each other, before running any risk. Usually, after luncheon, every one adjourned to the end of the flower garden, to a terrace which overlooked the plain. The Sunday afternoon was deliciously mild. Towards 10 o'clock in the morning it looked like rain; but the sky, without becoming perfectly clear, had, so to say, blended into a milky kind of mist, and a sort of luminous dust, all golden with sunshine. Then Madame Hugon suggested that they should go out by the little door of the terrace, and take a stroll in the direction of Gumière as far as the Choux. She liked walking, being still very active in spite of her 60 years. Every one, moreover, stated that they would rather not have the carriage. They arrived thus rather disbanded at the wooden bridge thrown across the stream. Fauchery and Daguenet were in front with the Muffat ladies. The Count and the Marquis came next, on either side of Madame Hugon; whilst Vandeuvre, looking very stylish and dreadfully bored at wandering along that high road, brought up the rear, smoking a cigar. Monsieur Venot, slackening or hastening his footsteps, went smilingly from one group to another, as though to hear everything. "Ah, poor Georges is at Orleans," Madame Hugon was saying. "He wished to consult old Doctor Tavernier, who no longer goes out, about his headaches. Yes, you were none of you up. He started before 7 this morning. It will be a slight diversion for him, anyhow." But she interrupted herself to remark, "Dear me! Why are they waiting on the bridge?" Truly enough, the ladies, and Daguenet and Fauchery, were standing at the foot of the bridge, with hesitating looks, as though some obstacle caused them uneasiness. The way seemed free, however. "Straight on!" cried the Count. They did not move, but remained watching something that was coming and which the others could not see. There was a turn in the road which was bordered on either side by poplars. However, a rumbling noise, gradually increasing, now reached the entire party. There was a sound of wheels, mixed with laughter and the cracking of whips, and suddenly 5 carriages appeared, following one after the other, almost crowded enough to break the axle trees, and enlivened with a mixture of light blue and rose-colored dresses. "Whatever is all this?" asked Madame Hugon, in surprise. Then she guessed, she seemed to divine; and, indignant at such an invasion crossing her path, she murmured, "Oh, that woman! Walk on, do walk on. Pretend not to." But it was too late. The 5 carriages, which were taking Nana and her guests to the ruins at Chamont, were already close to the little wooden bridge. Fauchery, Daguenet, and the Muffat ladies had to step back, whilst Madame Hugon and the others stopped also, at various distances along the road. It was a superb procession. The laughing in the carriages had ceased, some faces turned around with curiosity. Each party looked at the other, amidst a silence that was only broken by the regular trot of the horses. In the first carriage, Maria Blonde and Tatin Aîné, reclining like duchesses, their skirts blown out over the wheels, looked disdainfully at the respectable ladies on foot. In the next was Gaga, who almost occupied an entire seat to herself, quite burying La Falloise, of whom only the anxious nose could be seen. Then came Caroline Equet with La Bordette, Lucy Stuart with Mignon and his sons, and at the end of all, accompanied by Steiner, was Nana, who had on the little seat in front of her that poor love of a Zizi with his knees touching hers. "It is the last one, is it not?" quietly inquired the Countess of Fauchery, affecting not to recognize Nana. The wheels of Nana's carriage almost grazed her, but she did not move back an inch. The 2 women had exchanged a searching look, one of those scrutinizing glances lasting but a second, yet complete and definite. As for the men, they behaved admirably. Fauchery and Daguenet, perfectly impassive, recognized no one. The Marquis, anxious and afraid of some practical joke on the part of the girls, had plucked a blade of grass, which he was twirling between his fingers. Vandeuvre alone, being at some little distance from the others, just moved his eyelids by way of recognizing Lucy, who smiled at him as she passed. "Take care," murmured Monsieur Venot, standing behind Count Muffat. The latter, greatly agitated, followed with his eyes that vision of Nana flying away from him. His wife had turned slowly round and was examining him. Then he looked on the ground, as though to lose sight of the galloping horses who were carrying off his flesh and his heart. His agony almost made him cry aloud. He had understood all, on seeing Georges lost among Nana's skirts. A child! It broke his heart to think that she should have preferred a child to himself. He did not mind about Steiner, but a child. Madame Hugon, however, had not recognized Georges at first. On passing over the bridge he would have jumped into the stream, had not Nana's knees held him. So, white as snow and cold as ice, he sat immovable, looking at no one. Perhaps they would not see him. "Ah, good heavens!" suddenly exclaimed the old lady. "It is Georges who is with her." The carriages had passed in the midst of that uneasiness felt by persons who knew each other and who yet did not bow. This delicate encounter, so rapid in reality, had seemed to last an eternity. And now the wheels were gaily carrying away into the sunny country those vehicles full of girls with the wind blowing in their faces. Ribbons were flying about, the laughter commenced again, and jokes passed from one to another; whilst some stood up and gazed back at those highly respectable people who had remained stationary at the side of the road, looking very much put out. Nana, as she glanced round, could see them hesitate, then retrace their steps without crossing the bridge at all. Madame Hugon was leaning on Count Muffat's arm, silent, and so sad that no one dared console her. "I say," cried Nana to Lucy, who was leaning out of the carriage in front of hers, "did you notice Fauchery, my dear? Didn't he look a dirty rip? He shall smart for it. And Paul, a chap to whom I have been so kind, not the least sign. Really, they are polite." Then she had a frightful quarrel with Steiner, who considered that the gentleman had behaved admirably. So they were not even worth the raising of a hat? The first blackguard they met might insult them? Thanks, he also was a nice fellow, he was. It only wanted that. One should always bow to a woman. "Who was the tall one?" called out Lucy in the midst of the noise caused by the wheels. "Countess Muffat," answered Steiner. "There now, I thought as much," exclaimed Nana. "Well, my boy, in spite of her being a countess, I can tell you she's not worth much. Yes, not worth much. You know I've an eye for that sort of thing, I have. Now I know her as if I had made her your countess. Will you bet that that viper Fauchery isn't her lover? I tell you that he is her lover. One can easily see that between women." Steiner shrugged his shoulders. Ever since the previous evening his bad temper had been on the increase. He had received some letters which would oblige him to leave on the following morning. Then, too, it wasn't very amusing to come to the country just to sleep on the drawing-room sofa. "And this poor baby," resumed Nana, suddenly becoming tender-hearted as she caught sight of Georges, who was sitting pale and erect and scarce able to breathe. "Do you think that mamma recognized me?" he at length stammered forth. "Oh, most decidedly. She cried out. But it's all my fault. He didn't want to come, and I made him. Listen to me, Zizi. Shall I write to your mamma? She looks a very kind woman. I will tell her that I never saw you before, and that it was Steiner who brought you to me to day, for the first time." "No, don't write," said Georges, anxiously. "I will arrange all myself. And if they make a fuss, I'll come away and never go back again." But he continued very dejected and absorbed in reflection, trying to invent some lies for the evening. The 5 vehicles continued along the straight and interminable level road, bordered on either side by some very fine trees. The country around was enveloped in a kind of silvery grey vapour. The ladies continued to pass remarks from one carriage to another, from behind the backs of the coachmen, who laughed to themselves at the strange company they were driving. Now and again one of the women would stand up to obtain a better view, and, becoming interested, would remain in that position, leaning against her neighbour's shoulder, until a sudden jerk of the vehicle brought her to her seat again. Caroline Equet was having some very important conversation with Labordette. They both came to the conclusion that Nana would be wanting to part with her country house in less than 3 months, and Caroline instructed Labordette to acquire it for her, under the rose, for a very moderate sum. In the carriage preceding them, La Falloise, very spoony, and unable to reach Gaga's apoplectic neck, was depositing kisses on that part of her dress which, almost bursting with the tightness of the fit, covered her backbone; whilst Amelie, sitting bolt upright on the little seat in front, sick of being there with empty arms watching her mother being kissed, kept telling them to leave off. In the next carriage Mignon, with the view of surprising Lucy, made his sons recite one of La Fontaine's fables. Henri especially was prodigious, he could say it right off without a single mistake. But Maria Blonde, at the head of the procession, was beginning to feel awfully bored, tired of poking fun at that fool of a Tatan Aîné, who believed her when she said that the Paris dairymen made their eggs out of gum and saffron. It was too far, would they never arrive? And the question, passed from carriage to carriage, at length reached Nana, who, after consulting her coachman, stood up and called to the others, "In about a quarter of an hour. You see that church over there, behind the trees?" Then, after a slight pause, she resumed, "You don't know, it seems that the owner of the Château de Chamont is an old flame of the time of the first Napoleon. And, oh, such a fast one! So Joseph told me, and he heard it when he was at the bishop's. She used to lead a life such as one couldn't lead now. However, she has become awfully religious." "What's her name?" asked Lucy. "Madame Danglars." "Irma Danglars? I knew her!" cried Gaga. From each vehicle there issued a string of exclamations, which were lost in the more rapid trot of the horses. Heads were stretched out to catch a glimpse of Gaga. Maria Blonde and Tâton Aîné turned round and knelt on the seat, holding on to the closed hood at the back of the carriage, and questions were asked, and malicious observations, tempered with a secret admiration, were made. Gaga had known her, that filled them all with respect for this far-away past. "I was very young then," resumed Gaga. "All the same, I recollect I used to see her pass. It was said that she was something disgusting at home, but in her carriage she was magnificent. And the most incredible stories circulated. Such filthy goings on that it's a marvel she ever lived through them. It doesn't surprise me that she has a château. She could clear a man out as easy as breathe on him. Ah! Irma Danglars is still among the living. Well, my little friends, she must be about 90 now." On hearing this, the ladies all became very serious. 90 years old! There wasn't one of them, as Lucy said, who had a chance of living to that age. They were all roarers. Nana, too, declared that she didn't want to make old bones. It was funnier not to. They had now almost reached their destination, and their conversation was interrupted by the drivers, cracking their whips as they urged on the tired horses. Yet, in the midst of the noise, Lucy, jumping to another subject, continued talking, and pressed Nana to leave with the others on the morrow. The exhibition was about to close, and the ladies were anxious to get back to Paris, where the season so far had surpassed their wildest hopes. But Nana was obstinate. She detested Paris. She wouldn't go back there for a long time to come. "Eh, ducky, we'll stay where we are," said she, squeezing Georges's knees, notwithstanding Steiner's presence. The carriages suddenly stopped, and the party, very much surprised, alighted in a desert-looking place at the foot of a hill. One of the drivers had to point out to them with his whip the ruins of the ancient Abbey of Chamont, almost hidden by the trees. It was a great deception. The ladies were disgusted. All they could see were a few heaps of rubbish, overgrown with brambles, and a half-tumbled-down tower. Really, it was ridiculous to come 2 leagues to see that. The driver then pointed out to them the château, the park belonging to which was close to the abbey, and he told them that they could reach it by following a little path that skirted the walls. They could take a look round whilst the carriages waited for them in the village. It was a most delightful walk. The party agreed to try it. "The deuce! Irma must be very well off," said Gaga, stopping in front of some iron railings at one of the corners of the park. They all gazed in silence at the handsome trees and shrubs on the other side of the railings. Then they continued along the narrow path, following the walls of the park, every now and then raising their eyes to admire the trees, the branches of which spread out overhead in an impenetrable green canopy. After 3 minutes' walk they came to some more iron railings, which enabled them to see an extensive lawn over which 2 venerable oak trees cast a welcome shade, and 3 minutes' further walking brought them to some more railings, which exhibited to them an immense avenue, a passage of darkness, at the end of which the sun looked like a bright star. An admiration, at first silent, gradually burst forth into exclamations. They had, at the outset, indulged themselves in chaff, feeling rather envious, however, all the time. But this decidedly was too much for them. What a wonder she was, that Irma! Such things as these gave one a grand idea of woman. The trees still continued as plentiful as ever, and at every few steps there were patches of ivy trailing over the wall, with the tops of summer houses just visible, and screens of poplars succeeding to compact groups of elms and aspens. Would it never come to an end? The ladies, tired of continually following this wall without catching a glimpse at every opening of anything except masses of foliage, were anxious to see the château. They clutched the railings with both hands, pressing their faces against the iron. A feeling of respect took possession of them, while thus kept at a distance and dreaming of the château hidden in this immensity of trees. After walking quickly for some time, they began to feel really fatigued. Yet there were no signs of the wall coming to an end. At every turn of the path, ladies, despairing of ever reaching the end, talked of going back. But the more the length of the walk tired them, the more respectful they became, impressed as they were at every step by the calm and regal majesty of the domain. "It's positively sickening," muttered Caroline Equet between her teeth. Nana checked her with a shrug of the shoulders. For some little while she had not said a word, but walked along looking slightly pale and very serious. Suddenly, at another turn, they found themselves close to the village. The wall abruptly terminated, and the château appeared at the end of a spacious courtyard. They all stopped, lost in admiration of the lofty grandeur of the broad entrance steps, of the 20 windows that studded the façade, of the extent of the 3 wings, the brick walls of which were framed with stonework. Henri IV had inhabited that historic building, in which his bedroom still existed with its enormous bed hung with Genoa velvet. Nana, deeply affected, sighed like a child. "My goodness!" murmured she very softly to herself. But a violent emotion seized upon all. Gaga, on a sudden, stated that it was Irma in person who was standing in front of the church. She recognized her perfectly. Always upright, the minx in spite of her age, and just the same eyes when she assumed her grand air. Vespers were just over. For an instant Madame stood within the porch. She wore a silk dress of the colour of faded leaves, and looked very tall and simple, with the venerable countenance of an old marchioness who had escaped the horrors of the Revolution. In her right hand a bulky prayer book shone in the sunshine, and she slowly traversed the open space before the church, followed by a footman in livery, who walked at a respectful distance behind her. The congregation was streaming out. All the Chamont folks bowed low as she passed them. An old man kissed her hand. A woman fell on her knees before her. She was a mighty queen, loaded with years and honours. She ascended the steps of her chateau, and disappeared. "That's what one comes to when one is careful," said Mignot in a convinced manner, while looking at his sons as though giving them a lesson. Then every one said something. La Bordette thought her wonderfully preserved. Maria Blonde called her an offensive name; whilst Lucy became quite angry, saying that one should ever respect old age. In short, they all agreed that she was something stupendous, and then rejoined the carriages. From Chamont to La Mignotte, Nana did not utter a word. She turned twice round to take a look at the château. Lulled by the noise of the wheels, she no longer felt Steiner by her side. She no longer beheld Georges seated in front of her. A vision rose from out of the twilight. Madame still passing slowly along, with the majesty of a mighty queen, loaded with years and honours. That evening Georges returned to Les Fondettes in time for dinner. Nana, more and more absent-minded and peculiar, had sent him home to ask his mamma's forgiveness. It was indispensable, said she severely, seized with a sudden respect for family duties. She even made him promise not to return to her that night. She was tired, and he would only be doing his duty in showing obedience. Georges, very much bored by this moral lesson, appeared before his mother with a heavy heart and hanging down his head. Luckily for him, his brother Philippe had arrived, a big soldier and a very lively fellow. This dispelled the storm that was impending. Madame Hugon contented herself with looking at him with her eyes full of tears, whilst Philippe, informed of what had occurred, threatened to bring him back by the ears if he ever returned to that woman. Georges, greatly relieved, slyly thought of a plan by which he might escape the next afternoon towards 2:00, and arrange about his meetings with Nana. During dinner, the guests at Les Fondettes seemed labouring under a certain embarrassment. Vandeuvre had announced his departure. He wished to take Lucy back to Paris, amused at the idea of carrying off this woman, whom he had known for 10 years past without having felt the slightest desire for her person before. The Marquis de Choix, his nose buried in his plate, was thinking of Gaga's young lady. He recollected having nursed her on his knee. How quickly children grew up! She was really becoming quite a plump little thing. Count Miffa, his face very red, remained absorbed in reflection. He continually glanced at Georges. When dinner was over, he went and shut himself in his room, complaining of a slight touch of fever. Monsieur Venot had hastened after him, and upstairs there was quite a scene between them. The Count had flung himself on the bed and was stifling his nervous sobs in the pillow, whilst Monsieur Venot in a mild tone of voice called him his brother, and exhorted him to implore the divine mercy. He heard not, he had a rattling in his throat. All of a sudden he jumped from the bed and stammered, "I am going. I can no longer resist." "Very well," said the old man, "I will go with you." As they went out, 2 shadows were disappearing in the depths of a sidewalk. Every night Fauchery and Countess Sabine now let Daguenet help Estelle make the tea. On the high road the Count walked at such a pace that his companion was obliged to run to keep up with him. Though short of breath, the old man did not cease offering him the best possible arguments against succumbing to the temptations of the flesh. The other never opened his mouth, but hurried onwards in the darkness. When he reached La Mignotte, however, he said, "I can fight no more. Leave me." "Then God's will be done," murmured Monsieur Venot. "He takes all means to assure his triumph. Your sin will become one of his weapons." At La Mignotte a good deal of quarrelling went on during the repast. Nana had received a letter from Bordenave in which he advised her to take plenty of rest, but in a way that showed he did not care a pin about her. Little Violaine was called twice before the curtain every night. And as Mignon again pressed her to leave with them all on the morrow, Nana, exasperated, declared that she was not in want of advice from any one. Besides, whilst at table she had behaved in a most ridiculously straight-laced manner. Madame Lerat, having made use of a rather objectionable word, she cried out, "Hang it all! She would allow nobody, not even her aunt, to utter filthy expressions in her presence." Then, influenced by an idiotic attack of respectability, she bored every one with her goody-goody sentiments, with her ideas of giving little Louis a religious education, and a whole course of good behaviour for herself. As they all laughed, she made use of some very profound words, wagging her head like a worthy woman thoroughly convinced, saying that order alone led to fortune, and that she didn't want to die on a dung-heap. The other women, having had enough of it, protested. Was it possible? Some one must have changed Nana. But she, immovable in her seat, relapsed into her reverie, her eyes gazing into space, and conjuring up a vision of a Nana very rich and very much bowed to. When Miffa arrived, they were all just going to bed. Labordette noticed him in the garden, and understanding his object, rendered him the service of getting Steiner out of the way, and of leading him by the hand along the dark passage to the door of Nana's room. Labordette, for this sort of jobs, had a most gentlemanly way, was very dexterous, and seemed delighted at conducing to another's happiness. Nana showed no surprise, but merely felt bored by Miffa's persistence. However, one must have an eye for business during life. It was stupid to love, it led to nothing. Besides, she had scruples on account of Zizie's youth. She had really behaved disgracefully. Well, she would return to the right path, and go for the old fellow. "Zoé," said she to the maid, who was only too delighted to leave the country, "pack the trunks the first thing to morrow morning. We are going back to Paris." And she allowed Miffa to remain, though it caused her no pleasure. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rascoe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7, Part 1. 3 months later, one night in December, Count Miffa was walking up and down the Passage des Panoramas. It was a very mild evening. The shower had just driven a crowd of people into the passage. There was quite a mob, and it was a slow and difficult task to pass along between the shops on either side. Beneath the glass roof, brightened by the reflection, there was a most fierce illumination, consisting of an endless string of lights: white globes, red and blue lamps, rows of flaring gas jets, and monstrous watches and fans formed of flames of fire, burning without any protection whatsoever; and the medley of colours in the various shop windows, the gold of the jewellers, the crystal vases of the confectioners, the pale silks of the milliners, blazed behind the spotless plate glass and the strong light cast by the reflectors; whilst among the chaos of gaudily painted signs an enormous red glove in the distance looked like a bleeding hand cut off and fixed to a yellow cuff. Count Muffat had strolled leisurely as far as the boulevard. He cast a glance on the pavement, then slowly retraced his footsteps, keeping close to the shops. A damp and warm air filled the narrow thoroughfare with a kind of luminous vapour. Along the flagstones wet from the drippings of umbrellas footsteps reverberated continuously, without the sound of a single voice. The passers-by, elbowing the Count at each turn, gazed at his impassive face, rendered paler than usual by the glare of the gas. So, to escape from their curiosity, he went and stood in front of a stationer's shop, where he inspected, apparently with profound attention, a display of glass paper-weights, containing coloured representations of landscapes and flowers. But in reality he saw nothing. He was thinking of Nana. Why had she lied to him again? That morning she had written to tell him not to come to her in the evening, pretending that little Louis was ill, and that she would stay with him all night at her aunt's. But he, being suspicious, had called at her house, and had learned from the concierge that Madame had just gone off to her theatre. It surprised him, for he knew that she had no part in the new piece. Why, then, that lie, and what could she be doing at the Variety Theatre that evening? Pushed again by some passer-by, the Count, without knowing he did so, quitted the paper-weights, and found himself in front of a window full of miscellaneous articles, and looking, in his absorbed way, at a quantity of pocket-books and cigar-cases, all which had the same little blue swallow painted on one of the corners. Nana was certainly altered. In the early days after her return from the country she used to send him mad when she kissed him on the face and whiskers, with the little playful ways of a kitten, swearing that he was her ducky darling, the only little man whom she adored. He no longer feared Georges, who was kept by his mother at Les Fondettes. There remained fat old Steiner, whose place he supposed he had taken, but he had never dared to ask a question on the subject. He knew that Steiner was in a great mess about money matters, and on the point of being declared a defaulter at the Bourse, and that his only chance was a rise in the shares of the salt works of the Landes. If he ever met him at Nana's she would always explain, in a reasonable sort of way, that she had not the heart to send him off like a dog after all he had spent on her. Besides, for 3 months past he, the Count, had lived in the midst of a sort of a sensual whirlpool, outside of which he understood nothing very clearly but the necessity of possessing Nana. This late awakening of his flesh was like the gluttony of a child, which leaves no room for either vanity or jealousy. Only a precise sensation could strike him. Nana was not as nice as at first. She no longer kissed him on the beard. This caused him some anxiety, and as a man ignorant of the ways of women, he asked himself what she could have to reproach him with. Yet he fancied that he satisfied all her desires, and his thoughts returned to the letter of the morning, to that complicated lie, told for the simple object of spending the evening at her theatre. Jostled again by the crowd, he had crossed the passage, and was racking his brain at the entrance to a restaurant, his eyes fixed on some plucked larks and a fine salmon which were displayed in the window. At length he seemed to tear himself away from this spectacle. He pulled himself together, and raising his eyes noticed that it was close upon 9 o'clock. Nana would soon be coming out, and he would insist upon knowing the truth. And he walked about, recalling to mind the evenings already spent in that place, when he used to call for her at the stage door of the theatre. He knew all the shops. He recognized their odours in the atmosphere laden with the stench of gas, the strong smell of Russian leather, the fragrance of vanilla which came from the basement of a dealer in chocolate, the whiffs of musk issuing from the open doors of the perfumers. And he no longer dared stop in front of the pale faces of the shop women, who placidly surveyed him as an old acquaintance. One minute he appeared to study the row of little round windows above the shops, in the midst of the different signs, as though he saw them for the first time. Then he went again as far as the boulevard, and stood there for a little while. The rain now only came down in very fine drops, which, falling cold upon his hands, calmed him. Now his thoughts wandered to his wife, who was at the château near Mâcon with her friend Madame de Chazelle, who had been very unwell ever since the autumn. The vehicles on the boulevard rolled along in a river of mud. The country must be unbearable in such weather. But this anxiety suddenly returning, he plunged once more into the stifling heat of the passage and walked with rapid strides past the loungers. The idea had just occurred to him that, if Nana had any doubts about his coming, she might make off by the Galerie Montmartre. From that moment the Count watched at the stage door itself. He did not like waiting in that bit of lobby where he was afraid of being recognized. It was at the junction of the Galerie des Variétés and of the Galerie Saint-Marc, a nasty corner with some obscure shops, a cobbler who never had any customers, dealers in musty furniture, a smoky reading room in a state of somnolence, with its shaded lamps shedding a green light at night. Hereabouts one could always see gentlemen stylishly dressed, patiently wandering about amongst all that usually encumbers a stage door, drunken scene-shifters and painted hussies in gaudy rags. A single gas jet in an unwashed globe lighted up the entrance. One moment Muffat had the idea of questioning Madame Bron, but then he feared that, should Nana hear of his being there, she might leave by the boulevard. He resumed his walk, resolved to wait until he was turned out when the man shut the gates, as had already happened to him on 2 occasions. The thought of going back alone filled his heart with anguish. Each time that any dressed-up girls or men in dirty garments came out and looked at him, he went and stood in front of the reading room, where, between a couple of posters in the window, he always beheld the same sight, a little old man sitting upright and alone at the immense table in the green light of a lamp, reading a green newspaper which he held in his green hands. But a few minutes before 10 o'clock, another gentleman, a tall, handsome man, fair and wearing well-fitting gloves, began also to wander about outside the theatre. Then every time they met they mistrustfully gave each other a sidelong glance. The Count walked as far as the junction of the 2 galleries, which was decorated with a tall mirror, and seeing himself in it looking so solemn-faced and with such a correct gait, he was seized with shame, mixed with fear. 10 o'clock struck. Muffat suddenly remembered that it was easy enough for him to see if Nana was in her dressing-room. He went up the 3 steps, passed through the little hall besmeared with a coat of yellow paint, and reached the courtyard by a door that was only latched. At that hour the courtyard, narrow and damp like a well, with its foul-smelling closets, its water-tap, the kitchen stove, and the plants with which the doorkeeper lumbered it, was bathed in a black mist; but the 2 walls which rose up, studded with windows, were ablaze with light. Below were the property room and the fireman's station; on the left the manager's rooms; on the right and above the dressing rooms. On the sides of this well they looked like so many oven doors opening into darkness. The Count had at once noticed a light in the window of the dressing room on the first floor; and feeling relieved and happy, he stood there in the greasy mud, looking up in the air, and inhaling the unsavoury stench at this back of an old Parisian house. Large drops were running down from a cracked water pipe. A ray of gaslight from Madame Bron's window gave a yellow tinge to a bit of the moss-covered pavement, to the foot of a wall eaten away by the water from a sink, and to a heap of rubbish on which innumerable old pails and cracked pots and pans had been thrown together, with a saucepan in which a scraggly spindle-tree was vainly endeavouring to grow. There was heard the sound of a window opening, and the Count hastened away. Nana would certainly be coming out directly. He returned to the window of the reading room. In the deep shadow, broken only by a faint glimmer like that of a night light, the little old man could still be seen there with his face buried in his paper. Then the Count walked about again, strolling rather farther off. He crossed the main gallery and followed the Galerie des Variétés as far as the Galerie Feydeau, cold and deserted, and plunged in a lugubrious obscurity; and then he returned, and passing before the theatre, ventured along the Galerie Saint-Marc as far as the Galerie Montmartre, where he watched a machine cutting up sugar in a grocer's shop. But, on his third turn, the fear that Nana might go off behind his back made him lose all self-respect. He went and stood with the fair gentleman right opposite the stage door, and they both exchanged a glance of fraternal humility, lighted up with a remnant of mistrust as to a possible rivalry. Some scene-shifters who came out to smoke their pipes during one of the acts shoved up against them, without either of them daring to complain. 3 big girls with tangled hair and dirty dresses appeared in the doorway, eating apples and spitting out the cores; and the 2 men hung down their heads and submitted to the effrontery of their stares and the coarseness of their remarks, consenting to be dirtied and bespattered by these hussies, who amused themselves by jostling against them as they roughly played together. Just then Nana came down the 3 steps. She turned deadly pale as she caught sight of Muffat. "Ah, it's you," she stammered. The jeering girls became frightened when they recognized her, and they stood still in a row, erect and serious, like servants caught by their mistress when doing wrong. The tall fair gentleman had moved a little distance off, sad and reassured at the same time. "Well, give me your arm," resumed Nana abruptly. They walked slowly away. The Count, who had prepared a number of questions, could find nothing to say. It was she who, in a rapid tone of voice, related a long rigmarole. She had stayed at her aunt's till 8 o'clock. Then, seeing that little Louis was a great deal better, she had had the idea of coming to the theatre for a short time. "For anything particular?" asked he. "Yes, a new piece," she replied, after a slight hesitation. "They wanted to have my opinion." He knew that she lied, but the warmth of her arm leaning heavily on his left him without strength to say a word. His anger and his annoyance at having had to wait for her so long had disappeared. His sole anxiety was to keep her, now that he had her with him. On the morrow he would try and find out what she had been about in her dressing room. Nana, still hesitating, and visibly a prey to the inward struggle of a person trying to regain her composure and to decide on a course of action, stopped on turning the corner of the Galerie des Variétés in front of a fan maker's window. "Look, isn't it lovely?" she murmured. "The mother of pearl one trimmed with feathers." Then in a careless tone of voice she added, "So you are coming home with me?" "Why, of course," said Muffat, astonished, "as your child is better." She regretted her long-winded story. Perhaps little Louis had had another attack, and she talked of returning to Batignolles; but as he offered to go too, she let the subject drop. One minute she boiled with rage, like a woman who finds herself caught and who is obliged to show herself submissive and gentle. However, she became resigned to her fate, and resolved to gain time. If she could only get rid of the Count by midnight, all would go as she wished. "Ah, yes, you are a bachelor to night," she resumed. "Your wife does not return till to morrow morning, does she?" "No," replied Muffat, slightly annoyed at hearing her speak of the countess in that familiar way. But she continued to question him, asking the time of the arrival of the train, and wishing to know whether he intended going to the station to meet his wife. She had again slackened her footsteps, as though very much interested in the contents of the shop windows. "Oh, look there!" she exclaimed, stopping in front of a jeweller's. "What a funny bracelet!" She loved the Passage des Panoramas. Ever since her girlhood she had had a passion for the glitter of Paris gewgaws, counterfeit jewellery, gilded zinc, and imitation leather. Whenever she passed through it she could not drag herself away from the shops, just the same as when she used to run about the streets, lingering opposite the sweets of a confectioner's, listening to the playing of an organ next door, smitten above all by the bad taste of the articles that seemed marvels of cheapness. Housewives contained in monstrous walnut shells, rag pickers' baskets full of toothpicks, Vendôme columns and Luxor obelisks holding thermometers. But that night she was too much upset, she looked without seeing. It bothered her immensely not to have her evening to herself, and in her secret revolt she felt a longing to do something foolish. A fat lot of use it was to have men well off. She had just run through the Prince and Steiner, indulging all her childish caprices, without in the least knowing where the money had gone to. Her rooms in the Boulevard Haussmann were not even now completely furnished. The drawing room alone, all in crimson satin, but too full and too lavishly decorated, had a certain effect. At this time, too, her creditors were dunning her more than ever before, when she was quite without means, and this surprised her immensely, for she looked upon herself as a model of economy. For a month past that old thief Steiner could only find 1,000 francs with the greatest difficulty on occasions when she threatened to kick him out of the place if he did not bring the money. As for Muffat, he was a fool. He had no idea of what a man should give a woman like her, so she could not blame him for his stinginess. Ah, she would have sent the whole of them to the right about if she had not all day kept repeating to herself a number of wise maxims, One must be reasonable, Zoe was in the habit of saying to her every morning, and she herself had ever present to her mind a sacred recollection, the royal vision of Chaumont, constantly invoked and embellished. And that was why, in spite of a tremor of suppressed rage, she walked submissively along, leaning on the Count's arm, going from one shop window to another in the midst of the now less frequent passers by. Outside, the foot pavement was gradually drying. A cool breeze entered the passage, sending before it the hot air collected beneath the glass roof, and creating quite a commotion among the coloured lamps, the rows of gas jets, and the monstrous fan flaming away like fireworks. A waiter was turning out the lights at the door of the restaurant, whilst in the empty and brilliantly illuminated shops, the immovable shopwomen seemed sleeping with their eyes open. "Oh, the love!" exclaimed Nana, glancing in at the last window, and returning a few steps to admire a porcelain greyhound, which was raising its paw over a nest hidden among some roses. They at length quitted the passage, and she would not take a cab. It was very nice out of doors, said she. Besides, there was no occasion to hurry. It would be delightful to walk home. Then, when they had got as far as the Café Anglais, she longed to have some oysters, saying that she had eaten nothing since the morning, on account of little Louis's illness. Muffat did not like to disappoint her. As yet he had not ventured much about with her in public. So he asked for a private room and hurried along the corridor. She followed him slowly, like a woman thoroughly acquainted with the establishment, and they were just on the point of entering an apartment of which a waiter had opened the door, when a man suddenly rushed out of an adjoining room from which issued a regular tempest of shouts and laughter. It was Daguenet. "Hallo, Nana!" cried he. The Count quickly vanished inside his room, leaving the door ajar. But as his broad back disappeared, Daguenet winked his eye and added jokingly, "The deuce you are getting on! You take them from the Tuileries now." Nana smiled and placed her finger on her lips to make him hold his tongue. She saw that he was a bit on, but was happy all the same at meeting him, still keeping a little corner in her heart for him, in spite of his shabby behaviour in not recognizing her when he was in the company of ladies. "What are you doing now?" she inquired in a friendly way. "I am turning over a new leaf. In fact, I am seriously thinking of getting married." She shrugged her shoulders with a look of pity, but he, continuing his joking tone, said that it was not a life worth living just to earn on the Bourse barely sufficient to pay for the bouquets he gave to his lady friends, in order that they should not think him mean. His 300,000 francs had only lasted him 18 months. He intended to be more practical. He would marry a big dowry and die a prefect like his father. Nana continued to smile incredulously. She nodded her head in the direction of the room he had just left. "Whom are you with?" "Oh, quite a party," said he, forgetting his projects in a burst of intoxication. "Just fancy, Léa is relating her journey in Egypt. It's awfully funny. There's a certain story of a bath." And he related the story. Nana complacently waited to hear it. They had ended by leaning against the walls of the corridor, one in front of the other. Jets of gas were flaring beneath the low ceiling, a vague odour of cookery hung about the folds of the hangings. Now and then, in order to hear themselves above the occasionally increasing noise, they were obliged to put their faces close together. Every few seconds a waiter laden with dishes, finding the way blocked up, was forced to disturb the pair. But they, without interrupting themselves, squeezed close up against the walls, calmly conversing together amidst the din caused by the customers and the interruptions of the servants. "Look there," whispered the young man, pointing to the door of the room Muffat had entered. They both watched. The door shook softly, as though moved by some gentle breeze. Then it slowly closed, without the least sound. They exchanged a silent laugh. The Count must cut a funny figure, all alone there by himself. "By the way," asked she, "have you read the article Fauchery has written about me?" "Yes, the Golden Fly," replied Daguenet. "I did not speak of it, as I thought you might not like it." "Not like it? Why, it's a very long article." She felt flattered by being written about in the Figaro. Without the explanations of Francis, her hairdresser, who had brought her the paper, she would not have known that she was the person alluded to. Daguenet watched her from out the corner of his eye, with a sneer on his face. Well, as she was pleased, everyone else ought to be. "By your leave," cried a waiter, as he passed between them, holding in both hands a magnum of champagne and ice. Nana moved a step in the direction of the room where Miffa awaited her. "Well, good-bye," said Daguenet. "Go back to your cuckold." "Why do you call him a cuckold?" she inquired, standing still again. "Because he is a cuckold, of course." Very much interested, she returned to him, and leaning up against the wall, as before, merely said, "Ah!" "What, didn't you know it? His wife has succumbed to faucherie, my dear. It probably first took place when they were staying together in the country. Faucherie left me just now as I was coming here, and I fancy they have arranged a meeting at his place for to night. They have invented some journey, I believe." For some minutes Nana remained dumb with emotion. "I thought as much," said she at length, slapping her thighs. "I guessed it the first time I saw her, you recollect, when we passed them on that country road. Is it possible, a respectable woman to deceive her husband, and with such a dirty blackguard as Faucherie? He'll teach her some fine things." "Oh," murmured Daguenet, maliciously, "this isn't her first trial by a long way. She knows perhaps as much as he does." "Really? Well, they're a nice lot. It's too abominable!" she exclaimed indignantly. "By your leave!" cried another waiter, passing between them, laden with several more bottles of wine. Daguenet walked with her towards her room, and then held her for a moment by the hand. He assumed his crystal-toned voice, a voice that sounded like a harmonica, and which was the cause of his great success among the ladies. "Good-bye, darling. You know I love you always." She released herself, and, smiling on him, her voice drowned by a thunder of cries and bravos which shook the door of the room in which the party was being held, she said, "Don't be a fool, that's all over now. But all the same, come and see me one of these days. We can have a long chat." Then, becoming very serious, she added, in the highly indignant tone of a most respectable woman, "Ah, he's a cuckold? Well, my boy, that's a confounded nuisance. I've always felt the greatest disgust for a cuckold." When she at length entered the room, she found Miffa with pale face and trembling hands resignedly sitting on a narrow sofa. He did not utter a single reproach. She, dreadfully excited, was divided between feelings of pity and contempt. The poor man who was so shamefully deceived by a wicked woman! She had a longing to put her arms round his neck and to console him. But yet it was only just. He was such a fool with women, it would be a lesson for him. Her pity, however, got the better of her. She did not send him off after having her oysters, as she had intended doing. They remained a quarter of an hour longer at the Café Anglais, and then went home together to the Boulevard Haussmann. It was 11 o'clock. By midnight she would easily discover some pleasant means of getting rid of him. When she was in the anteroom she prudently gave Zoé some instructions. "You must watch for him, and when he comes tell him not to make any noise, if the other one is still with me." "But where shall I put him, madame?" "Keep him in the kitchen. That will be the safest." Miffa was taking off his overcoat in the bedroom. A big fire was burning in the grate. It was the same room with its violet ebony furniture, its hangings and chair coverings of figured damask, large blue flowers on a grey ground. On 2 occasions Nana had thought of having it altered. The first time she wished it to be all in black velvet; the second in white satin, with rose-coloured ribbons. But as soon as Steiner consented she squandered the money she obtained from him to pay for it. All she had added was a tiger skin in front of the fireplace, and a crystal lamp that hung from the ceiling. "I'm not at all sleepy. I'm not going to bed yet," said Nana, as soon as they had shut themselves in. The count obeyed with the submission of a man who is no longer afraid of being seen. His sole anxiety was not to anger her. "As you please," he murmured. However, he took off his boots before sitting down in front of the fire. One of Nana's delights was to undress herself opposite her wardrobe, which had a glass door in which she could see herself full length. She would remove everything, and would then become lost in self-contemplation. A passion which she had for her own person, a rapturous admiration of her satin-like skin and the suppleness of her form, would root her there, serious and attentive, absorbed in a love of herself. The hairdresser would at times enter the room and find her thus occupied, without her even turning her head. Then Count Miffa would fly into a passion, and she would be greatly surprised. What was the matter with him? It wasn't for the benefit of others that she did it, it was for her own. That night she had lighted all the candles, and as she was about to let her last garment drop from her shoulders, she stood still, preoccupied for a moment, having a question at the tip of her tongue. "Have you read the article in the Figaro? The paper is there on the table." The recollection of Dagonet's sneering laugh had returned to her. She was filled with a doubt. If that Fauchery had been slandering her, she would have her revenge. "They say that it refers to me," she resumed, affecting an air of indifference. "Well, what do you think, ducky?" And slipping off her chemise, she remained naked, waiting until Muffat had finished reading. Muffat read slowly. Fauchery's article, entitled "The Golden Fly," was the story of a girl born from 4 or 5 generations of drunkards, her blood tainted by a long succession of misery and drink, which in her had transformed itself into a nervous decay of her sex. She had sprouted on the pavement of one of the Paris suburbs, and tall, handsome, of superb flesh, the same as a plant growing on a dunghill, she avenged the rogues and vagabonds from whom she sprung. With her the putrefaction that was left to ferment among the people rose and polluted the aristocracy. She became, without herself wishing it, one of nature's instruments, a ferment of destruction, corrupting and disorganizing Paris. It was at the end of the article that the comparison with the fly occurred. A fly of the colour of the sun, which had flown from out some filth, a fly that gathered death on the carrion left by the roadside, and that, buzzing and dancing and emitting a sparkle of precious stones, poisoned men by merely touching them in their palaces which it entered by the windows. Muffat raised his head and looked fixedly into the fire. "Well, what do you think of it?" asked Nana. But he did not answer. He appeared inclined to read the article over again. A cold shudder passed from his head to his shoulders. The article was written in the most diabolical style, with capering phrases, an excess of unexpected words and strange comparisons. However, he remained very much struck by it. It had abruptly aroused in him all that which, for some months past, he had not cared to disturb. Then he raised his eyes. Nana was absorbed in her admiration of herself. She had bent her neck, and was looking attentively in the glass at a little brown mole on her side, and she touched it with the tip of her finger, making it stand out more by slightly leaning back, thinking, no doubt, that it looked droll and pretty. Then she amused herself by studying other parts of her body with the vicious curiosity of her childhood. It always surprised her thus to see herself. She appeared amazed and fascinated, like a young girl on first discovering her puberty. After slowly spreading out her arms to develop her plump Venus-like frame, she ended by swinging herself from right to left, her knees wide apart, her body bent back over her loins, with the continual quivering movement of an Alma dancing the stomach dance. Muffat watched her. She frightened him. The newspaper had fallen from his hands. In that moment of clear understanding he despised himself. It was true. In 3 months she had corrupted his life. He already felt tainted to his very marrow by an abomination which he would never himself have dreamt of. At that hour everything was beginning to fester within him. For an instant he was conscious of the results of sin. He beheld the disorganization wrought by this ferment, himself poisoned, his family destroyed, a corner of society cracking and tumbling into ruins. And not being able to withdraw his gaze, he watched Nana fixedly, and sought to add to his disgust. Nana was not moving now. With an arm passed behind her neck, and one hand clasped in the other, she was leaning back her head with her elbows wide apart. He caught sight obliquely of her half-closed eyes, her slightly opened mouth, her face covered with a bewitching smile, her firm Amazonian breasts with their sturdy muscles quivering beneath the satin of her skin, and behind her, loose yellow hair covering her back with a mane like a lioness. Muffat followed this delicate profile, these flakes of rosy flesh disappearing in a golden shadow, these curves which the light of the candles caused to shine like silk. He thought of his old horror of woman, the monster of Scripture, lecherous and bestial. Nana was covered all over with a reddish down which gave to her skin the appearance of velvet. Whilst in her flanks and mare-like thighs, in the thick rolls of flesh which veiled her sex with their troubled shadow, there was something of the beast. It was the golden insect, unconscious of its power, but yet destroying the world with its smell alone. Muffat still continued to look, so completely possessed by the sight that, having for a moment lowered his eyelids and withdrawn his gaze, the animal reappeared in the depths of the darkness, enlarged, terrible, and with its posture exaggerated. And it would remain there, before his eyes, in his very flesh, as it were, for evermore. Nana was now rolling herself up. A tremor of endearment seemed to have passed through her limbs. With moistened eyes she tried to become smaller, as though to feel herself all the better. Then she unclasped her hands behind her neck, and let them slip slowly down to her breasts, which she pressed in a nervous embrace. And satiated, melting into a caress of her whole body, she fondlingly rubbed her cheeks, right and left, against her shoulders. Her rapacious mouth breathed desire upon her. She pouted her lips and kissed herself longingly close to her armpit, smiling the while at that other Nana, who was also kissing herself in the looking-glass. Then Muffat uttered a low and prolonged sigh. This self-enjoyment exasperated him. All his reason was abruptly swept away as though by a gale of wind. He seized Nana round the waist, and in an outburst of brutal passion flung her on to the carpet. "Let me be!" cried she. "You have hurt me!" He was conscious of his defeat. He knew that she was stupid, ribald, and deceitful, and he desired her all the same, even poisonous though she might be. "Oh, it's ridiculous!" said she in a fury when she had regained her feet. However, she became calmer. He would soon be going off. After putting on a nightdress trimmed with lace, she sat down on the rug before the fire. It was her favourite place. As she again questioned him respecting Fauchery's article, Muffat gave vague answers, anxious to avoid a scene. Then she lapsed into a long silence, thinking of some means of getting rid of the Count. She wanted to do it pleasantly, for she was a good-natured girl, and was sorry to pain others, and more especially him, because he was a cuckold, a circumstance that had led her to making her feel more kindly disposed towards him. "So it's to-morrow morning," she at length observed, "that you are expecting your wife?" Muffat had thrown himself into an easy-chair. He looked drowsy and tired. He nodded his head. Nana watched him seriously, racking her brain the while. Still seated on the rug amidst the rumpled lace, she was nursing one of her bare feet between her hands, and kept turning it about mechanically. "How long have you been married?" asked she. 19 years," replied the Count. "Ah! And your wife, is she nice? Do you get on well together?" He did not answer. Then, in an embarrassed sort of way, he said, "You know, I have asked you never to speak of such matters." "Really? And why, pray?" she cried, already beginning to lose her temper. "I shan't eat your wife by speaking of her, that's very certain. My dear fellow, all women are alike." Here she paused, afraid of saying too much. Only she assumed a superior sort of an air, as she thought herself exceedingly kind. The poor man, one ought not to be too hard on him. Besides, a merry idea had just occurred to her. She smiled as she critically examined him. She resumed: "I say, I haven't told you the report that Fauchery has spread about you. He's a regular viper. I have no ill feeling against him, because his article might be true. But all the same, he's a regular viper." And laughing boisterously and letting go of her foot, she crawled along the rug and leant her bosom against the Count's knees. "Only fancy, he swears you were a perfect innocent when you married your wife. Do you understand? Is it true?" She looked him straight in the face, and placing her hands on his shoulders, she shook him to make him confess. "Of course it is," he at length replied in a solemn tone of voice. Then she again rolled herself at his feet in a wild fit of laughter, stuttering and slapping his legs. "No, it's not possible. Such a thing could only happen to you. You're a phenomenon. But, my poor ducky, you must have looked foolish. When a man knows nothing, it's always so funny. By Jove, I should have liked to have seen you. And did it go off all right? Tell me. Oh, come now, tell me all about it." End of Chapter 7, Part 1.